The numerator was a mysterious serial killer. After each crime, he left a number marked on the victim's hand. There seemed to be no connection whatsoever between the victims, and he always vanished without leaving a single clue behind, as though he were the perfect criminal. Don was a boy raised in an orphanage to become an assassin. He awakened the ability to see how many deaths each person would cause over the course of their life. After going through a traumatic incident involving a female assassin, he swore to stop everyone who carried a number greater than 1. His rule was absolute: eliminate one person to save other lives, no matter who that person was. However, there are others who defy this and many other rules of the world, especially the most dangerous female assassin he had ever encountered in his entire life. Want to find out just how far this story will go? Editor, you know what to do. Roll the footage. The news reported new victims in the Daejeong serial murder case. Even after more than 20 cases, the culprit remained unidentified, causing growing concern among the public. Since all the crimes occurred within the same metropolitan area, yet there was no clear connection between the victims, not even age or sex, suspicions arose that the attacks were indiscriminate. At the same time, police revealed the possibility that a copycat might be targeting specific individuals. At that moment, they were at a memorial for one of the victims, accompanying the deceased woman's sister. Lee Sala happened to work in a newspaper newsroom. Naturally, she was still deeply shaken by the weight of that loss and her grief. Her friend Yoon Johan noticed her condition and asked whether she was all right and whether her headache had returned. Perhaps they should go somewhere quieter. Not long afterward, she was already at a restaurant with her friends. She assured them that she was fine and explained that she had simply lost focus for a few moments. Her friend said she always gave the same answer, though it was understandable that she was still shaken. After all, only a few weeks had passed since the incident. When it happened, Lee Sala herself was the one who confirmed the deceased woman's identity. Her sister's face, which she had always complained looked far too yellow, was paler than Lee Sala had ever seen it. On the back of her hand was the number 2, the familiar signature left by the most notorious serial killer at the time. She was yet another victim attributed to the numerator. As they discussed the crimes, they recalled that the number of cases had already surpassed 40. The world seemed consumed by chaos, with robberies and attacks happening everywhere. People said the police were accomplishing nothing and that someone needed to stop those criminals once and for all. Lee Sala disagreed, saying that would change nothing. Her sister was already gone, and nothing done afterward could undo what had happened. Serial killers, thieves, and other criminals. Whenever she went out to investigate a story, she reached the same conclusion. Reacting only after something happened did not solve the real problem. In her view, a deeper solution was needed, perhaps identifying dangerous people or potential future criminals in advance. But how could they possibly find every one of them? Lately, Lee Sala had been unable to stop thinking about preventing these people from acting before anything happened. As they left, Yoon Johan told Lee Sala to be careful. The Dongtan Street area was better lit and had more surveillance cameras. On a street like that, getting help would be easier if anything happened. Lee Sala replied that she would be careful. The next day, she stayed at work until late. Age, sex, or personal relationships, nothing revealed any pattern among the numerator's victims. The only connection between the cases was the number-shaped marks left on the bodies. Everything pointed to seemingly random crimes on an unprecedented scale. It was not true that there were no witnesses. Although extremely rare, a few people had survived after encountering the numerator. Among them was Mrs. Lee Jae-young, a survivor and witness from the 21st case. She said everything happened purely by coincidence. That day, they had decided to eat out and ended up passing through the alley near the establishment. That was where they encountered the numerator and witnessed the crime. Chan Hak, a survivor of the 13th case, said they were on an almost deserted street at that hour. At first, he noticed no one nearby, but something soon caught his attention. When he noticed that man approaching, he sensed something strange about the way he walked. It was difficult to explain, but it seemed as though he already knew exactly how the situation would end. Lee Sala kept trying to understand why only those people had survived. Why had the numerator spared them, despite knowing the risk of leaving witnesses behind? The survivor of the 21st case also claimed that she had heard his voice. According to her, the numerator merely said that she was not number 1. For reasons related to the investigation, the police did not disclose the numbers associated with the victims. Lee Sala was trying to uncover that exact information. To keep herself working, she was already on her 4th can of energy drink. She wondered how someone could keep committing crimes without hiding the bodies while still leaving witnesses behind. It simply made no sense. On another day at work, her inbox was overflowing when she came across something so strange that it seemed impossible. She called the number sent in the email because she wanted to interview that person. As she headed to meet that particular person, she thought the situation seemed far better than she had expected. However, she began to feel that someone was following her when she heard footsteps behind her on that empty, silent street. At first, Lee Sala tried to convince herself that it was nothing more than a coincidence. But when the man started running toward her, she sprinted away as well. He nearly caught her. At the crucial moment, Yoon-han appeared and managed to knock the pursuer down by using the man's own momentum against him. He then led Lee Sala into an alley, trying to find a route for them to escape together. Yoon-han asked who that man was and whether he could be the numerator. To him, it simply made no sense. The two entered what seemed to be a shortcut, only to discover that they had reached a dead end. Then, without warning, Yoon-han himself struck her with a pipe, Lee Sela collapsed, and shortly afterward, she could no longer feel anything. The other hooded man asked why Yoon Jo-han had run so far. He replied that everything had happened because of him and reminded him that he was the one who had found the best place, so there was no point complaining. There were no cameras in that alley, much less anyone keeping watch. Lee Sela wanted to find out the reason behind all of this. However, the hooded man remarked that the two sisters were quick to assess their surroundings. Apparently, he had lost control again. Lee Sela then asked whether his sister had not been killed by the numerator. Yoon Jo-han confirmed it and asked if she could imagine how grateful he was to that man. All he had to do was carve a number into someone's palm, and everyone would believe the victim was the numerator's work. That way, he would never be discovered. Using the knife, Kwon carved a number into Lee Sela's hand. He then told the hooded man that he could do whatever he wanted, but as soon as she stopped breathing, she would belong to him. It was at that moment that another person appeared in the dead-end alley. It was a hooded figure, and one of Kwon's eyes gleamed. Above their heads, he saw the numbers 4 and 1. He had finally found the two of them. 3 hours earlier, Lee Sela had been listening closely to a witness's testimony. The woman said she was deeply grateful to the numerator because he had saved both her life and her family's. She was a survivor of case number 37. Lee Sela asked whether the victim she had witnessed during the incident was her ex-boyfriend. The woman replied that calling him a victim was already being generous. To her, that man was worthless. He had caused a scene by assaulting her right outside her own home. Lee Sela, however, recalled that the man had been killed by the numerator. Furthermore, that woman was a witness. That meant she could be in grave danger. Because of that, Lee Sela wanted to know why she claimed that the numerator had saved her life. The woman replied that without his intervention, she might have died. At that moment, Lee Sela finally began to understand the pattern. There was a logic behind whom the numerator saved and whom he eliminated. The numerator declared that he had finally found them, the predestined killers. The hooded man immediately raised the steel pipe. Even after Yoon Jo-han warned him not to do anything foolish, the hooded man decided to threaten the numerator. In response, he received a powerful blow to the stomach that left him unable to react. However, the numerator simply walked past him because the number displayed above his head was. Upon hearing those words, Lee Sela recalled the testimonies she had gathered. Above Yoon Jo-han's head was the number 4, still flashing. That was precisely why the numerator identified him as number 4. It meant that he was a target for elimination. He lunged with his curved knife, while Yoon Jo-han tried to fight back with his own dagger. Even so, it was obvious that he stood no chance. The numerator wounded Yoon Jo-han's arms and legs, preventing him from fighting back. Soon afterward, the number above his head dropped to 3. The hooded Soa took another kick and fell to the ground, but the numerator spared his life. It was then that Lee Sela began to understand the numerator's true method, something that had always seemed like a mystery. The victims had no obvious connection to one another. Moreover, the numerator's ability to evade investigations was extraordinary. There was also a recurring pattern in the survivors' accounts. The numerator always acted as though he knew beforehand what was about to happen. The last witness interviewed by Lee Sela said that after the numerator left and the police arrived, they found gasoline, butane, and a lighter in her ex-boyfriend's bag. Everything suggested that he intended to start a major fire in her house, putting her entire family in danger. If the numerator had not stopped that man, a tragedy would probably have occurred. Meanwhile, the numerator remained standing before Yoon Jo-han. He kept Yoon Jo-han pinned down with repeated blows until Yoon Jo-han stopped responding defiantly. Lee Sela, however, thought that conclusion was completely absurd. It seemed far too extreme a hypothesis. Even so, she began to consider one possibility. What if the numerator could truly foresee the future, identifying future killers and even how many people each of them would kill? After the numerator brought Yoon Jo-han down, he was no longer in any condition to keep fighting. The numerator then took out a recorder and recorded the date, November 14, 2026. At 10:32 that night, he recorded number 4, Yoon Jo-han. According to him, eliminating that man would save 4 people who would otherwise become his future victims. Then he asked whether Yoon Jo-han wanted to leave any final words or request. It could be a small hope, some unfinished business, or even a message meant for someone. Yoon Jo-han replied that no one would willingly accept death. Because of that, he said he had no final words. The operator replied that it was fine, then finished what he needed to do. After that, he left the hooded man behind and disappeared from the scene. Lee Sela then asked whether he intended to pursue him. The numerator explained that number 1 was not a target for elimination. Taking one life to save another, according to his own rule, could still be forgiven. Lee Sela finally understood. That was a rule created by the numerator himself. She then said that she could help him too. Deep down, she had always thought similarly about his actions. If future killers could be found in advance, everything could be different. If she could identify dangerous people and judge them according to a rule, she could contribute. As a reporter, she had the means to help him remain in the shadows. Lee Sela was convinced that she could be useful to him. The numerator asked whether she truly shared that opinion. He then revealed his face, saying that this would be faster than explaining it with words. He then switched on the recorder and asked whether she wanted to leave any final words or a final wish. Surprised, Lee Sela asked why she had been chosen. and the numerator could see the number 12 hovering above her head. They say every human life has equal value. In that chaotic world, believing in that truth was what kept him moving forward. He does not know how to tell who is good, who deserves to live or die, much less who would be more useful to the world. He knows none of that. He simply leaves the past behind and keeps the number 12 in mind. His only task is to erase the numbers that appear before him. All of this was to preserve as many lives as possible. To protect those who could still be saved, he ended up sacrificing other people. In a cafe, everyone was closely following the news. The string of crimes in Daejeon City continued to draw attention. The numerator continued to inspire copycats. Authorities announced there was a strong possibility that the latest case had been committed by someone imitating his crimes. There was also suspicion that the numerator himself was eliminating these copycats. Meanwhile, the numerator was sitting in that very cafe, making notes in his small notebook. As he drank his coffee and sketched the victims' faces, he calculated every detail with extreme precision. 2.5 shots of espresso, caramel syrup, and a breaded chicken sandwich, with an egg and waffle on the side. If he placed the order when he was halfway through his coffee, he could finish everything exactly when planned. He preferred the second seat by the window, where he could observe both the customers and the staff. He also watched everyone entering, leaving, or simply passing by. Across from the cafe was an intersection near Jeonjil Station on Line 8, allowing him to keep almost everyone within sight. He then analyzed each person using his ability, which revealed the numbers appearing above their heads. The girl wearing a choker had the number 2. Another person farther ahead carried the number 4. The waitress had the number 1, something he always disregarded. The rule for determining target priority was quite simple. The higher the number, the more intensely it flashed, indicating that the person was close to committing a fatal crime. When the waitress approached the table to deliver the sandwich, the target had already left. His next target was at a bar, drinking beer and talking loudly enough to annoy everyone around him. When the waiter approached to warn him that his behavior was disturbing the other customers, the man reacted aggressively and smashed a bottle against the wall. He did not care about the other customers and bought drinks for his friends. He bragged about being out on parole and said every cent spent on lawyers had been worth it. He said he had even offered the girl's father as much money as he wanted, but the man kept complaining. He admitted he had made a mistake by drinking and driving. However, he said there was no way to undo what had happened. The girl had survived, yet her father kept protesting. After all, what did they expect him to do? Give her legs back? According to him, the man finally stopped complaining after some acquaintances were sent to intimidate him. Even so, after leaving the bar, he drove drunk again, repeating the exact same behavior. At that moment, the car was already veering dangerously toward the sidewalk, putting several people at risk. That was when the numerator threatened him with a knife and ordered him to turn the wheel immediately. As soon as the target obeyed, the car returned to its course. The numerator ordered him to turn right at the second intersection and head toward the outer road. At that moment, he noticed the number 5 above the target flickering. It was a sign that it would soon decrease, usually indicating something would happen within the next 24 hours, perhaps in only 10. Then he ordered the target to stop the car and move to the passenger seat. Before continuing, he asked whether he had any final words or wishes. When the numerator tried to finish it, the man fought back. The car veered out of control during the struggle, and he was thrown against the window. The numerator quickly ended the confrontation and managed to reach the pedal to stop the vehicle. Even so, his target remained alive in the passenger seat, because the numerator still had to follow the established protocol. November 15, 2026, 9 and 6 in the evening. The flickering disappeared, but the number remained 5, exactly as he had imagined. Even after preventing the predicted event, he had merely postponed that moment. The number originally assigned remained unchanged. The target tried to fight back once more, but ultimately failed to survive the confrontation. The numerator concluded that, just as expected, the outcome had repeated itself. It was another recorded experiment on how his ability worked. Sometime later, he finished paying the bill at the cafe he regularly visited. As he descended the stairs, he encountered the waitress who carried the number 1 above her head. She was carrying several boxes. Suddenly, she stumbled and began falling down the stairs. It was at that moment that he noticed, for just an instant, a brightly glowing number 16. Except that number was not blue like the others. This time, it was yellow. Without hesitation, the numerator grabbed her arm and stopped her from tumbling down the stairs. Still shaken, she thanked him and asked if he was all right. Immediately afterward, she also apologized to the other employee. The senior employee remarked that she should not have entrusted the boxes to someone so absent-minded. Even so, she immediately asked whether she had been hurt. Fortunately, she had not. While the two gathered the scattered items, still concerned about what had happened, the numerator tried to understand what that number meant. It was definitely the same waitress. If his memory was correct, he was certain her number had previously been. He knew that numbers never changed once they were assigned. After all, he had already confirmed that fact several times. He then looked at the waitress's name tag and learned that her name was Ji Hyun. In fact, he had already recorded information about her in his notebook. Later, her senior coworker helped her apply eye drops since Ji Hyan had been experiencing discomfort in her eyes. However, she accidentally squeezed out far more than she intended. Afterward, Ji Hyan said she did not understand why her eyes had been stinging and itching so much over the past few days. The senior employee suggested it might be because she had been staying up too late. Even so, she recommended that Ji Hyan see an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. For now, she lent Ji Hyan her eye drops to ease the discomfort and told her she could use them. Once again, the television was showing that program discussing the crimes attributed to the numerator and the series of cases connected to him. An investigation expert commented on the program that Korea had not seen random murders on this scale since the Ji Hyan Han Chol case in 2012. Upon hearing that name, Miyamoto visibly tensed up. Then she stood up, saying it was already time to leave. After that, she left without another word. The other waitress asked the cleaner whether she was still heading to another part-time job. It was sad to see someone her age working so hard when she should have been studying. She worked far too hard. She never spoke about her own life, but she certainly had her reasons. Ji Hyan took a deep breath as the dizziness and nausea returned. She tried to pull herself together. It still happened from time to time, but even so, she hurried to her next job. When she arrived, she ended up being struck in the face. The man warned her not to be late again. Ji Hyan seemed accustomed to such treatment and tried to endure the lingering pain, following her boss's old and outdated belief about suffering. At night, she worked another part-time shift at a street food stall. There, she could work beyond the hours allowed for someone her age and earn a little more. Since the conditions seemed good, there was no reason to refuse. So she simply smiled. She endured everything with a smile, believing that someday she would find her own path. Then someone sitting at one of the tables recognized Ji Hyan and asked whether it was really her. For the moment, she pretended not to hear and went to serve another customer. However, the boy persisted, saying he knew her because they had attended elementary school together. It was the first time he had seen her since what had happened. She was the daughter of Mohan Cho, the notorious serial killer. The people at that table were surprised to learn that Hyan Chol had a daughter. The young man said it was incredible to run into Ji Hyan there. Everyone had been shocked when she suddenly disappeared. Naturally, the conversation drew everyone's attention, exactly the kind of attention she did not want. At that moment, she once again saw those glowing yellow numbers above everyone's heads. Ji Hyan stepped outside the stall to get some air. The dizziness worsened, and she began feeling sick again. Her eyes were dry and stinging badly. Meanwhile, the numerator continued watching her. It was Ji Hyan, the waitress above whose head he had seen several numbers. He began wondering who she really was and what she was going through. None of it seemed normal. When Han Chol was arrested, the case drew nationwide attention. At the time, Ji Hyan and her mother watched everything unfold on television. Unable to understand what was happening, she asked why her father was on TV. Back then, Ji Hyan was only 8 years old. Not long after that incident, Ji Hyan's mother ended up losing her job. At 9 years old, Ji Hyan began living as though she were constantly numb. Perhaps it was simply her way of denying the reality right in front of her. At 14, she was bullied for something she had never done. She was treated like a cursed child simply because she was a murderer's daughter. Some said she should be expelled from school and should not even be allowed around other people. Even a friend Ji Hyan had made at school eventually slapped her. Later, a school coordinator explained that Ri Jin, the girl who had struck Ji Hyan, had lost her brother in the series of murders committed by Mohan Cho. The two had been close, but Ji Hyan had no idea what Ri Jin had gone through. She also had no way of knowing the truth about her own father, since he had left the family when she was 6. From then until she saw him arrested on television, Ji Hyan had never seen her father again and did not even know how he had been living. The coordinator said that might be understandable, but asked her to be careful. To others, her words could sound like excuses. Then he asked her to consider how Ri Jin felt. Ji Hyan asked why she should apologize and why she had to consider Ri Jin's feelings. After all, she was suffering too because she was a murderer's daughter. She could not understand why she should be considered guilty. She wanted to know whether her mistake had been trying to befriend a classmate or simply having one of the worst murderers the country had ever known as her father. The coordinator explained that it was not about right or wrong. When someone was grieving, no one could demand that person also understand the pain of others. Situations like that would probably happen again. In the end, there was little Ji Hyan could do except accept the misfortune that followed her. At that moment, all she could think about was that terrible name that seemed to haunt her. Hyun Chol had become a kind of eternal curse from which she could never escape. After leaving work, Ji Hyan once again saw numbers above people's heads. They were sequences separated by 2 dots, followed by another number. That was when she realized it was not a dream. Something truly strange was happening to her vision. She discovered that by narrowing her eyes and concentrating, she could see those numbers more clearly. At first, because of the 2 dots, she thought the numbers might indicate a time. However, after examining the values, she realized that explanation made no sense. She began wondering whether it could be some rare kind of illness. At that moment, Baek Min appeared and asked what illness she was talking about. Ji Hyan replied that it was not something a baby like him could understand, even though she was only 1 month older. Then Baek Min gave her the hand cream Ji Hyan had wanted, since her birthday was the next day. That was exactly why he had brought the gift. After all, Ji Hyan practically practically had only that one friend whom she had known for 10 years. They could grab something to eat and then stop by the cyber cafe. It had been quite a while since they had last gone out together. Ji Hyun was moved by the gesture and began to cry. She said she was feeling strange and thanked him for the gift after everything she had been through. Afterward, she told him about Kim Min-soo, whom she had known since 5th grade and who had been causing trouble at her workplace. Baek Min remarked that, out of all the people she could have encountered, she had run into that man. She truly had terrible luck. Ji Hyun said she had managed to overcome much of her past. However, when those memories resurfaced, the nausea returned intensely, making it clear how powerless she still felt against them. Then she asked whether Baek Min still remembered the school board meeting where they had tried to expel her. The students' mothers did not want their children attending the same school as someone considered a future criminal. Even so, Monty wanted to keep proving that she would not become like her father. She wanted to grow up, live happily, and build an independent life as an adult. Baek Min replied that, to begin with, she did not need to prove anything to anyone. Ji Hyun then remarked that, in the end, the entire world worked that way. Baek Min stood up and suggested they let all of it out. They would prove that she could still have the happy, healthy, peaceful future she had always wanted. He then asked which place she wanted to visit first. The two went to an internet cafe and spent some time playing games together. Afterward, they went to karaoke and ate something that evening while strolling through the shopping district. Suddenly, the numbers above Baek Min's head appeared again. The sequence shifted from 3-2 to 2-3. Ji Hyun visibly tensed at that moment, but insisted that it was nothing. Meanwhile, several people were following them from a distance, watching their every move. Soon afterward, a video was posted online showing that Han Chol's daughter had apparently been living a happy life lately. Many considered it unfair, since the victims' families were still suffering while she seemed to be living normally. To them, the world appeared to favor only certain people. Others said that she had the right to live her own life, even though she was Han Chol's daughter. Still, to many people, seeing her smile after everything that had happened felt contradictory. As expected, the video caused a massive uproar and drew countless comments. Before long, people even discovered the neighborhood where she lived. The situation became so serious that even the municipal guards had to be called in to control the area. So many people had gathered there to record footage and cause a disturbance that keeping the situation under control became difficult. When Baek Min arrived at Ji Hyun's house, her mother greeted him and explained that her daughter was not doing well at all. After everything people had spread online, Ji Hyun naturally ended up isolating herself. She told Baek Min that he did not need to visit her anymore since he could end up getting dragged into trouble. Ji Hyun also suspected that the man from the stall had followed her until he discovered where she lived. Baek Min understood some of what she was feeling, but asked her to calm down. For now, he would stay there by her side. There was no need to respond to everything people said. Without any new provocation to keep the issue alive, those people would eventually lose interest and leave. Ji Hyun said she knew that, but she still felt deeply betrayed. People spoke of criminal inheritance, karma, and curses as though her father's past had condemned her entire life. People claimed that sooner or later she would inevitably end up going down the wrong path. That was why Ji Hyun worked so hard to live a good and healthy life, trying to prove everyone wrong. Now, however, they were condemning her precisely for being happy. Ji Hyun no longer even knew why she was trying so hard or what she still needed to prove. Ji Hyun's mother called Baek Min out of the room and admitted that she was deeply worried, both about her daughter's behavior and about the reactions of the people around them. She wanted to stay with her daughter, but she had to work the night shift. Baek Min said he could stay with Ji Hyun since he was preparing for college entrance exams and had no classes at the moment. Before leaving, Ji Hyun's mother asked them not to leave the house and to call immediately if anything happened. At that moment, Ji Hyun once again noticed the number above his head, 332. She did not want that number to keep decreasing. She only wanted it to remain as it was. Later, Baek Min realized there was barely any food in the house to prepare dinner. Looking out the window, he noticed that the people downstairs had disappeared. He thought he might be able to slip out quickly and stop by the market. However, the moment he opened the door, he discovered that several people were waiting outside. A man stopped him from closing the door and asked who Baek Min was. He wanted to know whether that was Ji Hyun's house and whether he was her brother, her boyfriend, or the young man from the video. Another person claimed that he only wanted an interview. Soon, several people began shouting outside the door, while Ji Hyun remained locked away and isolated in her room. Baek Min warned them that they were trespassing and threatened to call the police. However, a very strong man held the door open with a cold, utterly blank expression. The man then noticed the uniform Baek Min was wearing and recognized it as belonging to Songhyun High School. More than 10 years had passed, but he still remembered that uniform perfectly because his own daughter had attended that school as well. She would have been around Baek Min's age. The man remembered that she had been a very beautiful girl, but she had lost her life because of that monster. The man pushed past Baek Min and asked where Ji Hyun was. He then remarked that Moran Chow also had a daughter. To him, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. He finally believed that his chance to strike back had come. When Baekmin tried to stop him, the man reacted violently and struck him, knocking him to the ground. The people around them immediately protested, telling the man that he should not behave that way and urging him to avoid violence. He, however, asked why they were trying to stand in his way. In his mind, he only wanted to reclaim what he believed had been taken from him. Meanwhile, the number connected to Baekmin continued falling, reaching 15. It was then that Ji Hyun finally understood those numbers. Hours, minutes, and seconds kept counting down without stopping. They represented the remaining time of someone's life, and now she could see it clearly. It did not matter who those people truly were. To them, Ji Hyun had to carry the label of a murderer's daughter because they needed someone upon whom they could vent their anger. She became a target for all that accumulated rage and frustration. It was enough for them to see her as someone who might one day become just like her own father. Ji Hyun then gripped the knife in her hands and said that if this was what they wanted, she would accept it. However, before she could do anything, the number before her changed. Someone took the knife from her hands and asked whether those would be her final words. The moment everything happened, the first man who had wedged his foot in the doorway was completely stunned. As soon as Ji Hyun appeared holding the knife, the situation suddenly changed. The man's phone was destroyed with a swift strike before he could continue recording. After taking the knife from her hands, the numerator wondered what had driven Ji Hyun to that point. Perhaps there was some influence inherited from her father, or perhaps everything had been the result of the expectations forced upon her and the difficult life she had been made to endure. For the numerator, however, that did not change his mission. He accomplished his objective and ended the threat posed by Ji Hyun. Everyone fled the scene except the victim's father. Upon seeing Ji Hyun fallen, he still tried to advance, but the numerator restrained him until he lost consciousness. He did not eliminate him because his number was 1. Miyamoto, already nearing the end, asked who that man really was. The numerator realized she was still breathing. Perhaps the blade was not as sharp as he had thought. Besides, the numbers above her were still visible. Hearing that, Ji Hyun wondered whether he could see those numbers as well. The numerator confirmed that he could see numbers, including the more than 4,000 lives she would take in the future. Ji Hyun remembered the news reports about the numerator and everything that had happened throughout her life. She wondered whether she would really take 4,000 lives. Then she realized the numerator was there precisely to eliminate people like her. Her vision began to blur. At that moment, she saw a countdown of only 32 seconds above her own head. Baekmin had 50, and the number was dropping rapidly. Ji Hyun could not allow him to die there. That was when the numerator asked whether she had any final words. Gathering what little strength she had left, she asked why he had allowed that man to live. The numerator barely understood the question and remarked that she truly was a strange girl. She explained that people with the number 1 were not targets for elimination. Even if someone killed others to save themselves, that person's fate supposedly would not change. The moment Ji Hyun reached that conclusion, the numerator witnessed something he had never seen before. Her number, which had been over 4,000, suddenly dropped to 1. It reminded him of the moment he received his mission. He had to fulfill his duty precisely because he was the only one capable of doing it. Even so, once he could prove that those numbers could not decrease, he would return to confront her. At that moment, the victim's father rose while holding a sledgehammer and declared that the woman had to die. His number increased to 2. The numerator had witnessed numbers rising before. Even so, he remained calm. All he needed to do was fulfill his role. He ended the threat by throwing a knife at the man. Before dying, the man merely asked his own daughter for forgiveness. Baekmin would apparently survive, and so would Ji Hyun. To the numerator, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. A number greater than 4,000 had changed to 1. He had no idea who that girl truly was. He also could not understand the phenomenon he had just witnessed. Even so, he made a decision and handed the boy over to the authorities for treatment. As for Ji Hyun, he decided to take her with him. She woke inside the car with severe pain in her neck from the wound caused by the blade. Still disoriented, she realized she was inside an abandoned and badly deteriorated warehouse. Shortly afterward, the numerator appeared and remarked that she had awakened sooner than expected. Ji Hyun tried to escape, but a rope fastened around her like a collar pulled her back. He told her to stop wasting her energy and get inside. If he truly intended to kill her, he would have done so already. Later, she remained inside the van while waiting for him to finish organizing his equipment. That was when Ji Hyun finally remembered where she knew him from. He was the man who frequented the cafe and usually sat near the window. Then another memory surfaced in her mind. That man was the numerator. She also clearly remembered what he had said earlier. According to him, Ji Hyun would take the lives of more than 4,000 people in the future. She directly asked whether it was true that she would eventually kill 4,000 people. He corrected her, saying that to be exact, it would be 4,326 people. Either way, the answer was yes. When Ji Hyun asked why, he repeated that people with the number 1 were not eliminated. Her number had changed to 1 shortly before she lost consciousness. Perhaps she had caused it merely to avoid being killed by him, as though she could manipulate the numbers. Even so, one thing was certain, that boy was still alive because of her. Originally, Baekmin was supposed to die at that man's hands, while the attacker himself was destined to survive for another reason. Yet somehow, Ji Hyun had altered that fate and caused her own number to fall to 1. Meanwhile, the man who was supposed to survive and create a new future had his number increase and was ultimately eliminated. Hearing this, Ji Hyun immediately asked whether Baek Min had survived. The numerator said that he had. He had stopped that man before he had another chance to attack Ji Hyun. She then asked whether that man's number could also have decreased, just as hers had. He asked whether Ji Hyun was trying to blame him, even after being attacked by that man. According to him, she was confusing everything because once a number appeared, it should never change. Even if someone were injured, lost consciousness, suffered severe harm, or was kept isolated where no one could find them, none of that should alter the outcome. Fate would always ensure that number reached its predicted count. Yet somehow, Ji Hyun had managed to alter that rule. He asked whether she now understood the dilemma he was facing and the true meaning of her existence to someone like him. The numerator prepared the car to leave again, though he had no destination in mind. From that moment on, he intended to keep Ji Hyun by his side. After all, he could not simply allow someone like her to keep roaming freely. Ji Hyun asked what would happen if she refused. He replied that the choice was hers and that she could try to escape if she wanted. He then placed a cell phone in her hands. The screen showed recent news footage of Ji Hyun holding a knife while appearing to attack a man. The numerator said she could move forward and fulfill the fate everyone expected, becoming someone capable of killing. Then he asked whether that was truly the path she would choose. Ji Hyun then asked if they could at least stop by her house one more time. She needed to see her mother and collect a few belongings. To her surprise, he agreed without hesitation. Ji Hyun had not even expected her plan to work, yet it had. He really did take her home. Ji Hyun assumed the previous scene had already been cleaned up, while the numerator gave her about 30 minutes to gather her things. She hurried inside, gathered everything she needed, and packed the items into a backpack. Her priority now was to get away from that man. Her plan was to head in the opposite direction and escape. The problem was that she still had no idea where she would go afterward. The numerator had made one condition clear. If she returned, she would have passed the test. If she truly tried to escape, she would have failed. At that exact moment, someone else entered the apartment. The person appeared armed with a broken bottle. It was Baek Min, who immediately asked what she was doing there once he recognized her. Then, relieved, he said that at least she was alive. Thank God. She then asked why he looked like that, covered in injuries. Baek Min explained that he heard the police had left and returned to retrieve the bag he had left behind. However, when he noticed someone inside the apartment, he tried to attack, believing those lunatics had returned. Ji Hyun noticed the wound on his face and said that all of this had happened because of her. He said he was fine, it was only a scratch and would heal soon. Then he asked where the hell she had been. Ji Hyun had survived, but disappeared from the crime scene. Before long, the media and the public began speculating. Rumors quickly spread that she had fled because she was supposedly an accomplice of the numerator. Baek Min said the detective had given him a card that morning. He could call, explain everything that happened, and put an end to those absurd rumors. That was when he noticed that Ji Hyun was ready to leave, carrying several bags. She reminded him that he had seen everything happen, including the moment she was attacked. At the hospital, Baek Min had rewatched the video showing her with a knife appearing behind her. Immediately afterward, the phone was destroyed, and the live stream ended at that very moment. At the hospital, the detective explained to Baek Min that, according to the YouTubers, everything suggested it had been the work of the numerator. No one knew for certain whether Ji Hyun was still alive. Since her whereabouts were unknown and the recording ended at that exact moment, the public began to suspect her. Many began blaming her, and since Baek Min was her friend, the police believed he might be able to convince her to turn herself in. Ji Hyun decided to leave because she realized Baek Min was only pretending to be calm so he could hand her over to the police. Baek Min directly asked whether she had killed that man, and if she was innocent, why she was running away. The numerator had said the choice was hers. However, she would keep running away as she always had, and this time the situation would only get worse. Baek Min said she did not need to prove anything. There was no such thing as inherited traits or someone being born destined to become a killer. Ji Hyun replied that he was wrong. It had nothing to do with proving anything, and it was far from being that simple. At that moment, she had not tried to attack that man to prevent what would happen, nor because she was trying to save someone else. The truth was that she wanted to do it. She had not lost control, her mind had been perfectly clear, and even so, she wanted to kill him. Perhaps she really was like her own father. Ji Hyun thought that might be why the numerator had chosen her, because he could see how many people she might kill. So she simply apologized and left. She did not want Baek Min getting hurt again because of her, nor wasting his life trying to protect someone like her. Baek Min reminded her that her mother was in the hospital and asked whether Ji Hyun truly intended to break her heart again. She replied that this was precisely another reason not to become like her father. Deep down, she desperately wished she could see her mother again. Ji Hyun went to the numerator's vehicle. When he saw her, he remarked that she was late and thought she had decided to run away. She asked whether he truly intended to eliminate every potential killer before they committed their crimes. He replied that someone had to do it and that, for now, only he was capable of doing so. Ji Hyun then asked whether she would not have to kill anyone as long as she remained by his side. He said no and told her not to worry. But the moment Ji Hyun's number increased, he would get rid of her as well. Meanwhile, The investigator returned to Ji Hyan's home and confirmed what he suspected. She was alive and had escaped. He looked at her photograph again and once more saw the number 213 above her head. He then ordered his team to hurry because Ji Hyan was the only lead they had to reach the numerator. Elsewhere, a woman called to report a man who had been threatening her in the hallway for days. The police promised to send a patrol car, but said that, as before, they would probably only make him leave. Outraged, she asked why they would simply let him go instead of arresting him. She said she could no longer bear living like that. The officers explained that as long as he merely wandered through the hallway without doing anything concrete, there was little they could do. To her, it sounded as though they had to wait for something serious to happen before taking action. Meanwhile, during the numerator's journey with Ji Hyan, she was once again eating cereal with soy milk. Ji Hyan asked whether he truly had no other food options besides that, eggs and chicken breast. Then she asked whether he ever got tired of eating the same things all the time. He replied that he never did. To him, taste hardly mattered. What mattered was maintaining a routine that could be repeated every day. In fact, what truly bothered him were unexpected situations capable of disrupting that routine. It was already November 24th, the fourth day since Ji Hyan had begun traveling alongside the infamous killer known as the Numerator. Although they were traveling together, Ji Hyan hardly did anything in practice. There was even one day when she remained inside the vehicle while he went out to handle his own business. Little by little, she realized that his routine was practically unchanging. First, he parked the car in some dark alley. Then he headed somewhere more secluded, where he observed the crowd in search of his next target. Ji Hyan realized he had done something similar at the restaurant where she worked. Thinking back, she remembered that he always ordered exactly the same things as well. As she remembered her former co-workers, she began wondering whether she had truly made the right decision. The numerator did not return until nightfall, when Ji Hyan was already asleep in the car seat. He opened the trunk and put away a stained piece of clothing. That day, he had dealt with two people. One had the number 5, while the other had nearly reached that value. Suddenly, Ji Hyan once again felt that intense pain in her eyes. She tried to hide it by saying it was nothing, but she could see numbers appearing above his head. They were 9 and 11. At that moment, she finally understood what those numbers meant. However, the numerator approached her and asked what that letter V was. Ji Hyan tried to play it off, saying she had no idea what he was talking about. She had no reason to hide it, but something felt strange. For some reason, she felt that telling him the truth would not change anything. The numerator then remembered his childhood when he had also begun feeling that same burning sensation in his eyes. Just as he suspected, the symptoms were exactly the same. The next morning, he stopped in an alley and told her he needed to buy a few things, promising to return within an hour or two. While waiting, she decided to test her ability and noticed several numbers above people's heads. In fact, there were always two numbers. For example, X and Y. The number on the right decreased at different rates, and even the unit of time seemed to vary. Shortly before death, 1 and 5 could represent 1 minute and 5 seconds. Earlier, 3 and 31 might have meant 3 hours and 31 minutes. On a larger scale, 3 and 1 could also mean 3 days and 1 hour. If the period was even longer, the first number could indicate years, while the second represented months. That was when she saw something disturbing. A girl with a troubled expression was walking with her friends. She truly looked miserable, and there was a clear reason for it. A disturbed man kept showing up and banging on her door. He was also threatening her and her entire family. Her friends were included in those threats as well. Because of this, all 3 friends, including the distressed young woman caught in that situation, displayed the same number, 831. It indicated that they would all die at the same time. Meanwhile, the numerator had located a potential killer. The number 3 above his head fluctuated wildly, indicating that he would probably attack someone within the next few hours. Ji Hyan continued analyzing those identical numbers, focusing mainly on how quickly the digits on the right were decreasing. The number on the right seemed to represent minutes, while the one on the left indicated hours. Therefore, the 3 had about 8 hours and 30 minutes remaining. She could simply follow them, but she knew that doing so might leave her unable to prevent what was coming. Even so, remembering Baek Min, she decided to get out of the car and follow the 3 women. The numerator immediately noticed that Ji Hyan was walking away without saying anything. Even so, he noticed that she did not seem to be running away. In fact, she was following someone. He began putting the pieces together. Within seconds, he understood the situation. Ji Hyan was following 3 women. At the same time, the number 3 above the potential killer continued trembling. It was time for the numerator to act. Meanwhile, the young woman being stalked had to block several unknown numbers that would not stop calling her. A friend asked Yan Seo why she did not report the man stalking her to the police. She explained that the calls were not coming directly from him. According to Yan Seo, he had spread her number around, causing her to receive messages from all kinds of people. Her friend then asked what that man wanted and why he was doing all of this to her. Yan Seo replied that she did not know either, but intended to stay there until she finished arranging the move of her belongings. He assured her that she could stay at his house. Meanwhile, Ji Hyan discreetly listened to the entire conversation, pretending to simply drink her coffee. From this, she realized that Yan Seo was being stalked by a man. That also meant her family could end up becoming targets of the stalker. Ji Hyun thought it was completely unfair and said the situation made no sense. The numerator replied that she was right. 3 people were involved, including that younger girl. Ji Hyun was startled when she realized he was there. The numerator then asked what number she could see above his head. She realized he had already figured everything out. He said there was no reason to hide it, since it was obvious she could see numbers and had followed those women because of them. He knew the symptoms that appeared when this ability awakened very well because he had experienced the same thing. To him, everything about her had seemed strange from the beginning. Even when she had been close to death, Ji Hyun had accepted that absurd idea about numbers far too easily. Faced with this, Ji Hyun hesitated over whether she should reveal everything to him. At that moment, the 3 women finally came out of the store. Ji Hyun then agreed to tell him the truth and said she would explain everything along the way. The numerator thus learned that she could see how much time people had left to live. Ji Hyun was still not completely certain, but she estimated 8 hours and 31 minutes. It was 2 in the afternoon. According to that calculation, her family would be dead around 10 that night. Ji Hyun also told him that she had overheard the conversation about the man stalking Yeon So. She believed it was probably connected to the fate of the 3 women. The numerator replied that there was practically no doubt. That man was certainly responsible because he was right there. He then pointed toward a hooded figure watching the group from a higher vantage point. Dawn tried to run toward the suspect, but the numerator quickly grabbed her by the coat. She wanted to warn the 3 women that a stalker was watching them. However, he asked whether, after so many warnings, she still had not understood how it worked. At that moment, Yeon So bumped into someone else and dropped several bags. She apologized and helped pick everything up. It was precisely then that Yeon So noticed the stalker watching from above. The numerator told Ji Hyun that apparently she had gotten what she wanted. Now all 3 knew they were being watched. However, that did not change the numbers. Knowing that the man was after them had not been enough to alter their predicted fate. The numerator explained that once that number was set, it could not be changed, regardless of what they tried to do. The fate of the 3 remained set for 7 hours and 4 minutes from then, with that man responsible. The only exception would be if the numerator stopped that man before then. Being able to see the time of someone's death, after all, offered a major advantage. If the counter stopped, it meant the predicted time remained unchanged. Therefore, there was no need to rush. He could prepare calmly as he normally did. He then asked Ji Hyun to keep following the 3 women. To make things easier, he had already installed a tracker on the phone. Ji Hyun said she did not know that and remarked that he was frightening. After all, the numerator himself had said she could run away whenever she wanted. The numerator confirmed that he had said that. Even though he had never forced her to help, she continued staying by his side of her own free will. That was when Ji Hyun realized she truly had been helping him because she wanted to. The numerator asked whether she wanted to continue or not. As far as he was concerned, it was better to act alone than have her getting in the way. She said it was difficult to believe that everything would end with that man's death. She also asked how his number could remain unchanged. Ji Hyun thought the stalker would be unable to do anything if the door was locked, and the case was reported to the police. The numerator explained that, first of all, the police usually only took action after something happened, rather than acting preventively. Second, he could tell just how obsessed that stalker was. It was as though the man had been carefully planning that crime for a long time. Because of that, simply locking the door or reporting him would not be enough to stop his plans. At 9:17, only 1 hour and 15 minutes remained. The police had checked the apartment, but they were already leaving because the stalker never appeared. If he had shown up, the situation would have been different. The officers would have taken additional precautions. However, since he had not been seen since the shopping mall, he apparently was nowhere inside the building. Before leaving, the officers recommended that Yeon So remain indoors as much as possible that day. They would make one final patrol around the building. Yeon Seo's relative was clearly dissatisfied with that, but the officers eventually left. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun watched everything from another apartment directly across the way. She noticed that the apartment was undergoing renovations. Then she remembered the numerator's words. If she still had doubts, she could check for herself because fate would not change. Everything was part of a carefully prepared plan to take a life. However, as the numerator had explained, one person would need to be sacrificed to save 3 others. Even though Ji Hyun could not do such a thing with her own hands, she could understand the reason behind it and try to help somehow. At that moment, only 39 minutes remained until those people's predicted deaths. That was when the stalker appeared in the hallway and stopped in front of the door. He blocked the ventilation outlets connected to the heater and air conditioner. Then he connected a gas hose and continued with his plan. With 26 minutes remaining, the apartment began filling with gas, making it seem as though there was a leak. Because of that, they asked the youngest girl to open the window. As soon as Ji Hyun realized what was happening with the gas, the stalker used the window opened by the youngest girl to enter the apartment. Ji Hyun managed to remove the hose that had been inserted through the broken window. She tried to warn them that the intruder was already inside, but it was too late. The stalker had attacked one of the men in the family and taken taken the child hostage. Holding the knife close to the girl's neck, he told Yan Seo that he had waited far too long for that moment. Then he asked how she had managed to run away from him after seeing him beg for mercy. Furious, he threatened to finish them all off if they continued treating him like garbage. Suddenly, however, all the lights went out. The entire building was plunged into complete darkness. At that moment, the numerator asked Ji Hyun to tell him exactly what was happening. He was already prepared to move. Taking advantage of the blackout, Yan Seo seized the opportunity and managed to knock the stalker down with a strike. The youngest girl ran into the hallway and slammed the door hard against the attacker. Even so, the stalker managed to reach the victim destined for him. Nothing seemed capable of stopping him. However, the moment he tried to finish his attack, Ji Hyun sprayed gas directly into his face. Despite that, the countdown remained unchanged. Exactly 12 minutes and 47 seconds still remained. The stalker demanded to know who Ji Hyun was. She, in turn, asked why he was taking things this far. The hooded man concluded that she must be the girl who had been following him. He then asked what she intended to do, perhaps report him. He mockingly remarked that the story of a young man attacking his ex-girlfriend and her family would make a great headline and would certainly attract reporters. However, he made it clear that he did not care about any of that. In his view, Ji Hyun could do absolutely nothing. According to him, by the time the police arrived, it would already be too late for everyone. The attacker simply ignored Ji Hyun, walked past her, and tried to head toward his true victim. Ji Hyun then wondered how many more people would have to suffer because of someone as obsessed as that man. However, the moment he reached the hallway, something unexpected happened. A single light turned on above him, while everything else remained dark and silent. The stalker hesitated, trying to determine whether he had imagined something or had really seen someone moving through the shadows. Before he could react, the numerator appeared and hurled him violently against the wall. Then he injured his arm and gave him one last chance. Once he managed to endure the pain, he could say his final words. The stalker still tried to fight back, but everything was swallowed by darkness once again. He tried to run after the victim, but another blow knocked him down before he could reach her. The impact sent him flying back into the family's apartment. Ji Hyun was already there, watching everything. The numerator remarked that the stalker was truly persistent and could have avoided so much suffering if he had given up from the beginning. Even so, the attacker refused to give up and tried to counterattack, choosing Ji Hyun as his first target. She had always believed that she never wanted to end up becoming a killer like her. Perhaps that was why she chose to remain by the numerator's side. She could easily have gotten rid of the phone where he had installed a GPS tracker. She could also have run away, especially since he himself had given her several opportunities to do so. She was not afraid of being pursued by the numerator. In truth, she stayed because she hoped to find an answer. It was at that very moment that the numerator appeared to save her. He drove the stalker back with a strike from his knife. All that time, Ji Hyun had hoped to find something capable of changing the future. And according to his twisted logic, the numerator seemed capable of doing exactly that. If he took on that dirty work, perhaps other people would not have to endure the same suffering or end up getting hurt. Ji Hyun then went to help one of the victims and assisted her out of the building. The woman asked who they were, but Ji Hyun replied that it would be difficult to explain at that moment. When the police arrived, she asked her to simply say they had never met. At the very least, she wanted their identities kept secret. Yan Seo had the impression that she might know who they were, but decided not to worry about it. She then ran to her father, who was only injured. Fortunately, he would survive. The numerator confirmed that the man's injuries were not fatal, and that with proper treatment, he would be fine. But that depended on resolving the remaining problem. The stalker was still alive, because the numerator wanted to hear his final words before ending it. The stalker said they had no idea what they were getting involved in or what kind of person that woman truly was. Ji Hyun, however, showed no curiosity at all. It did not matter who he was or what his story was. She had no interest in hearing a criminal's excuses. She then warned the numerator that the police could arrive at any moment and asked him to finish quickly. He replied that she could go on ahead because he still intended to listen to that man's final words. Time really was short, but he believed there was still enough to hear him out. Ji Hyun asked whether he truly took this matter of final words seriously or if it was merely something he said for effect. The numerator was surprised by the question. He said that, obviously, he would not ask if he did not genuinely intend to listen. If she did not want to hear it, she could leave first. He instructed her to go down using the emergency stairs. The rooftop, meanwhile, would serve as their escape route. Police cars quickly arrived at the scene after the report was filed. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun headed toward the rooftop. When she arrived, she realized the building was already surrounded. There did not seem to be enough time to escape. At that moment, the numerator had just finished dealing with the stalker. That was when Ji Hyun found climbing equipment prepared on the rooftop and could hardly believe what she was seeing. Soon afterward, the numerator appeared and confirmed that he was the one who had left the equipment there. Given the layout of the area, he had already anticipated that, once the job was finished, they might be surrounded by police or caught on camera, so he planned to escape down the outside of the building. Ji Hyun replied that it made no sense. For him, an experienced killer, it might be simple, but she had no training for anything like that. The numerator then secured the ropes around his own body and placed Ji Hyun on his back. He told her to hold on tightly so she would not fall and began descending. His vision revealed not only numbers but also useful details for carrying out his plans. He identified the exact moment when one of the cameras became obstructed and used the opportunity to descend by rope. Ji Hyan panicked during the descent and ended up crying in fear. Later, the case was officially recorded. At 10:15 p.m. on November 26, 2026, a stalking incident was reported. Based on the injuries and the number marked on the victim's wrist, authorities suspected that the incident was connected to the series of cases involving the numerator. The following morning, the crime scene was already being examined by that investigator. He was the same man who had been following the trail of that mysterious killer. Detective Kwan examined the building's cameras for evidence, while his assistant seemed to treat him like a child who needed constant supervision. He asked her to put away his yo-yo, but the assistant replied that it would be better to simply get rid of it. At the crime scene, the officers were frustrated that they had lost the numerator once again. Almost no evidence remained. The use of the fire extinguisher had erased fingerprints and footprints, leaving only prints belonging to the victim's family and the man found dead. Shortly afterward, Detective Kwan appeared and asked where the victim's family was. One of the officers, however, did not seem particularly pleased by Kwan's presence at the scene. Another explained that the father had been taken to the hospital and would apparently be fine. The older officer complained that Kwan could not simply walk into a crime scene whenever he wanted. The team had been working hard there for hours. He also asked whether Kwan would take responsibility if he ended up contaminating any important evidence. Kwan replied that perhaps he had shown up at a bad time and interrupted the team's work. He then said it was no problem. He would examine the security camera footage and come back later. One detective told the chief that there was no need to treat Kwan that way, especially after he had come all the way to their district. To him, Kwan seemed like a decent person. The older officer immediately disagreed and told his colleague to keep quiet. The assistant remarked that there seemed to be many people around there who disliked Kwan. He replied that he knew, although he had never understood why. Even so, Kwan continued carefully examining the security camera footage. Afterward, he concluded that they should not go to the hospital yet. First, they needed to review the recordings one more time. At one point, the footage showed a hooded figure entering the building. To them, there was no doubt that it was the numerator. He entered the building at 10:11 p.m. The strange thing was that none of the cameras recorded him leaving. The assistant deduced that he had probably escaped through the rooftop, although there was also a possibility that he had left through one of the lower floors. Considering a resident's testimony and the blind spots in the security camera footage, that theory seemed even more likely. They found a mark on the rooftop, right at the spot where someone could have descended using a rope. However, the assistant said that made no sense. If he had rappelled down from there, the cameras would certainly have recorded him. Kwan then asked her to look more closely at the exact moment when everything happened. It was precisely then that several moths passed in front of the camera. Kwan explained that the numerator knew the exact range of the security cameras, along with all of their blind spots. The sudden blackout, the moment the power returned, and even the appearance of the moths all seemed to be part of the same pattern. All of those events were clearly connected. The numerator seemed to know everything in advance and always found a way to act. He always chose the safest and most efficient route, precisely the one no one else would consider. It was almost as if he could see the future. The assistant then asked whether his ability might be similar to Kwan's. Later, Kwan went to the hospital to meet Yan So. He told her there was no need to worry, since he had only come to ask a few questions. A red number appeared above her head, 23-103. As soon as Kwan asked whether she was feeling all right, Yan So answered. After her response, the number dropped to 23-11. Kwan explained that he was investigating the case and asked her to answer everything with complete honesty from that point onward. He wondered how many lies an average person told each day. At first, he imagined somewhere between 2 and 3. However, when small everyday lies were included, the kind people told almost automatically, some studies presented much higher numbers. According to those estimates, a person could lie around 200 times a day, whether out of habit or simply to deal with unexpected situations. And in some cases, a lie could arise purely from malicious intent. Since the reasons for lying varied so much from person to person, a single statistic ultimately had little value. Kwan, however, possessed the ability to estimate how many lies someone would still tell in the future, allowing him to glimpse part of that person's true nature. For that reason, before going any further, he decided to conduct a simple test and showed Yan So the security camera footage. He then asked whether she had managed to see the man's face. Yan So replied that she had seen it, but it was dark and everything looked blurry, so she could not remember it clearly. The number did not decrease after that answer. Therefore, she was telling the truth. Kwan then asked whether she could remember roughly what time the stalker had been attacked. Yan So replied that it could not have been long after the blackout, perhaps somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes. Earlier, Kwan and his assistant had already concluded that the numerator entered the apartment at 10:11, exactly when the power was cut. Following the logic in reverse, if he waited until the moths covered the cameras before escaping, then that had to be the exact time he left the apartment. Kwan told Yan So that the numerator entered at 10:11 and left at 10:32. If he settled the confrontation in 5 minutes, that still left around 15 minutes unaccounted for. He asked what had happened during that interval. Yan So said she was not sure, claiming that she only encountered the killer briefly and spent the rest of the time in the hallway. However, this time the number above her decreased. She had lied. Kwan therefore therefore concluded that she really had only encountered the numerator for a few moments, but she had not remained in the hallway during that entire period. In truth, she had stayed inside the apartment with him and did not want the police to discover that. Trying to understand why, Kwon asked whether she had been the victim of a stalker. A portable rope and a gas cylinder had been found, indicating that the man had probably prepared everything in advance to commit a crime. Yan Seo then asked what that had to do with the investigation. Kwon apologized if the question bothered her and explained that he was trying to understand what criteria the numerator used to choose his victims. He then asked why she thought the stalker had been chosen. He said she only needed to answer based on her general impression. Yan Seo refused, saying that merely thinking about it made her stressed. The number did not decrease, since simply refusing to answer did not count as a lie. Kwon could have pressed further, but he noticed that she was highly resistant, so he decided to ask only one final question. He showed her a photograph of Ji Hyun and asked whether Yan Seo had ever seen that girl before. She replied that she had, saying that she had seen Ji Hyun in the news as Hyun Chol's missing daughter. Kwon confirmed it, but pointed out that he was certain her face had been blurred in the reports. Yan Seo replied that she had no reason to lie about that. Even so, Kwon noticed something different in her gaze. Moreover, in the security camera footage, he had seen Ji Hyun entering that building. Kwon explained that it was surprising how many people who escaped extreme situations thanks to the numerator ended up having something in common. Perhaps they subconsciously wanted to repay the favor, or perhaps they were hiding something. Because of that, he asked again whether she had truly seen Ji Hyun at that place on that day and at that time. Yan Seo replied that she had not. Later, Kwon presented all the evidence he had gathered to the Daejeong police agency. When he finished his presentation, some officers remarked that they had already followed many leads that ultimately went nowhere. The reputation of the special task force was beginning to suffer because of that investigation. One of the officers asked whether there were any leads on Ji Hyun, Hyun Chol's daughter, and whether Kwon truly believed she might have joined the group. It was at that moment that Kwon realized Yan Seo had told exactly 2 lies during the interrogation. Even so, on that specific point, he did not believe she was lying. For that reason, he told the police that he had no evidence regarding Ji Hyun's whereabouts and avoided revealing his suspicions. Later, back home, he carefully reviewed the recordings again. Kwon had also instructed Yan Seo to give the police exactly the same answer she had given him that day. He asked them to continue searching for Ji Hyun, but recommended that the search for her and the investigation into the numerator be handled separately. Later, while they were driving, the assistant asked whether he truly believed he had made the right decision. Kwon replied that he saw no reason for concern. After meeting her in person, he had the impression that she only gave vague and generic answers. He knows the numerator can see the future. Because of that, tracking him down by following clues alone would be nearly impossible. They still have not managed to speak openly about everything. Before that, they need to make sure the police do not get their hands on them first. Now that some of their problems have been resolved, each of them can pursue the numerator on their own. When Yan Seo returned to her father's room, she found her younger sister beside him. She asked whether it had really been the numerator who saved them. After all, those pursuers did not seem to have any specific reason to chase them. Even so, Yan Seo asked what he had meant when he begged for mercy in front of her. Their entire family had nearly lost their lives because of that. That was why she wanted to find out what that man had done. Her father replied that she did not need to know anything about it. No one there had done anything wrong. What mattered most was that everyone was still alive, so it would be better to stop thinking about such frightening things. However, the numerator was the only person who knew that pursuer's final words. When the numerator was still a child, all of his companions were killed by a single person. At the time, he asked the person responsible why she had done it. She replied that she had acted because he would not do the same, and if he disliked it, he could simply finish her off. At that moment, the number 117 above her head dropped to 116. He then awoke from that dream, an old memory, and found Ji Hyun asleep in the back of his van. The numerator wondered why that memory had returned after so long. After checking his notebook, he realized there was still plenty of work ahead. It was better to start the day immediately. Later, the two left the main road and headed into a completely empty and silent neighborhood. He stopped in front of a strange building and knocked on a small window that resembled a service booth. A woman with fully tattooed arms appeared to greet them. She remarked that it had been a long time since he last visited, especially after becoming famous. The numerator replied curtly, saying only that he had brought the items she requested. They were voice recorders containing the victims' names and the number of people each of them would kill. The woman complained that he was still as dull as ever and, in exchange for the recorders, gave him the contact information he had requested. She also warned him that the costs related to the devices would be deducted from his account. Ji Hyun finally understood why he carried so many recorders. The numerator recorded people's final words. The woman at the booth remarked that Ji Hyun looked nothing like her father. Then she began asking why Ji Hyun was the only person he had ever spared. The numerator told Ji Hyun to ignore that woman, saying that she was simply unbearable. The attendant said goodbye to them and soon closed the small booth door again. Back inside the car, Ji Hyun asked what all of that meant. She wanted to know why he handed over the recorders and why he bothered recording those final words. He explained that those recordings were final messages intended for people the victims still wished to speak with one last time. Some left farewells for those they loved. Others gave their lawyers instructions about dividing their property and handling other unfinished matters. There were also those who used their final moments to curse the people they had failed to eliminate. As they climbed the steps of a cemetery, Ji-hyun asked about the memorandums. The numerator explained that, in certain cases, they were the only clues left behind. Sometimes only fragments remained, indicating where that person used to live. After all, no one abandons their home knowing they are about to die. He gathered information about the deceased, including their connection to the recipient and any relevant part of the will, then sent everything to the intermediary. After that, they handled the delivery without leaving any trace. That was exactly what that woman did. Ji-hyun, however, thought it was extremely risky. After all, those files were recordings directly connected to the scenes of the incidents. The numerator explained that any section capable of drawing police attention was removed before delivery. But that was not what Ji-hyun meant. She still did not understand why he did it. If he eliminated future killers, why did he care so much about passing on their final words? To her, it made no sense. The last time, they were nearly caught by the police because he insisted on recording a farewell. Even so, the numerator remained silent, walked over to a gravestone, and left something there. They were flowers. He did not even know the person buried in that grave, but he had listened to someone's final request. One of the people he eliminated had asked him to place flowers on his sister's grave. The numerator admitted that he once had a reason for doing it, though that reason hardly mattered anymore. He had simply decided to fulfill the final wishes of those he eliminated. It did not matter who they were as long as the request was within his power. It was a rule he had created for himself. To the numerator, it did not matter whether others saw him as cold, fair, or cruel. If they were future killers, he would fulfill his duty. Even so, he would honor each person's final request. That had been his choice, and he intended to keep his word until the end. Ji-hyun found the whole thing completely absurd. Until then, she had believed he eliminated future criminals solely to protect innocent people. Now, however, she no longer understood the numerator's convictions. Perhaps he did not even care who the person standing before him truly was. To Ji-hyun, the numerator seemed like a machine, someone who simply followed the exact rules and protocols he had established for himself. This made her wonder more and more about what might have happened in his past. Meanwhile, they had already arrived at the next marked destination. It was the final remaining wish on the numerator's list. It involved completing a revenge that man had never managed to finish on his own. The nightclub they chose was frequented by dangerous people. There were not only people having fun there, but several criminals as well. The numerator still remembered perfectly the moment when he was about to eliminate the man responsible for that request. In his final words, the man begged the numerator to find the person responsible for the death of his entire family. He repeatedly begged the numerator to fulfill that final wish in his place. That was precisely why, in exchange for the recorders, the numerator had asked the woman at the booth for that specific contact. Now, he would have to complete the revenge he had promised to carry out. At that very moment, the wanted criminal was sitting at the bar, ordering another drink. His agent had already secured new targets for the assassin. The payment would be $3,000 to $7,000 per person, and the client was threatening his family if the conditions were not met. And now, it seemed that he was finally ready to act according to his plan. Even so, the killer felt no satisfaction in taking the lives of ordinary civilians. When asked whether he felt guilty, he replied that it was troublesome, and that things took time to return to normal. Besides that, he would have to handle everything alone and make it look like an accident. He had only 6 days to complete the plan. When the man left the nightclub, the numerator continued watching his every move from a distance. That man was the target. In the photograph, his number had been 34, but now 33 appeared above his head. Ji-hyun asked whether he could also see the numbers through photographs. He replied that he could. According to him, a photograph captured the exact number a person had at the moment the picture was taken. If that man's number had been 1 or 0, he would not grant the victim's final wish. However, since the target was also a killer, the situation was different. At that moment, the target nearly noticed Ji-hyun. She managed to hide quickly on the building's rooftop. Ji-hyun asked whether that man's final wish had been to eliminate that killer. After all, he had sought revenge and apparently succeeded. After that, the numerator killed him. Ji-hyun asked whether it would not have been better to let him carry out his revenge. If he managed to eliminate that killer, another 33 potential victims would no longer be in danger. The numerator replied that there was no guarantee he would pursue only revenge. He could change his mind and end up harming someone else. Ji-hyun countered that he could not be certain of that either. For that very reason, they should confirm it before taking action. After all, it had happened before. The numbers could change, and he knew that very well. Hearing that, the numerator once again remembered everything he had experienced during his childhood. Perhaps, in the end, the number of people he himself planned to eliminate was even greater. The female killer he had met during childhood was different. She claimed to eliminate only people destined to become killers and tried to explain that logic to the numerator. He, however, replied that she could not even see those numbers and therefore could not possibly be certain. She said it did not matter how many people she eliminated or whether they would truly hurt anyone. In her view, they would become bad people anyway. That was what those children had been taught. Even so, the numerator kept kept asking how she could be so certain. Now, hearing a similar question from Ji Hyun, he turned it back on her and asked whether she could truly tell any difference. He asked whether someone should simply be left to die or whether that person might instead end up saving others. He also asked whether she truly believed she could decide which lives had no value, who was good or evil, and who deserved to be spared. Numbers alone could not reveal all of that. Ji Hyun, however, asked whether it was really so difficult to distinguish one from the other. To her, the difference was sometimes quite obvious. It was difficult to imagine that a professional killer like that could have any positive effect on the world. When Ji Hyun was a child, she often saw adults smoking on the streets of the neighborhood where she lived. She did not know exactly what they were smoking or how harmful it was. Even so, she knew it was bad because the smell made her throat burn. To her, distinguishing certain kinds of people was similar to that. It did not always have to be so complicated. The numerator concluded that Ji Hyun simply did not understand the situation yet. Considering her a naive young woman, he decided to calm himself. He also realized there was no point getting irritated while trying to explain everything, so he simply returned to the point where she had said the answer was obvious. If she had to choose between one man's life and the 33 people destined to become his victims, Ji Hyun would choose to stop that man. She replied that she would, naturally. For the numerator, that answer was enough to settle the matter. Later, while they were still following the target, he said that he needed Ji Hyun's help. Since the task was still beyond her abilities, he would teach her how to awaken her eyes to a higher level. Sometime later, he explained the entire plan while studying the layout of the club where the killer had received the job. According to their surveillance, that was where the target had been staying. His subordinates, on the other hand, usually operated discreetly. The building also served as the group's office. The numerator then asked Ji Hyun how much remaining lifespan she could still see above the target. She replied that she could see 14 and 9. The numerator immediately began interpreting that information. Since the 9 remained unchanged even after a full minute, it could not mean 14 hours and 9 minutes, nor 14 minutes and 9 seconds. In addition, since 14 was greater than 12, it could not indicate months either. In that case, the first number had to represent a year. The most likely conclusion was 14 years and 9 months, especially since that man usually accepted a new job every 2 weeks. Even counting the assignments carried out by his subordinates, it would be nearly impossible for him to cause 33 deaths in only 14 days. While searching for an opportunity to eliminate the target, the numerator asked Ji Hyun to watch the subordinates and record photos or videos of their faces. She was also supposed to carefully observe the numbers above them. Ji Hyun then asked whether he really wanted her to deal with criminals. The numerator knew he was demanding a great deal from her. Because of that, he decided to teach her how to fully awaken her vision. The ability was called Ideal Future, and he intended to show Ji Hyun how to use it. Later, at the hideout, he placed 2 guns in front of her. One was loaded and the other empty. Ji Hyun had to choose one, and that weapon would be used against her during the test. Ji Hyun asked whether he was serious. The numerator explained that if she chose the unloaded gun, nothing would happen. If she chose the loaded one, her life would be at risk. He explained that by observing her own time count, she could determine which of the 2 contained ammunition. The logic was simple once understood, although it required a much higher level of concentration from her. Thinking back, Ji Hyun realized that she had already seen her own numbers when the numerator attacked her before. He then told her to concentrate and imagine those numbers appearing clearly in her mind. Ji Hyun closed her eyes, focused deeply, and managed to see her own count, 9 and 4. The numerator told her to choose between right and left. Ji Hyun chose the gun on the left. At that exact moment, her count dropped to only 7 seconds. She immediately shouted for him to stop. The gun was already pointed directly at her head. Afterward, Ji Hyun confirmed that the gun really was loaded. She asked whether he truly intended to fire. The numerator replied that he did, because only then could they confirm that the decrease in the numbers was real. He explained that every action involves some risk. Since Ji Hyun could see the numbers, however, it should be much easier to determine which choice was safe. She could apply this method to every decision from then on. That way, she would have a better chance of noticing traps and dangers that previously would have gone unseen. This way, she could always choose the safest route and calmly follow paths where her numbers did not. Ji Hyun explained that she was not rejecting the idea. Just like last time, she would try to find a way to protect any innocent potential victims. Even so, she could not stop worrying. Something could go wrong, she could be captured, and in the end, she would only become a burden to him. The numerator asked why she was worried about him. Even if he made some mistake, his number would not change, and nothing would stop him from continuing to eliminate his targets. So she should stop worrying about pointless things. His plans were not so fragile that they could be ruined by one girl. Later, the numerator resumed pursuing his next target, the tattooed killer. Above his own head, he could also see his numbers. 3, 7, 15. That was how he used his ability to anticipate the future. He watched for any decrease in the number connected to the murders he had yet to commit. If that number decreased, it meant he had failed to eliminate the target, and by failing to do so, he would also fail to protect potential innocent victims. The numerator understood that logic better than anyone, precisely because he never abandoned his own convictions. As soon as he turned into an alley, he heard the sound of a can falling and had his attention drawn toward a cat on the rooftop that had caused the noise. At that exact moment, the number above his head dropped to 0. Sensing the danger, he dodged the attack from the man he had been pursuing, a blow that could have been fatal, and immediately countered. The killer remarked that he had already suspected he was being followed, but admitted that the numerator was even better than he had expected. The numerator knew that when his number reached 0, it marked a final deadline. It was only the second time in his entire life that he had encountered something like that. In one of that killer's previous jobs, for example, he had simply stormed into the place where his target was located. He went through everyone standing in his way until he finally reached the real target. The man ended up being the last to fall, and before that, he asked why they were doing it. The answer was simple. It was just a job. When asked who those men actually were, he did not even know how to answer. To him, it was merely another job he was being paid to complete. Nothing else mattered. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun watched the hideout of that killer's subordinates and recorded their faces. She had already photographed 7 of them, though she knew they would eventually leave their positions. An entire day had passed since she began acting alone, but she still had not found an opportunity to test her new ability. Ji Hyun remained inside that building in Tokaya, eating while watching the area. Even though she carefully followed the path she believed was ideal, Ji Hyun noticed that her numbers had not changed at all. Nothing happened. Then she remembered the numerator saying that taking certain risks made it easier to notice changes in the numbers. Even so, Ji Hyun still did not fully understand how it worked. Meanwhile, the numerator was putting his own theory into practice, confirming through combat the reasoning he had developed. The tattooed killer quickly realized that the numerator was no amateur, but someone extremely experienced. Whether in sports, confrontations, mind games like chess, or even gambling, everything involves a system of winners and losers. In the end, it always comes down to who can gain the advantage first. Knowing when to attack, where to strike, when to retreat or defend, and which weakness to exploit made all the difference. Cutting or thrusting, dodging or blocking, advancing or counterattacking. Every one of those elements had to be calculated to gain an advantage over the opponent. The tattooed killer then realized something was strange. Landing even a single blow on the numerator seemed practically impossible. His movements were precise, and he seemed to know exactly where and when to attack. It was precisely this technique that he had taught Ji Hyun after mastering it completely. By analyzing his own numbers together with those of his opponents, the numerator could anticipate what would happen. His brain seemed to function in a completely different way from that of an ordinary person. The information he received was processed in milliseconds, allowing him to calculate countless factors and immediately identify the most advantageous path. When he saw the 0 above his opponent's head, he knew his next attack would hit the target. The blow to the chest knocked the killer down. The technique used by the numerator seemed far beyond the understanding of an ordinary person. Then the numerator revealed his identity. Choi Chan-hyuk, number 33. If Choi Chan-hyuk were eliminated, 33 innocent lives could be preserved. Choi then asked whether he was similar to that albino girl he had met years earlier. The numerator immediately remembered her, the girl from his childhood who had finished off everyone else. He then asked Choi how he knew that woman. At the same time, Ji Hyun was completely surrounded inside the building in Tokaya by Choi's subordinates. Choi's right-hand man approached and offered her some French fries. Mockingly, he told her to enjoy the meal, because he believed Ji Hyun would not be leaving that place. Meanwhile, the numerator grabbed Choi and demanded that he repeat what he had just said. He wanted to know everything Choi knew about that albino girl who could see numbers. Chan Hyuk then explained that he had once arrived at a meeting point where he was supposed to carry out a job. However, when he arrived, all of his targets had already been eliminated. The one responsible was that very albino girl. Choi remarked that because of her, he had ended up losing the job he was supposed to be paid for. Curious, he asked who exactly she was and whether she was also there because of some job. She replied that she was not. She said those men had provoked children on the street and resorted to violence. When Choi appeared, she thought he was their ally, until she realized that he also intended to confront them. In the present, Choi explained to the numerator that it had happened in China. By coincidence, the two of them had shared the same target on that occasion. However, that had happened many years earlier, so Choi had no idea where the girl was now. At that moment, Choi seized an opening and kicked the numerator in the abdomen, sending him backward. A strange number appeared before his eyes. He realized that he had pushed his ability too hard within a very short span of time. Meanwhile, Choi managed to escape from the area. He remembered what Choi had said about China, where the two of them had coincidentally ended up pursuing the same target. Even so, he decided to focus on his current target. Choi would probably head home or perhaps to some meeting point with his subordinates. After receiving treatment from one of them, Choi got into the car. A subordinate asked who had done that to him, and Choi replied that it had been the numerator. Shortly afterward, he answered a call from his right-hand man, who reported that a girl was watching their movements. According to him, everything suggested that the girl was Ji Hyun, Hyun Chol's daughter, the young woman who constantly appeared on television. She was the very girl who had disappeared together with the numerator. Choi found the situation very interesting and headed straight to the location, warning his assistant that the numerator was currently pursuing him. He ordered all his men to take their positions and remain prepared. After all, it had been years since the numerator had found a lead connected to that girl. Choi had escaped, but he knew perfectly well that the numerator would eventually come after him. When he reached the hideout, he deliberately left everything open to make entry easier. The numerator appeared at the location and found Ji-hyun being held hostage. Choi said she had to be special, since she was the only survivor the numerator had spared. He proposed a deal. He would release Ji-hyun if the numerator left and never interfered again. If he refused, she would suffer the consequences. To their surprise, the numerator replied that he did not care. He rejected the offer and said Choi could do whatever he wanted with the girl. In fact, he said that would even be doing him a favor and asked whether Choi had truly understood his words. Ji-hyun remembered the numerator's instructions and understood the meaning behind that response. However, before she could act, Choi spoke again. Choi then called on all his subordinates to attack the numerator, saying that if they allowed fear to control them, they were finished. According to him, the only way to survive was to keep attacking, no matter how strong their opponent seemed. Choi reminded them that the numerator might be extremely skilled, but he was still only one man with 2 arms. Because of that, he ordered everyone to charge at once. The numerator told Choi to try recovering his memories while he waited, since he still had many questions to ask. Chan Hyuk responded with a taunt. The numerator simply said that once he remembered everything and his subordinates had been defeated, he could finally answer the questions. Choi then ordered one of his men to finish off the girl. It was at that moment that Ji-hyun activated her special sight. Whenever she was in danger, she could perceive changes in the numbers more easily. She finally understood that the numerator's refusal had been deliberate, specifically to make her put that strategy into practice. What he wanted was to help her better understand the difference between those numbers. Now, Ji-hyun needed to choose the option that could prolong her own life. Faced with that situation, she wondered which path she should take. As soon as Choi gave the order to attack Ji-hyun, the numerator himself aimed his weapon directly at her. At that instant, he realized that this was the correct choice. Ji-hyun's number remained at 447. Then she was shot in the chest by the numerator himself. Without stopping, he continued firing toward Choi and his assistant as well. Choi was completely stunned when he realized that the numerator had not been bluffing. However, the numerator was struck in the arm by a baseball bat. He reacted immediately and brought down the first attacker. Another man tried to shoot him in the head but missed. Chan Hyuk ordered everyone to finish it once and for all. Ji-hyun managed to get back on her feet. The shot had not struck any vital area, so she seized the opportunity to escape. The assistant noticed her escape and ran after her. Meanwhile, the numerator remained occupied with fighting all the other subordinates. Various numbers appeared above their heads, including 2 and 5. There were 15 men in total. The numerator wore a Kevlar vest that protected his body from his neck down to his thighs. Among those men, 2 had no numbers at all. Therefore, they were not to be eliminated. At that moment, Choi decided to attack him personally. The numerator chose a route that would allow him to bring Choi down, since that group was already becoming extremely troublesome. They neither retreated nor hesitated even after suffering injuries. It was obvious that they were highly experienced criminals. Choi began fighting the numerator directly, while the 2 remained surrounded by the other subordinates. Once again, the numerator began feeling the negative effects of overusing his special sight. At one point, he received a powerful blow to the head and became severely dazed. At that moment, he remembered the albino girl telling him that he should give up because he was still far too weak. Even so, he refused to give up. When one of the men approached to attack him, the numerator reacted quickly and neutralized him with his knife. The others were completely shocked by what they witnessed. The numerator pressed the knife against the man's neck, called him number 4, and asked whether he had any final request. Since the man remained silent, the numerator ended the confrontation and immediately moved on to the next opponent. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun kept trying to escape while carefully analyzing every possibility around her. She examined every available door, corridor, and path inside the building, using her ability to evaluate all the alternatives. Each route displayed a different number, indicating how much time she would have left to live if she chose to follow that path. Ji-hyun found a door marked with 3 and 12, rushed through it, and shut it directly in front of the assistant. Looking around, Ji-hyun noticed several other doors. Even so, none offered a real way out, since each route added no more than a minute to her life. She kept studying the numbers 319 and 243, but soon realized that they hardly mattered. No matter what she tried, she could not gain more than 3 minutes. Then she remembered the numerator saying that, for some inexplicable reason, her number had changed shortly before she passed out. Somehow, Ji-hyun had managed to alter her own fate. Perhaps that was exactly why the numerator had become so interested in her. Her very existence defied all logic, proving that her future could change. When Choi's assistant finally managed to open the door, he found Ji-hyun waiting there. She had no intention of running away. The assistant said she surely knew she would not be spared. That was what happened when a girl like her decided to get involved with an unstable killer like the numerator. He then asked whether she was the daughter of that serial killer after all. While he spoke, Ji-hyun kept a fire hose hidden behind her body. Suddenly, she turned on the water at full force to drive him back and demanded that he stay away. In her eyes, none of this would have happened if they had not been such cruel people. Only then did the assistant notice that the electrical box and circuit breakers were open. Ji-hyun had prepared it in an attempt to electrocute him. Fortunately for him, the plan did not work that way. Even so, the power throughout the entire place was cut off. For the first time, Ji-hyun made a choice without relying solely on the numbers. She had thought through and calculated that decision carefully. As soon as everything went dark, the numerator was able to locate every target target by the numbers visible above their heads, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, and 33. He moved swiftly against each of them until he finally reached his true target. At that point, was there not already clear and logical proof right in front of them? Ever since hearing that explanation, however, one question had continued to occupy Ji Hyan's mind. If a fixed number only changed when someone died, why did hers and the numerators keep fluctuating? They seemed to react to each decision made in the moment, as though the future could be rewritten. The numerator had told her that shortly before Ji Hyan passed out, her number changed to 1. The explanation she found was simple, almost absurdly obvious. At that moment, Ji Hyan decided she had to avoid killing anyone in order to survive. The instant she made that decision, her number changed. If that theory was correct, then even numbers considered immutable could be altered. And at that very moment, while she was thinking about it, all the lights in the building went out. The numerator then realized that perhaps he too could reach the point predicted by the numbers. That meant he could interfere with his own future and divert its course. Choi ordered someone to get a flashlight, but by then it was already too late. Ji Hyan's decision made the numbers stop seeming completely fixed and begin responding to choices instead. At the very least, there was still one thing she could do: buy as much time as possible. As soon as the lights went out, Ji Hyan used the darkness to take down Choi's assistant. Meanwhile, the numerator did what he was most efficient at, neutralizing everyone who carried a number greater than 1. Finally, as expected, he permanently ended the threat posed by his main target. Shortly afterward, when Ji Hyan reached the scene, she found the numerator switching on his recorder and questioning Choi about the pale girl. He also asked Choi to reveal his final wish, promising to fulfill it if it was within his power. In return, he wanted every piece of information Choi had about that girl. Choi asked whether he could choose staying alive as his final wish. The numerator refused. According to him, if Choi survived, 33 innocent people would lose their lives in the future. He explained that he eliminated people with high counters to preserve innocent lives. Chan Haikyuk, however, called that naive and claimed that everyone in that room was merely a piece in a much larger system. According to him, whenever one of those pieces disappeared, the Great Gear simply placed another in its position. The numerator demanded an explanation. To him, it sounded like an excuse to abandon one's own humanity. He then ordered Choi to explain what had happened in China with the pale girl. He also asked how Choi had discovered that the girl could see the numbers. Choi, however, answered only that she was in Korea. Moments later, he tried to catch the numerator off guard with an attack. The attempt failed, and Choi was eliminated at that very moment. Before dying, Choi declared that from that moment onward, this would be a war between them, Lunat. He also claimed that if the numerator had struggled that much against him, he would stand no chance against the pale girl. After completing his objective, the numerator said they could leave. The assistant with glasses had the number 1 above his head. Because of that, he was left alive. Ji Hyan approached anxiously and asked the numerator what had happened and whether the plan had really worked. Suddenly, however, the numerator lost consciousness. His brain had reached its limit, causing his mind to sink into a deep state. He began sinking into buried memories from his past, drifting farther and farther away. Little by little, his consciousness returned all the way to his very origins. The memory carried him back to the day he met the pale girl at the orphanage. On that occasion, she asked what his name was. The boy replied that he did not have a name yet. Everything had begun 19 years before the incident involving the numerator. The boy's earliest memory was of living on the streets, surviving by asking people for help, until the day he was found and taken to that very orphanage. His life began to change when he accepted the outstretched hand of an elderly woman who wanted to help him. Or perhaps the real change had only begun later, once he was already inside that orphanage. It was there that he found a comic book hidden beneath one of the tables in the room. The boy was completely fascinated. He read that comic from beginning to end. It told the story of a hero who immediately captured his attention. The pale girl asked whether that was not fun. She was the one who had hidden the place and knew a secret path that led into the city. That was how she managed to bring books back. However, she asked him not to tell the teacher because the last time she had sneaked out, she was severely scolded. He promised to keep it secret. Later, she even asked how old he was. Later, in the office of the teacher who also served as principal, he said that he had no name and did not even know his age. Judging by his appearance, she estimated that he was between 5 and 6 years old. She explained that he was far from the only child who knew nothing basic about himself. It happened often, and the teachers would eventually give him a name, just as they had with the others. Even so, that orphanage did not seem like a particularly pleasant place. At that time, the numerator's only friend was the pale girl. She said she was different because she still used the name she had before arriving at the orphanage. Until then, she had been known as Soa. The two remained friends there. Hidden among dense woods near a winding mountain road and far from the city, stood the small school that also operated as an orphanage. The place housed 27 students and 4 teachers. The children were divided between the first and second floors. There was also a dormitory that looked as though it had come straight from a fairy tale, completely isolated from the rest of the world. It was there that the numerator spent his childhood and also received the name he would carry from then on. During that period, he also became friends with Hanju. All of this happened 16 years before the incident involving the numerator. Don was always reading different books. He borrowed several from the library and practically devoured everything he could find. Hanju said that he was very smart. When he first arrived, he could barely read, but now he was already able to work through books on his own. While the two were talking, an arrogant child deliberately bumped into Dawn and knocked the book to the floor. Even so, the boy still blamed little Dawn. Hanju tried to defend him, but his intervention did not change much. Later, when Dawn joined the line to get soup, he ended up not being served. He was told that he needed to respect the order of the line. Since he had cut ahead, he felt embarrassed when he realized his mistake. The other children around him began staring. Not knowing what to do, he eventually gave up. Hanju thanked her sincerely for what had happened. The girl serving the food replied that it was nothing. Then she told everyone to eat well because they would need plenty of energy for gymnastics class. Later, at that seemingly peaceful school, the true nature of the lessons began to reveal itself. The so-called gymnastics class was actually training for future killers. That was what the boys did during the activities, facing one another with knives. The teacher also demanded intense physical exercises that were completely unsuitable for such young bodies. The principal also took part in that system and treated everything as though it were perfectly normal. The children barely suspected what was really happening. They were simply told repeatedly that they must never leave the school. They were told that outsiders were ignorant and immature, incapable of understanding their mission. The teachers and principal insisted that the children could not be influenced by outside culture. During a social studies class, the teacher said that she knew very well that everyone there had endured difficult lives before arriving at that place. Each of them had suffered in a different way, but none of those painful experiences had been the children's own fault. She spoke of war, poverty, and natural selection, claiming that the world was slowly moving toward its own destruction. According to her, people did not even realize that greed was driving them toward ruin. That was precisely why Godmother Charlotte, the principal of the place, had supposedly created that orphanage. There, they were told that the children learned everything they would need to survive in the real world, including target shooting practice. They also received training with knives and hand-to-hand combat. Every student had supposedly been specially chosen. Each child had been selected for talent, potential, and ability to grow. Free from outside influence, they would be the ones to confront villains alongside Godmother Charlotte and change the world. Perhaps children like them really were capable of doing that. To reach that point, however, they would need to carefully obey everything the teachers taught them. In the end, the entire system was presented in a calculated way, as though it were completely ordinary. After gymnastics classes, the boys often had to cover numerous injuries with bandages because of the knife training. Even so, there was always a period of rest before the nightly roll call. The lights were turned off promptly at 10:30. From that time onward, one of the teachers remained responsible for watching over the building throughout the night. He carefully checked and locked every door and window. With cameras installed across all the exterior walls, secretly escaping at night seemed practically impossible. And naturally, none of the children had actually tried to escape from there until then. One day, Dawn asked Hanju whether he believed everything they were told. His friend replied that the teacher had already explained that even if they did not understand the lessons now, one day their eyes would be opened. Dawn replied that none of it resembled what he saw in the comics he usually read. Hanju countered that comics were only made-up stories and that such things did not really exist. He also remarked that Dawn had been acting strangely ever since meeting a girl from the second class. Dawn denied it and asked him to forget about it. After that, he continued reading his comics, where the hero Raven always appeared to save the day and defeat the villains. That reminded him of the teacher's words, saying that they too could fight villains in the future. At that moment, Soa quickly appeared to get his attention. The principal entered the room immediately afterward. Soa lightly flicked him on the head and complained that he had almost been caught with the comic again because he was too distracted by the story. This happened 15 years before the numerator incident. She warned him again to be extremely careful. No one could find out about it, especially because they did not know where those books came from. Besides that, secretly bringing that kind of thing into the orphanage was extremely difficult. Dawn then asked whether she could take him along the next time she went out. Soa did not seem to mind the idea. In truth, he was very curious, especially because he wanted to look for some different books. Dawn wanted to gain knowledge that did not come from the teachers. Reading how books described the outside world was not enough. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Soa then said they could leave that very night. Naturally, Dawn was quite worried about the idea. Even so, she assured him that it would be completely possible that night. If they missed that chance, they would have to wait another 9 days. Dawn was still uneasy about those conditions and the days she had been counting, but he decided to follow the plan anyway. In the dormitory, he placed a basketball where his head should have been to make it look as though he was still. Afterward, he met Soa at the agreed time. The two of them gathered downstairs at around 2 in the morning. However, at that hour, the teachers were still conducting their nightly patrol. As soon as she started going down the stairs, Dawn warned her that the teacher was looking in their direction. Even so, Soa simply kept walking as though nothing unusual was happening. In fact, the teacher was practically unconscious. She seemed almost motionless, but remained there, drooling as she slept. Dawn tried calling out to her, but she responded incoherently, like someone walking in their sleep. Soa then said they needed to get out of there quickly before someone discovered them. The entire orphanage remained locked during the night, including all the doors and windows. However, Soa knew that the storage room window was so well hidden that people almost always always forgot about it when checking the locks. Because of that, she had secretly replaced the lock with one she knew how to open. Dawn even asked where she had gotten that lock. Soa could no longer remember. She simply had a habit of keeping anything that might prove useful someday. She also took things from the teacher's drawers whenever no one was around. That was how she found the medicine used to make the teacher drowsy. She mixed small amounts of the medicine into the coffee, just enough to make her very sleepy. Since that teacher's night shift coincided with the full moon, Soa had planned everything so they could slip past at that moment. If they did not take advantage of that night, they might have to wait a long time for another opportunity. Dawn asked whether it was really safe and whether the teacher might get hurt. Soa assured him she would not. She said the teacher would only feel dizzy and would probably not even remember what had happened the next day. Soon afterward, the two climbed through the window and came face to face with one of the security cameras. Soa knew there were exactly 3 cameras in that area, along with the direction each one faced and all of their blind spots. She began calculating the camera's range in a way that Dawn simply could not follow. Soa then sat down and decided to wait for exactly the right moment. While doing her calculations, she explained to Dawn that this was not everything. She could also observe. Ever since she was little, she had explored the place extensively. The locks and security cameras had largely been installed because of her escapes. Even so, no matter how hard they tried to stop her, no one seemed capable of extinguishing Soa's adventurous spirit. At that moment, Dawn began to slightly regret deciding to accompany her that night. While they talked, Soa continued counting the seconds. She used the opportunity to ask why Dawn had been so worried about the teacher. He explained that her face had looked different and that the expression had been somewhat frightening. Dawn also remembered that they were always taught that everyone was equal and equally blessed by the godmother. Outside training, no one in the orphanage was supposed to fight or hurt others. Soa replied that they were also taught that everyone outside was foolish or dangerous, that they should never leave, and that they had to obey the teachers without question. As little Dawn had said, it really could be dangerous. Even so, she asked him to think about it more carefully. If the medicine placed in the coffee were truly that dangerous, Soa argued, they never would have kept it stored in the teacher's room. She then asked whether he also felt that something was wrong with that place. It was precisely because of that feeling that Dawn had chosen to go with her. He admitted that Soa was right. Dawn knew that hitting others was wrong, but he remembered that the crow fought villains and ultimately saved the day. Soa replied that it was not always that simple, because villains did bad things first. To her, the teachers were not very different. After all, they were the ones who had locked them in there and continued doing so. For that reason, Soa believed escaping was justified. She could escape, and in her eyes, the teachers were bad. Because of that, she considered it acceptable to act that way against them. Soa then stood up, warning that only 20 seconds remained. She pointed toward a tree and said they needed to run there. However, before the time ran out, Soa explained that besides classes 1 and 2, there was another class, an advanced class intended for children with certain special talents. The following year, she would finish class 2 and was expected to enter that advanced class. If Dawn also showed some talent, perhaps he could enter as well. In that case, Soa promised to tell him everything he wanted to know. It was around that very period that Dawn's ability began to awaken. He could never remember exactly whether it happened shortly before or right after that night, but it certainly did not take long. His eyes began to itch. To the present-day numerator, it was obvious what that meant, but Dawn at the time thought he was simply imagining things. The number 139 appeared above Soa's head. Not long afterward, Dawn began clearly seeing numbers above other people as well. 1 year later, 14 years before the incident involving the numerator, Dawn was already studying in class 2. Then the time came for individual consultations. The science teacher would call each student in the class separately for a conversation. Hanju was first. He had studied there for 7 years and was not exceptionally outstanding, but he possessed steady talent. Among his classmates, Hanju seemed the most determined, mainly because he desperately wanted to become someone special. He had heard that students with good grades could enter the advanced class and work directly alongside the godmother. Hanju remarked that without the friends and teachers there, he might never have discovered that he also possessed something special. That meant even more to him because of the difficult life he had endured before arriving there. Without that, he would have kept being beaten by his own father, ignored by everyone, and living in fear forever. Yul was different. Even after being there for 5 years, she seemed to have no motivation. She ranked first in every theoretical subject, but came last in physical training. Perhaps it was fear, but she replied that this was not the reason. Of course, she wanted to study hard and become useful, but whenever she compared herself to the others, she always saw herself as small and weak. Shan was the opposite of the others. His academic performance was terrible, but he excelled in physical training classes. Because of that, it was no surprise that the physical education teacher had decided to train him personally. The science teacher then asked whether he felt any body pain, burning in his eyes, or migraines. He replied that he did not, and his medical record was marked with 0 symptoms. Dawn, who had joined 6 years earlier, answered differently. He had exactly those symptoms, perhaps since the previous year. The science teacher wanted to know why he had never mentioned it before. He then asked whether Dawn could also see anything unusual, such as a number above people's heads. When Dawn looked at him, he could clearly see the number 11. However, he remembered what Soa had said about the advanced class and realized that the entry requirements did not seem so strict. Because of that, Dawn lied. He said he did not know whether it was really a number, only that he could see something resembling smoke or a blue haze. The teacher recorded that answer as another symptom. Since Dawn was the last one interviewed, the teacher asked him to bring the other children to the laboratory with him. He then remarked with satisfaction that this year's harvest was turning out very well. The final 4 students who had been interviewed were personally summoned to the laboratory. To get there, they passed through a rather strange underground corridor. Dawn observed the numbers above his classmates' heads. The 2 boys both had the number 2, while his own was different. It had been about a year since he first began seeing those numbers, but he still did not know what they truly meant. By then, he could already turn the numbers in his vision on and off. The reason he had hidden this from the teacher was precisely because of the strange reaction the man had shown. The teacher seemed desperate to find someone with that power. Dawn could have admitted everything and entered the advanced class, but he realized his mistake too late. In the laboratory, someone was being held captive, with their head covered and their body visibly injured. The teacher explained that, as everyone at that orphanage had learned, that man was just another one of the miserable rats who came from outside. People desperate to investigate everything they could uncover. He ended up being captured while sneaking into the forest to secretly document the orphanage. That was why the teacher always warned the children to be careful whenever they went outside. Then he prepared a weapon, placed it on the table, and told them they could begin in the order they had arrived. Whoever fired the first shot would secure a place in the advanced class. Naturally, Yu was terrified and could barely summon the courage to touch the weapon. When she tried to aim, her hands trembled so badly that the weapon would probably fall if she fired. Noticing this, the teacher decided to make things easier. He pointed his own weapon at Kang Chang and said that, this way, she had no reason to keep hesitating. According to him, everyone there would go through the same process. Once they overcame that instinctive fear, they would be ready. Their spirits would become stronger and more loyal. Even so, she still could not gather the courage. Then Hangul snatched the weapon from her hands and fired at the journalist. Hangul did not want to take part in it either, and believed the test was already over, since they had supposedly won. However, several other investigative reporters were still being held under control. The teacher had never said there would be only one winner. If more candidates remained, he would repeat the process in order of arrival. Since one person had passed, he told the others to begin again. Dawn was the next to hold the weapon. He trembled less, but was equally desperate. It hardly even seemed like a test, since everyone's promotion had already been decided. In truth, it was a form of discipline, designed to pressure those who had not yet adapted naturally. This time, Hangyu was under threat, and Dawn had to act to protect his friend. The teacher was merely accelerating the process. While all of this was happening, Soa was also outside, ready to confront anyone who appeared. She knew a new group was joining the advanced class and realized the teacher had not changed at all. Since he had moved the schedule forward, she decided to advance her plans as well. That was when the gym teacher appeared in the hallway. He was responsible for guarding the area. After noticing several footprints on the floor, he asked whether any students were hiding nearby. Soa revealed that she had stolen the training pistol and replaced it with a fake one. As she moved forward, she counted every step, exactly as she always did when carrying out her plans. The moment the helmet appeared, she fired first at the hallway lights and then immediately in his direction. The science teacher managed to hear all the commotion. However, the helmet that was struck was in the gym teacher's hands, not on his head, at the moment he turned toward the hallway. He stopped immediately, narrowly avoiding being hit. The gym teacher continued searching for her, saying it was nothing serious. He also took the opportunity to ask how the new class's initiation ceremony had gone. The other teacher replied that everything there had ended without any major problems. All 4 of them managed to make it out alive, but they were undoubtedly left deeply shaken. Dawn could barely remember how he had returned to the dormitory that same day. It was as though a veil covered his thoughts, leaving everything blurred between what he saw and what he could understand. After they returned, about a week passed without any of them mentioning what had happened. Meanwhile, the numbers he could see began disappearing, one after another. The following week, the teacher finally introduced the 4 new members of the advanced class. Soa was already there, waiting for Dawn to arrive. At the end of that day, the 2 met on the rooftop to talk in private. Dawn looked completely devastated, but Soa tried to cheer him up by giving him a present. It was the newest volume of the Raven comic. Smuggling it inside had taken considerable effort, but she thought Dawn deserved it, especially after the 6 years since they had first met. Even so, Dawn remained deeply shaken by the memories of the terrible experience he had endured during the test. The distress became so intense that he ended up vomiting right there. He had never imagined he would have to endure situations so overwhelming. Then Soa asked whether he could see the numbers too. She had already suspected that Dawn possessed a special ability similar to hers. She had promised to explain everything once he finally joined the advanced class. Soa explained that whenever she looked into someone's eyes, she could see the number of people that person would save in the future. When someone was in danger, she could determine how many lives that person could still save. Then she told Dawn that together they could eliminate the threat posed by the teachers and put an end to that orphanage once and for all. If they worked side by side, the 2 of them could eventually become true heroes. To Dawn, however, that that explanation made no sense at all. Soa insisted that she could see how many people he would save in the future. That was why she believed they could become heroes together. Then she asked whether Dawn knew what number he could see and told him to reveal the value appearing above her head. Dawn replied that he still did not understand. To him, it made no sense to talk about saving people while planning to eliminate everyone in that place. Before anything else, he wanted to know how Soa knew about those numbers and where her certainty about how they worked came from. Surprised, Soa asked whether he still had not discovered the meaning of his own number. That was far from what she had expected. Then she asked whether he could remember the first time those numbers had changed. Dawn managed to remember. It had happened almost a year earlier when he began to better understand and control what he was seeing. After that incident involving the test for the secret class, the numbers began gradually decreasing, one at a time. Then Soa asked whether he had finally realized something. At that moment, the number above her head was 130. Dawn then asked whether she was truly certain that she intended to eliminate the teachers. He replied that it was much simpler than it seemed. Dawn also realized that they wanted to create children who were loyal of their own free will. That was why they avoided forcibly dominating or directly controlling them. At first, they behaved like a real family, building strong bonds with the teachers to make the children increasingly dependent on them. Apparently, they later forced those children to take lives or commit even worse acts. The teachers were not extraordinary figures or heroes. They were simply ordinary people, just like anyone else. Ordinary people could die from a single shot, especially when caught off guard while sleeping. The only real obstacle was the teacher who wore a helmet. She had already tried to find out what he was doing, but she was always caught, so she eventually devised a plan. The plan would be carried out on November 17 of the following year, the only day when the helmeted teacher took time off and left the premises. First, they would take control of the orphanage by eliminating the other staff members. Then, they would prepare an ambush for his return. Finally, they would search for the founder of the orphanage, known as the Godmother, to put an end to all the facilities and networks once and for all. Soa knew very well that she could not do all of that alone. But the fact that he had found her that day while arranging the comic books indicated that only the two of them possessed those special powers. To her, it seemed like fate that they had met there, so she asked him to stay by her side because together they could succeed. They could fight the villains and become true heroes. Dawn asked if that was why she had called him. She wanted him to discover for himself how terrible the teachers were and then help her put an end to them. However, that was not exactly her intention. If he joined the advanced class, he could learn much more about his own ability. The teachers were also looking for students who possessed particular abilities and talents. Perhaps they did not expect that from everyone in the advanced class. But if he demonstrated a special ability, he would certainly receive attention and be valued. Dawn asked whether she had also taken a life during the ceremony. He still felt that memory like a horror movie playing endlessly in his mind. Everything he had learned there involved dagger techniques, shooting practice, and skills designed to injure or eliminate someone. At first, it was merely knowledge he needed to earn good grades and avoid being reprimanded by the teachers. Even so, he had never imagined that one day he would have to take someone's life. The others who had been promoted to the advanced class alongside him probably felt the same way. But Soa warned that if they continued doing nothing, those children might eventually become just like the teachers themselves. Dawn said they would not eliminate everyone. They would escape and would not interfere with her plan scheduled for November 17. He intended to use that opportunity to escape with all his friends. Dawn returned the gift and said he could never become a hero like Core. And the numerator, who had once belonged to 1, admitted that he should have been suspicious of her back then. Her number was already extremely high, but he took no action and simply ignored her. Soa continued, saying that after taking lives, committing other terrible acts became even easier. It was far too easy. Soa believed that people simply could not understand that. The numerator should have finished her off back then, but he decided not to. 1 year later, on November 17th, she finally began putting her plan into action. This happened 12 years before the incident involving the numerator. On January 16 of that same year, Dawn began using the tricks he had learned from Soa when he was still young. Dawn secretly slipped out and gradually prepared an escape route through the mountain. He stopped speaking to Soa not because of an argument, but because he could not handle their undefined relationship. On March 7th, Hangyu and Kangshan were assigned to that month's disposal duty. After that disposal duty, during which they had to take lives, both of their numbers dropped to 0. He finally understood what that number meant. A's value was extremely high, and that also made him start thinking about the teachers. On July 28th, he realized how difficult it was to convince his friends. You seemed even more indifferent, while Chan's aggressive behavior had started getting worse again. Everyone in the advanced class seemed emotionally shaken in some way. By October 2nd, November was already drawing near. Dawn did not know whether Soa would truly carry out her plan, but he wanted to get as many children out of there as possible before then. However, Han Gil handed the orphanage director the notebook in which Dawn had recorded all his plans. The director thanked Han Gil profusely for his help. Han tried to explain that Dawn was not to blame. He had arrived at the orphanage when he was very young, and that older girl had started putting strange ideas into his head early on. The director replied that she understood perfectly. She said she would simply talk to Dawn and asked Han to do the same if anything similar happened with another friend. As it happened, Soa had installed a listening device in the director's office and heard the entire conversation. She remarked that it was truly a shame they had found the diary she also used to read in secret. Then, on November 17, 2012, the physical education teacher left the orphanage. This happened exactly 12 years before the numerator incident. Sometime later, the social studies teacher was already struggling to react properly. She could neither escape nor land her shots on that shadow. Soa remarked that it was very strange for the teacher to be unable to hit her, especially considering all the training she had received. Even knowing that she might not emerge from the situation unscathed, Soa stuck to the plan and defeated the first teacher. As a result, her number dropped to 136. The science teacher tried to catch her by surprise, but Soa managed to evade the shots. She took refuge in a room, counted exactly how many bullets remained in the magazine, and waited until he had to reload. Then she used a bedsheet to block the teacher's vision. After all, she could see the future as well as the number of people she would still save. At present, that number stands at 14,000, and Soa can track it in real time. Then, she ended up taking the science teacher's life. With that, her predestined murder count dropped to 135. Upon hearing the gunshots, Dawn and Yu realized that Soa's plan had already begun and set their arson plan in motion. Meanwhile, the director had Soa's gun pointed at her own head. She said she believed Soa's rebellious nature could be useful for business. That was why she had allowed Soa to act freely all that time so she could grow. Yet in the end, she betrayed the girl. Soa replied that she was still arrogant because even then, she was incapable of admitting her own mistakes. As the shameless villain she was, she could cry and beg for mercy until the very end. However, Soa was caught off guard when one of the advanced class assassins appeared with a knife at her throat. Soa was not alone in that situation as the other one remained by the door, keeping his gun aimed at her. Soa asked what the two of them were doing there since she was trying to save them. They said they did not want that salvation. As the godmother's subordinates, they could make money and retire, but Soa had ruined their plans. She then asked whether everyone had already fallen under the villain's control. Were they being manipulated by him? Soa tried to make them come to their senses and break free from his control. But now they too had chosen the path of villains. So, she shot one of them. When Dawn reached the room whose window Soa had modified, he found the passage blocked by several chairs and crates. Han Gil had built that barricade. Wearing the advanced class uniform, he aimed his gun at Dawn and Yule, ordering them to leave without trying anything funny. As she completed her mission, Soa imagined herself as Corvo, the hero from the comic books. In her mind, she was saving a city that had fallen into the hands of villains. There was only one detail. Corvo usually wore a coat. So, she took the lab coat from the director's office and left while thinking about what her heroine name should be, leaving the villains behind. All that time, Haengyu had been helping the director because he already knew about Dawn's plans. He had already taken the other children to the inner classroom, preventing them from following along. The teachers would arrive soon, so it would be better for them to surrender immediately. Of course, he did not want to do anything to them. Yu, on the other hand, was still deeply shaken by what had happened earlier. Dawn asked him to lower the gun first, since it was obvious that Yu was not handling the situation well. Besides, there was no reason to treat them so coldly, since they had been friends since childhood. Haengyu, however, claimed that she would never get over it and would remain useless like that. Hearing that, Dawn responded by drawing his knife. He declared that no matter what Haengyu said, they would escape from there. After all, his friend had surely noticed that feeling too. What they taught in that place was wrong. That environment was far from normal. Hanju replied that all they had to do was obey what the teachers told them. That way, they would stay alive. They could still live comfortable lives that way. To him, it was impossible to accept that the world he had lived in for so long was completely wrong. After all, if that world and the orphanage itself were a lie, then nothing he knew would seem real. He did not even know how he could live if he had to face reality outside the orphanage. Dawn replied that they should not worry about things like that right now. After all, they were still just children. The adults were the ones who should bear those responsibilities. Then, he held out his hand to his friend and invited him to escape with them. However, at that moment, Soa appeared inside the room. She asked whether Han Gil had been the one who gave the diary to the director. In the comics, Corvo told his assistant, Gaviao, that he had finally discovered who the true villain was. It was the mastermind responsible for raising those people from childhood and shaping them into villains. Soa told Dawn all of this, claiming that this person had always been the true culprit. Now, those children were trying to avenge their mentor, following the exact path that would turn them into the villains of the future. That was why Soa decided she would save Dawn. Before Hangul could react, she fired and brought him down. Faced with that situation, Yu tried to escape by running away. Hang then charged at Soa wielding a knife. However, he was caught off guard, exactly as Corvo did to his opponents. In Soa's eyes, she had won and saved the day. She truly saw herself as a heroine who was simply eliminating the villains in that place. From that point on, Soa began a kind of purge inside the orphanage. However, when she tried to attack several more students, the situation changed. Dawn lunged at her and ended up knocking her toward a window. During the confrontation, a shot was fired, and fragments from the window struck Dawn's left eye, leaving the scar he would carry afterward. Even so, Soa had already left an enormous number of victims in her wake. Unable to understand any of it, Dawn simply asked why. Soa replied that no one had done anything, so she decided to take control of the situation. To her, those people would eventually become dangerous criminals in the future. When the teacher returned after midnight, Soa was able to see the gravely injured students and hear their final words. Meanwhile, Dawn charged at Soa wielding a knife. Soa decided to drop the pistol and face him at close range. As they traded blows with their knives, Dawn could not accept her justification that she had done it simply because no one else had acted. That justification did not convince him. After all, he could see how many people she was still destined to kill. Soa knew exactly what those numbers meant. They represented each person's predestined murders. She said Dawn should have hidden the diary better because both she and Hangyu had found it easily. Dawn replied that even when Hangyu pointed the gun at him and Yu, it seemed clear that his friend did not truly want to do it. He was confused, just like everyone else there, by the situation the orphanage had put them in. But if it had not been for her, perhaps everything would have ended differently. Then she asked how he could be sure of that. She then shot him in the hand, forcing him to drop the gun. She claimed he had no way of guaranteeing that those people would never become villains. They were children raised from an early age to become assassins, with training perfectly suited to that purpose. They viewed the world through perspectives and values very different from those of ordinary people. Because of that, they would hardly be able to adapt to society. They would never be able to live what was considered a normal life. And if they strayed from the path chosen by the godmother, the consequences would be inevitable. They would end up eliminated, abandoned, and pushed into the darkest corners of society. Sooner or later, they would resort to what they had learned to do best, taking lives. And they would continue down that path until they had caused countless innocent casualties. Dawn believed she had killed everyone solely because of her own disillusionment. However, she replied that the friends Dawn considered villains were no more important than the greater good. To her, he was an extremely arrogant child, just like all the others. Even so, Dawn managed to shove her away and knock the gun from her hands. He then pinned her down and declared that they were not villains, only children. Besides, she had no right to decide who was a villain and who was not. After all, everyone else in that place had lived through exactly the same reality as she had. That was when he revealed that the number above everyone there was 0. That meant none of them would take another person's life for the rest of their days. She replied that this was obvious, since her plan already involved killing all of them. Then she asked whether he still had not understood how his own power worked. Their numbers showed 0 because they would all die that very night because of her. They would claim no victims, but Dawn could not be certain who was a villain and who was not either. In that regard, he was no different from her. Then he picked up the gun himself. However, he remembered that she had been the first friend he had managed to make in that place. Because of that, he could not pull the trigger, even though he knew her number was extremely high. She took advantage of his hesitation and used a sedative to make him lose consciousness. As she picked up the gun again, she remarked that the teacher had arrived earlier than expected. The physical education teacher, also known as Hong Xiao, stood outside the classroom door. He said that Soa wanted to clear up one last thing. From what it seemed, everything that had happened to the others had been her responsibility. She turned around, and the two of them fired at almost the exact same moment. The next morning, Dawn woke up as the only person still alive inside that orphanage. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was trapped in a terrible nightmare. At first, everything seemed normal. The usual routine had returned, and the children walked calmly through the corridors. Meanwhile, he was reading a book explaining the famous trolley dilemma. The example said that when faced with an unstoppable train, a person would have to make a decision. They would have to choose between letting the train continue along its path and strike several people, or pulling the lever, sacrificing only one of them to save everyone else. The issue was whether to directly choose someone's sacrifice to save the others, or simply not interfere. Then Dawn asked Hang what he thought. Hang, however, turned the question back on him and asked what choice Dawn would make in that situation. Dawn replied that sacrificing one person seemed better than allowing several people to die. That was when Hang asked why, following that logic, he had not eliminated the senior. After all, Dawn was the only one capable of seeing the numbers that appeared above people's heads. There were 137 people who might have been saved if he had stopped only her. After that, Dawn became tormented by the memory of everyone who had died because of Soa. Feeling cornered, he found himself confronted by her once again. After all, Dawn truly could have made a different choice. He could have changed the outcome. In the end, however, one side would inevitably have been sacrificed. No matter how much Dawn tried to escape that reality, nothing changed the fact that he had done nothing at all. As soon as he joined the advanced class, he could simply have stopped the science teacher from continuing. However, Dawn simply could not bring himself to make such a definitive decision in a situation like that. He did not trust his own judgment, nor did he want to bear such a heavy responsibility. Taking another person's fate into his own hands was something he could not even imagine, especially when his choice could cause a death. He remembered how the school had always taught them that one day, all of them would serve the godmother. He also remembered Soa saying that they would all eventually become cruel villains, responsible for many victims in the future. At that moment, Dawn realized that perhaps they really would all end up following that exact same path. At the same time, time, however, each person arbitrarily chose whom to consider a villain and treated their own side as the embodiment of justice. Then they acted with their own hands in the name of that justice. In reality, perhaps true villains did not even exist. Don should have investigated everything himself first. Before his friends died, he should have stopped Soa. He should also have checked the number above the head of every child who was still alive. More importantly, he should have checked the number that appeared above his own head. After all, only Don could see how many deaths a certain person was destined to cause. With that power, he could have confirmed all those answers on his own. But one doubt still remained. Even if he knew the truth, would it make any difference? Would he have the courage to take a life? Or would he ultimately give up because he considered himself weak? But Don said he would not hesitate. He would set aside personal preferences and subjective judgments, discarding any trivial influence before taking action. He would try to be as fair as possible, one life to preserve several others. Even so, he had no intention of becoming a hero. That would become part of his own rule because he wanted to prove that those numbers could never decrease. Once established, they would remain exactly the same, and nothing could ever change them. Besides, he wanted to discover how many lives he would still save in the future. That was precisely why he wanted to find Soa again. Sometime later, Don finally regained consciousness and caught Ji-hyun red-handed stealing a piece of candy from his van. Still confused, he asked where exactly they were at that moment. He also complained that nobody had given her permission to take it and eat it. After all, he had hidden it so carefully. Before he could continue, however, he lost consciousness again. After they finished dealing with Choi and his men, Dawn had simply collapsed onto Ji-hyun. It took her some time to get back on her feet, mainly because he was considerably heavier. But sometime later, he somehow got up on his own, as though he were sleepwalking. In that state, he walked straight to the van without even seeming aware of what he was doing, and somehow managed to drive there by himself before finally lying down to sleep. Dawn remembered absolutely nothing, probably because he had overused his powers. He asked what day it was. Ji-hyun explained that he had been unconscious for 2 days, and that it was already December 3. Hearing that, Dawn immediately sped away, determined to leave as quickly as possible, because he knew he had caused an extremely serious incident. The police would soon investigate that area, so he needed to get as far away as possible. Above all, he could not leave any evidence behind. However, considering his condition over the past 2 days, it was quite likely that some clue had been left behind. In fact, it already seemed like a genuine miracle that nobody had found the two of them by then. Ji-hyun then told him that she had spent that time checking both her number and his. Dawn explained that the numbers she saw indicated life expectancy. Therefore, if they were caught by the police, those values could decrease. Ji-hyun was confused, but he clarified that he was not blaming her. After all, what had happened was clearly his fault. For nearly 40 consecutive days, he had used his powers not only to check numbers, but also to try to predict future events. Dawn knew he would eventually reach his limit, yet he had still taken no precautions. Ji-hyun asked whether he had pushed his powers to the limit because of that albino girl. After all, while he was asleep, he had said her name several times. It was Soa. Upon hearing that, the numerator slammed on the brakes, causing Ji-hyun to hit her head against the front. Dawn immediately asked how she knew that name and wanted to know whether she had heard anything else while he was asleep. She replied that he kept repeating the name Soa in his sleep, speaking as though he were sleepwalking. Ji-hyun could not make out all the names, but she noticed that he referred to someone as Big Sis or Senior. Dawn told her to be quiet and turned his attention back to the road. She apologized, saying she had not meant to provoke him. Dawn said it was fine and asked for silence, but Ji-hyun took the opportunity to ask why he kept doing all of this. She also wanted to discover who had turned Dawn into the person he was today. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room at the city police station, another investigation was underway. Choi's right-hand man was giving his statement directly to investigator Kwon. Later, the investigation continued at Daejeong's main police station. Park Tae-han, the detective who was not particularly fond of Kwon, introduced himself to the head of the special task force. His presence there was mainly due to the enormous importance the case had acquired. Behind him stood Kwon and his assistant, Sergeant Sol. However, considering her role, she seemed more like Investigator Kwon's babysitter. Tyron was intrigued because they were a team specializing in anti-corruption investigations, while the case involved a series of deaths. In fact, Hyung-guk had personally chosen them because they were excellent at this kind of investigation. The rest of the team would arrive soon. Tae-sik found himself distracted by Kwon and his cynical smile. At first glance, that detective wore an irritating expression for no apparent reason. He got along well with everyone around him and normally seemed as though he were merely passing the time. However, when he found himself facing the right kind of person, according to some criterion nobody could understand, Kwon displayed exceptional skill and conducted interrogations better than anyone else. At that moment, Kwon was sitting directly across from Choi's assistant. While examining the documents, Kwon remarked that the information was remarkably specific. The previous statement had already explained what happened at the scene well enough. Even so, he wanted to ask a few questions separately. Of the 21 victims, including Gujun sitting before him, only 3 had survived. For an incident attributed to the numerator, that ratio seemed extremely unusual unusual. Furthermore, there was no obvious explanation for why exactly 3 people had managed to survive. Kwon saw the number 149,581 above Gujin's head, indicating possible lies. Even so, the man replied that he did not know why only 3 had survived. The number remained unchanged. Kwon then decided to change the direction of his questioning. Instead, he wanted to discover why those 18 people had been chosen as targets by the numerator. About 80% of the victims in that incident had criminal records, although the report also included relatively minor offenses. These included fines and probation, making it difficult to claim that this was the true reason behind the deaths. However, while investigating the numerator, they discovered a clear pattern. The more serious someone's criminal history was, the greater the likelihood that person would become a target. Then Gojin asked exactly what he wanted to find out. Kwon had checked the records at the local police station concerning assault and disappearance cases. At a nearby club, several employees had even been questioned multiple times as possible suspects. Apparently, it was a third-party security company with 3 clubs acquired through a transfer from an acquaintance. Everything suggested it was a fairly conventional front, perhaps even deeply connected to the numerator case. When Gojin replied that he had no idea what Kwon was talking about, his number decreased. He continued insisting that all those accusations were false. At that moment, his number dropped once again. Kwon then asked where his real cell phone was. The device he had handed over was practically disposable, used only for work. The phone they were looking for, however, had received a call from Chan Hyukayo. He replied that he had never made that call. Soon afterward, his number decreased again. Kwon kept pressing him, stating that he had been in frequent contact with that number. Gojin replied that Kwon was forgetting something important. He was there as a survivor of the numerator incident, not as a suspect. If Kwon continued asking questions unrelated to the case, he would exercise his right to remain silent. Kwon explained that regardless of the numerator case, there was already enough suspicion to open an investigation into him if they wanted. Gojin replied that they were welcome to try. He added that he would not even need to find another lawyer. Later, Kwon was with the sergeant, and Jusol remarked that those men had been roaming freely for 4 years. If there was an informant inside the police station taking a cut, the case would remain stalled no matter how many officers were assigned to it. Kwon replied that he was already accustomed to seeing situations like that go unnoticed, and even possessing a special ability did not change that reality. It was like a game of mafia. Even if he or the police discovered the culprit, convincing the public was an entirely different matter. In the end, convincing the system alone was not enough. Without acting according to laws and regulations, any discovery lost its value. Even so, having to abandon cases like that was frustrating. Meanwhile, Gojin left the police station without facing any new charges. Later, at the harbor, he was arranging with another survivor of Choi's gang a way to escape the country. One of the henchmen asked what he had told the police about the girl since they were leaving those responsible for all that chaos alone. He replied only that she was a skilled woman who had been in contact with Choi. Beyond that, there was no reason to mention anything else about her. If they intended to seek revenge, they should do it entirely their own way. Besides, they should not rely on that incompetent police force, which had spent 2 months making mistakes in the case. Suddenly, the call was cut off. Someone had appeared to deal with that henchman. Shortly afterward, someone appeared behind Gojin and restrained him with a steel cable. It was investigator Kwon, who remarked that the police really could be incompetent. That was why he had come personally to administer a proper punishment. After all, he also found it difficult to trust public officials. To him, the authorities always seemed to end up at dead ends, constrained by countless rules and debates over human rights. As a result, they could not even administer a punishment he considered satisfactory. In his view, guns or knives would end everything too quickly, so he chose a slower method to administer his punishment. He intended to prolong that moment, believing that criminals like Gojun deserved severe punishment. Suddenly, powerful waves shook the entire harbor area. This allowed Gojun to break free and try to escape. Kwon did not even bother chasing him, saying that another surprise awaited him. However, midway through his escape, among the containers scattered across the harbor, someone was already waiting for Gojun. It was Kwon, slowly approaching while humming. Before he could escape, however, the criminal was captured by the sergeant. Jusol complained that Kwon was careless and always let someone escape. He replied that in the end, she was always the one who showed up to clean up the mess. While being restrained, Gojun could not understand how that woman could be so strong. Then the investigator asked whether he truly wanted to stay alive. According to him, they could make a deal. He only needed to talk about contract crimes, scams, murders, and everything else he knew. To do that, however, he would need to sincerely reflect and show remorse for all the crimes he had committed. Gojun immediately begged to stay alive, swearing that he was remorseful and promising never to do anything like that again. But while he said all of that, his numbers kept falling further and further. In the end, they decided to send him to the bottom of the sea with the fish. At the edge of the harbor, Kwon asked the sergeant who the woman Gojun had been trying to call was. She did not know, but suggested finding out by making a call. Kwon had even thought the girl might go unpunished. To him, however, it was better that she had revealed her true nature on her own. Being the daughter of a murderer, to him it had only been a matter of time before something like that happened. happened. The mere fact that so much evidence had been left behind indicated that there was some problem involving the numerator, or perhaps there was something wrong with the best future she could see. Either way, reaching the two of them using only the police would be difficult. Then Jusol asked what he intended to do once they finally found the two of them. Kwon replied that he would do nothing special. First, he would judge them both, but before deciding anything, he wanted to discover what kind of people they truly were. He also wanted to understand why they were together and, above all, what criteria they used to judge who should die. Kwon said he would be fair to them first and listen to their reasons. But if he was not convinced, the two of them would also end up with the fish. Meanwhile, the numerator was speaking with Ji Hyun about the very criteria he used in his judgments. He never imagined that anyone could understand him. In the end, it hardly matters whether others see him as a hero or a villain. The truth is, he trusts no one's judgment, not even his own. After all, who decides who is good, who is evil, or whose life is worth more? And who could say which death would benefit the world? To him, every human life holds some potential. Even so, whenever he must choose between two sides, he always chooses the one that can save more people. That is the one principle he will never abandon. Then, he said he had already spoken enough about himself and asked whether that was the answer Ji Hyun was looking for. Meanwhile, naturally, Kwon continued drawing closer and closer to them. That was because the footprints found at the scene belonged to Ji Hyun, and they were tracing the model of shoes she wore. On December 5th, at around 1 in the afternoon, Ji Hyun returned to the urban district, this time wearing a disguise. She carried a shopping list to help herself and the numerator. She needed food, water, supplies, clothes for disguises, and products capable of removing the smell of blood. At that moment, several people approached her, probably connected to the church and wanting to offer her a few kind words. Ji Hyun, however, quickly walked away, saying she had a boyfriend. It was merely an excuse to escape the situation, and it worked. She knew her face appeared briefly in the video posted online. Fortunately, no one seemed to recognize her in that disguise. Perhaps it was because of the poor quality of the footage, or because enough time had already passed. 2 weeks can be quite a long time in Korea. 2 weeks had already passed since the incident and since her first encounter with the numerator. Then, returning to December 4, Dawn asked whether that was finally the answer she had been looking for. Soa replied that it still seemed unreal to imagine something like that happening in her own country. In the end, everything suggested that he wanted revenge against that woman. He explained that it was not exactly about revenge, but about preventing someone like her from remaining free. To him, it was an obligation, because her number was enormous. If he could save 100 people instead of one, he would choose the 100. To him, all human lives have equal value. If he stopped thinking that way, he would be no different from those other monsters. Ji Hyun asked whether Soa could also see numbers, but discovered that her ability worked in the opposite way. She could see how many people could be saved. He confirmed it, but admitted that it still bothered him. No matter how much he thought about it, there was a contradiction he simply could not explain. It was at that very moment that a police car passed right beside the van where they were hiding. The two immediately became alert. He handed her the list and explained that he had severely injured his eye 3 nights earlier. His eye had already recovered enough to see simple numbers again, but it would probably take a few more days before he could predict the future again. Ideally, they should remain hidden until then. However, he did not know what evidence they had left behind or whether they could be tracked, especially if the investigators were already closing in. Therefore, the safest option was to sever any connection to the evidence and leave that place as soon as possible. While he prepared the car, he asked her to go downtown and buy everything on the list. She also needed to get new clothes and use the opportunity to improve her disguise. And that was exactly what Ji Hyun did, walking through the city streets. Along the way, she carefully observed the numbers floating above each person's head. They were yellow numbers, indicating the remaining lifespan of each individual. The numerator can see how many deaths are predestined for a specific person, while Soa sees how many lives that person may save. Everything ultimately led back to the same dilemma. If 5 people could be saved by sacrificing only one, which choice should be made? Even so, she did not fully understand. Someone's potential number could be high simply because that person was a soldier, a police officer, or held a similar occupation. It could also be someone seeking revenge against bad people, like those exaggerated comic book characters Ung liked when he was a child. It could even be someone who hunted psychopaths or known criminals to impose their own version of justice. Eliminating someone merely because his number was high did not seem logical to Soa, much less like a path toward creating a better world. Ji Hyun herself did not even consider herself a heroine. She herself said there was no way to be certain about his claims. No one could know beforehand what kind of person would become a problem in the future. If that judgment was wrong, sooner or later an innocent person would end up paying the price. Because of that, Ji Hyun began to think that Soa's reasoning made a little more sense. It was impossible to say it was entirely correct, but there was a certain logic to it. It was true that without anyone to guide them properly, those children could eventually turn into monsters. However, she remembered her own past, when the mothers of other students said Ji Hyun would become a monster simply because her father was considered one as well. If that reasoning truly was correct and she agreed with it, then Ji Hyun should die too. In fact, she should have died that very day. Medina had been labeled a murderer based solely on prejudice and assumptions. According to the number, she was destined to cause the deaths of 4,326 people and was therefore treated as a future murderer. The entire situation left Ji-hyun visibly shaken, enough for a child accompanied by her mother to notice that something was wrong with her. She simply replied that she was feeling a little dizzy. Even so, her mind remained trapped in the memories of that fateful day. Ji-hyun realized that thinking so much about life and death was giving her a severe headache. Perhaps she really was that kind of person. In the end, there was no way to know for certain. It was then that she noticed something strange. A bus was approaching. Everyone around that vehicle showed only 22 minutes and a few seconds of life remaining. That meant every passenger who boarded that bus would die in approximately 22 minutes. Ji-hyun quickly realized that it was connected to the bus because the seconds were continuously counting down before her eyes. She boarded the vehicle and saw that everyone still had the same countdown, now showing around 19 minutes and a few seconds. It was still difficult and exhausting for her eyes to follow so many numbers decreasing at the same time. Even so, she was certain that something terrible was about to happen to those people. Some of them, however, still showed a normal lifespan without the countdown in seconds. After all, that did not necessarily mean that everyone involved in the accident would lose their life. The people with much longer life expectancies could also be those who would get off at some point before the accident happened. That same pattern would continue for the next 19 minutes until everyone lost their lives. At that moment, the child who had spoken to her earlier appeared and offered her a piece of candy. The mother was distracted by her phone, but warned her son that he should not go around offering candy to strangers. Ji-hyun said she did not need the candy, but remarked that the boy seemed to really like strawberries. When she saw the child smile, she realized she could not simply allow that to happen. So she immediately called the numerator, asked for help, and explained the entire situation. She was on bus number 23, and only 17 minutes remained until the predicted accident. Looking at the map application, Ji-hyun calculated that the accident would happen in approximately 5 stops. The numerator knew that area well and asked whether she had figured out what would cause the accident. She replied that, truthfully, she still had no idea. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary bus ride. She asked him to go to the indicated location where the accident would happen. Meanwhile, she would try to find a way to get everyone off the bus. Before that, however, he asked her to send him a photo of the passengers, especially the driver. He needed to check each person's predestined murder count. Ji-hyun then asked whether someone could cause a bus accident like that. The numerator said it was obvious. To him, it was no different from attacking someone directly, only the instrument changed, which in this case would be the vehicle. Ji-hyun argued that perhaps the driver had no intention whatsoever of causing it. The numerator replied that he was responsible for the lives in his care. If several were lost, the lack of intent would not change the outcome. He told her to hope that someone had a high number. That way, they could identify a human culprit, such as the driver or a passenger, and perhaps save everyone. However, if it was a natural disaster, such as an earthquake, a collapse, or falling rocks, various factors beyond human control could cause the accident. That was why it would be better if someone had a high number. Otherwise, Ji-hyun would need to get off the bus, since the cause would probably be beyond human action. If the number was concentrated on a single person, especially the driver, there would still be a chance to save the other passengers. If no one had such a number, he could do nothing. To the numerator, murder counts and life expectancy simply never changed. He told her that he was already heading directly toward the predicted location. If someone truly was responsible for the deaths, he would try to find that person. The first possibility was to locate the culprit and stop him permanently. The second was that there was a culprit, but he would fail to find him in time. The third possibility was that the accident would be caused by some kind of natural disaster. Ji-hyun replied that this was completely absurd. To her, the first option made no sense at all. Even so, the numerator continued explaining his philosophy. In his view, sacrificing one person could mean saving several others. Before ending the call, he told Ji-hyun to do her best. Perhaps her efforts could change something, or perhaps they could not. After the call ended, she wondered why he had to make everything so complicated and unpleasant. Meanwhile, some passengers got off and others boarded the bus. Ji-hyun now had only 14 minutes left. To save those people, she needed to get everyone out of the vehicle. With no other alternative, she decided to improvise a plan. To put it into action, she discreetly took the lighter from a sleeping man. Her idea was to start a small fire on the bus, creating an emergency that would force everyone to get off. However, she had some difficulty even getting the lighter to ignite. A sudden turn sent the object flying from her hand toward the front of the bus. An elderly woman found it and returned it to Ji-hyun. Soon afterward, the driver had to brake sharply at an intersection to avoid colliding with another car. The force of the sudden braking caused the lighter to fall to the floor and break. Ji-hyun then remembered the numerator's words. She should do everything she could, even without knowing whether it would actually change anything. Meanwhile, the numerator continued on foot toward the predicted location where the bus accident was supposed to happen. Along the way, he thought again about how the numbers truly never changed. After all, he had witnessed it before. Even so, perhaps Ji-hyun was precisely the exception capable of changing those numbers, and consequently, people's fate. Even though she thought she would probably fail, Ji-hyun grabbed the bus's emergency hammer and tried to throw it at one of the windows. However, another sudden turn caused the hammer to slip away and fall out of the vehicle. The driver told the girl to hold firmly onto the handrail while the bus was moving. After all, it was already the second time he had nearly seen her fall. Ji Hyun began wondering why situations like that kept happening to her. Perhaps those incidents were not mere coincidences. Up to that point, every one of her attempts had somehow been thwarted. When she tried to create smoke with the lighter, it fell and broke before she could carry out the plan. Then, when she tried to break the window with the emergency hammer, it ricocheted in an unlikely way and ended up flying out of the bus. No matter how hard she tried, nothing worked. It was as though some unknown force was preventing every attempt to stop that bus. The numerator always said that once a number was established, it could never be changed. Shortly afterward, he called again to report that he had already reached the location where the accident was predicted to happen. The location was between a plaza and several residential buildings. He examined the entire area, but as expected, found no apparent cause or suspicious person. Judging by the condition of the surrounding buildings and streets, it also seemed unlikely that some kind of collapse would be the cause. The most likely possibility was a collision involving one or more vehicles. In a worse scenario, the bus could roll over or even explode. As the predicted time drew closer, the search area would become increasingly smaller. Until then, the numerator decided to remain at that location. Even so, he warned Ji Hyun not to get her hopes too high. If nothing worked, she should get off the bus before the predicted moment. Ji Hyun tried to control her anxiety and organize her thoughts to find another solution. If a number truly could not be changed, perhaps any attempt to alter it would automatically be prevented by some kind of force. Even so, that logic did not seem entirely consistent to her. After all, following that reasoning, the numerator should not be able to eliminate people destined to become murderers either. The number of future deaths attributed to them had already been determined. If they died before then, it would create a contradiction, because their numbers should have been showing 0. Then she remembered how the numerator had explained the technique of predicting the future through numbers. She could try doing that. There were still 11 minutes left, so she decided to test one possibility. As soon as the bus door opened, she moved toward the fire extinguisher. However, the times remained unchanged. Their life expectancy had not changed, but something felt strange. When she stepped outside the bus, her life expectancy increased. From that, she realized two things. The first was that remaining on that bus was part of the condition required for her to die in the accident. The second was that, unlike what happened with other people's numbers, she could freely alter her own future in real time. At that moment, the bus made another sharp turn. The movement caused the fire extinguisher to come loose. She managed to grab it and, encouraged, realized that her test had worked. That proved it was possible to interfere even with a future that appeared predetermined. During the incident involving the stalkers and also at the gangster's hideout, the numerator had always checked his own number, analyzing which future would be most favorable before acting against someone. It was something he did constantly. The numerator repeatedly altered his own future. Ji Hyun then moved forward with the fire extinguisher aimed directly at the driver's face. It did not matter where each passenger was sitting. To increase their life expectancy, she would have to get them off that bus. There seemed to be no other option. However, by interfering, the bus would end up hitting a utility pole. It would not be serious enough to cause many casualties, but it would still cause an accident. Meanwhile, the numerator was atop a building and was already struggling even to see ordinary numbers. His eyes burned intensely. He tried calling Ji Hyun. That was when he noticed someone whose number was fluctuating unusually. The count of predetermined deaths above that person showed 27. At that moment, Ji Hyun finally answered the call while he hurried to leave the building. She told him that even after causing an accident before the predicted time, her attempt had failed. The passenger's life expectancy remained exactly the same. 4 minutes earlier, she had made the bus crash into a utility pole. Fortunately, the accident had been very minor. Nobody was injured, and the road was immediately blocked. The driver accused Ji Hyun, describing the clothes she was wearing and explaining how she had supposedly caused the accident. Because of that, she quickly changed her disguise. Even after causing the accident, her life expectancy returned to normal. However, the situation was different for everyone else. The reason was simple. They intended to catch another bus because they still had a destination to reach. If necessary, they would simply continue their journey using another form of transportation. Since there was a station nearby, they could also complete the trip by subway. Meanwhile, their life expectancy kept decreasing. Only 6 minutes remained, exactly as before. Perhaps the real disaster would happen on the subway, and she had merely led those people there. Everything seemed to be following a predetermined fate. The subway arrived just as all the passengers who had left the bus headed over to board. In the end, they had only changed their means of transportation. The remaining time did not change at all. Ji Hyun desperately asked what she should do. She could see the numbers, but she did not seem capable of changing the future of that situation. She could not oppose that immense law connecting past, present, and future. She had no way to fight time itself, much less something resembling God. The numerator replied that he understood perfectly. He too had tried countless times to reduce the numbers on his own, searching for a way to change the future without having to take lives. Ji Hyun already knew that she could alter her own fate by using her ability to foresee the future. It was as though, by observing her own number, she ceased to be completely bound by fate. However, every change caused a reaction. In the end, everything would return to its original course. To truly change the outcome, she would have to completely break the lines of that fate. With so little time left, the only option was to create a permanent change. The numerator told her to listen carefully, because this was essential. Someone was responsible for the possible subway accident. Unlike the bus, that disaster would be caused by someone interfering with fate. At that moment, the numerator was pursuing a hooded man carrying the number 27. With his vision impaired, he asked whether Ji Hyun understood what that meant. Ji Hyun, who could see the future, would have to permanently stop the person responsible for the disaster. Then he asked what she would choose: keep her hands clean or allow all those people to die. She had to choose between letting the train continue on its course, putting several lives at risk, or diverting it and sacrificing only one person. At that moment, Ji Hyun remembered every time people had called her a murderer, just like her father. She also remembered the moment when she had almost given in to the urge to take a life. Now she found herself facing the same dilemma again. Everything conflicted with what she had always wanted since the incident involving her father. Her only wish was to live normally, like any other girl. She had never wanted to become someone like her father. However, on that day when she held the knife, she once again heard in her mind everything people had said about her, calling her a monster. Then she remembered the number of predetermined deaths connected to her, 4,300. Ji Hyun returned to reality when she heard the numerator's voice in her ear again. He warned that time was running out and demanded a quick decision. Ji Hyun replied that she could not simply decide all of a sudden to take someone's life. Meanwhile, the numerator continued following the hooded man responsible for the future accident. He informed her that the person responsible was in the second car, while she was in the sixth. The numerator himself, however, would not be able to get there. He was close enough to reach him, but acting from that position would be extremely difficult. So she needed to make it to the second car, and she had to do it as quickly as possible. Even so, she asked why she had to be the one to take on that task. He explained that she was carrying the ideal tool, a syringe filled with lethal poison. It required neither strength nor skill, she only had to inject the dose. She was still uncertain, unsure whether it would truly work or what the chances of success were. The numerator replied that situations like that always seemed impossible to him at first. Even so, she activated her power and decided to take the initiative. Then she began making her way through the cars until she reached the second one. Along the way, she wondered what someone would have to do to cause the deaths of 27 people inside that subway train. Perhaps a bomb, some kind of toxic gas spread through the cars, or even a fire. Just like before, she still could not understand what motive could drive someone to take so many lives. Nor could she understand what that person might be thinking to place 27 innocent people in such grave danger. For a moment, she thought the world would hardly change if one or two people like that man simply disappeared. At that moment, the train took another sharp turn and everyone inside the car was jolted. The hooded man's backpack fell to the floor, revealing several old and poorly maintained belongings. Among them were some pieces of trash and also the materials he apparently intended to use to start a fire on the subway. An elderly man standing beside him reacted with obvious contempt. The man kicked the scattered belongings, picked up the nearby teddy bear, and knocked it down, humiliating the hooded man in front of the other passengers. Some people even recorded the scene, calling him a beggar and telling him to get out of their way. He replied that he had become exactly what everyone had always expected him to become, just as Ji Hyun had. The numerator heard the entire commotion through the communicator and asked what was happening. Instead of explaining, she simply grabbed the hooded man's backpack and ran toward the first car. The numerator asked what the hell she was doing. He ordered her to return with the weapon and carry out the mission against the suspected killer. But she had seen a version of herself in that person. She saw in that hooded man someone pushed to the limit by humiliation, ready to turn against everyone around him. Because of that, she did not think it was right to simply eliminate him merely on the suspicion that he might hurt other people. After all, that was exactly what had already been done to her. They had tried to get rid of Ji Hyun simply because she was the daughter of a killer, and because they believed she would end up the same way. If she acted the same way, she would also be condemning someone instead of truly saving lives. Even so, the numerator insisted that she had to choose one of the available outcomes. Ji Hyun asked whether he was certain that fate could not be changed. After all, the first predicted event clearly involved a bus accident. Now, however, everything had shifted to the subway, and even the number of potential victims had increased. To her, that proved that fate could be altered. Since they still did not fully understand the numbers, she promised to find a third option that would save everyone there. The numerator replied that he had already explained countless times that once a number was set, it could not be changed. Ji Hyun countered that until then, he had always tried alone. Perhaps with her help, it would be possible to change that fate. She then came up with an idea, more like a gamble, since she did not know whether it would work. Even so, it required something only she and her power could accomplish. The numerator explained once again that self-prediction allowed temporary interference with the future and could alter the immediate course of events. However, the moment the power was interrupted, fate would return to its original course, like an elastic band snapping back into place. That was what happened in the stalker case. When the numerator stopped him, his count showed 3 future victims. Through that intervention, he managed to prolong the lives lives of 3 people from that family. During self-prediction, however, one had to prepare completely to confront the original flow of fate and time. That was the method the numerator had used until then, nullifying the numbers by stopping those responsible. His ability showed how many people someone might kill, but it did not reveal who the victims would be. Ji Hyun, on the other hand, could see the victims themselves and how much time they had left to live. Because of that, she believed there should also be a reverse path. Instead of eliminating the attacker to protect the victim, she could save the victim first and thereby prevent the crimes that would follow, preserving both sides. The numerator said that directly saving the victims was impossible. After all, they were only on that subway because she had tried to protect the people on the bus, and even then fate had continued onward. Ji Hyun then asked what would happen if she kept the prediction active until after the moment when those lives were supposed to end. About 2 minutes and 1 second remained. If she maintained self-prediction throughout that entire period, perhaps she could temporarily remain outside fate's normal influence. And if she managed to keep everyone alive at the same time beyond the predicted limit, even she did not know exactly what the result would be. Perhaps that way, an entirely new future would emerge, separate from the flow that had originally been determined. The numerator, however, asked whether she could truly endure something on that level. The very moment she imagined keeping her eyes continuously activated, the pain became so intense that she could barely remain standing. Ji Hyun collapsed onto the floor of the car, overwhelmed by excruciating pain as she tried to maintain the ability. Her brain was being pushed to its limit by the enormous amount of information flooding into it. The numerator warned that if she interrupted the power for even a single instant, the entire plan would fail. That was when she realized that the flammable liquid, the gasoline inside the backpack, had been leaking for some time, leaving a trail through the car and even splashing onto several people. At that moment, the woman responsible for the threat demanded that they return the backpack since her doll was still inside it. Holding a blowtorch, she began threatening the passengers and ordered them to hand over the bag immediately. Some people were covered in the flammable liquid, since gasoline was still leaking from the backpack. Ji Hyun needed to quickly regain control of the flow of time, but her eyes were already failing and barely responding anymore. At that moment, the numerator used his silenced pistol and, guided by his own foresight, fired a calculated shot. The bullet shattered a window, sending glass fragments raining down on the woman with the blowtorch and forcing her to drop the weapon. In truth, he had been thinking about eliminating that person for a long time. Still, he wondered whether Ji Hyun would choose another path instead and save both sides. To him, that seemed impossible, or at least it should have been. Even so, he wanted to believe in that miracle because she had already managed to achieve one before. Ji Hyun could not understand what had driven that woman to bring all of those things there to start a fire in the subway. Even so, that had been her choice. Perhaps every other possibility and path she had tried to follow had been taken away from her. She was simply someone whose future had been stolen by others. Then Ji Hyun made her decision and poured the gasoline over her own head. Neither the hooded woman nor the numerator could understand what she intended to do. Neither of them understood her actions. Even so, Ji Hyun wanted to believe in the one chance she still had to win. Only 41 seconds remained. The hooded woman tried to retrieve the blowtorch. Ji Hyun, however, kept moving forward. With the passengers trapped in the chaos and no room to react, a single spark would be enough to put everyone in danger. That was why she poured gasoline over herself and turned herself into the primary target. She needed to find the future with the best possible outcome. She was searching for a possibility where even she, completely drenched in gasoline, would survive. That way, she would concentrate all the risk of life and death on herself. In doing so, she took the burden off the other passengers, since at that moment she was technically the only person directly at risk. When she rushed toward the attacker, who was already holding the blowtorch again, sunlight reflected brightly off the window. The glare ended up blinding the woman for a few moments. That brief opening allowed Ji Hyun to shove her against the subway door. The impact shattered the glass, and Ji Hyun managed to throw the backpack containing the flammable materials and the blowtorch outside. The numerator confirmed that the backpack had left the subway. After preventing the tragedy, Ji Hyun collapsed from exhaustion. Shortly afterward, the subway stopped briefly on the tracks above the river and began moving slowly toward a safe location where the passengers could disembark without danger. The numerator approached, placed his own coat over Ji Hyun, and ordered her to remain hidden. From there, they would head in the opposite direction from the survivors because the police would certainly be waiting at the exits. Using her vision, Ji Hyun saw that the 27 people had regained their normal life expectancies. She had truly managed to save everyone without taking anyone's life. The numerator remarked that it had been far too risky, especially since she needed to avoid the police. Ji Hyun merely replied that everything had worked out in the end. That meant the numbers could change, just like the number 1 that appeared above her own head. Dawn then remembered a promise he had made in the past. He had promised to prove to her that those numbers could not be changed. Now, however, Ji Hyun was showing the exact opposite. It was possible to save people without sacrificing others. At that moment, an order was issued to evacuate the entire area. No one could remain at that station. Even so, the numerator said he still needed to make one final check. They returned to the scene, where police officers were already surrounding the hooded woman and beginning to take her into custody. The numerator asked Ji Hyun whether she still believed there was no need to choose a side or eliminate someone to save the other 27 people. After all, she had managed to lead all those victims toward a different fate without even fatally injuring injuring the attacker. She truly had led everyone toward a different future. Then he asked whether Ji Hyun had checked that woman's life expectancy. It was the very life of the person she had decided to spare. And then, as though fate itself intervened, one of the subway ceiling lights suddenly came loose and fell onto the woman responsible for the incident. She did not survive the impact. Ji Hyun fell into despair when she realized that in the end, fate did not seem to change. A number that had already been determined continued leading to the same outcome. Ji Hyun tried to run toward the woman to check her condition. The numerator, however, told her to come back immediately so she would not attract attention. Later, while hiding in an alley, Ji Hyun asked whether he had known from the beginning and deliberately hidden the truth. He replied that his first victim had been kept imprisoned, not eliminated. That happened before he even returned to Korea. That criminal, after failing to reach the predicted number of victims, was eventually convicted again for another crime and later executed. Another criminal he had incapacitated and kept captive eventually died after a small wound became infected and caused a severe complication. After testing various methods and trying different outcomes countless times, he finally realized that fate seemed to mock his attempts to save both sides. Sooner or later, it always ended up forcing him to choose. He was not talking only about numbers, abilities, or probabilities. From the moment he left the orphanage until he became the numerator, his entire life had followed that pattern. Up to that point, every stage of his life had been marked by choices. Whenever he followed one path, he had to abandon another. Even when he believed he had both, something was always taken away in the end. That was why he came to believe it was fair to always choose the path where the greatest number of people survived. Then he admitted to Ji Hyun that, yes, he had pretended not to know. He had not wanted to destroy her determination before she tried. He thought someone like Ji Hyun might achieve a different outcome and had even come to believe it, but in the end, nothing changed. Ji Hyun asked whether giving up like that really settled everything. Would someone marked as a future murderer be doomed to follow that path or die? Circumstances could lead someone down that path. She did not think it was right to ignore the reasons and simply eliminate everyone who appeared before him. At that moment, however, the call began to break up and she stopped speaking. That happened because the investigator had wrapped a steel cable around her neck and was asking who she was speaking to on the phone. He told her to listen carefully. The important thing was to lure the numerator to that location. He told her to take a deep breath, call again, and handle everything calmly. Then she called the numerator again. Using the voice changer, the numerator asked who was speaking and demanded that the person say what he wanted. The man replied that it was nothing serious. He said he was simply very interested in the distorted version of vigilante justice defended by the numerator. He said he would like to meet him in person and discuss the matter face to face. The numerator had no idea who that man was. However, judging by what he had just said, Investigator Kwan's target was clearly the numerator. Even so, that did not seem like a normal way for the police to operate. If they were ordinary police officers, they would have approached the numerator directly at the station, drawing the authorities' attention. Waiting to ambush Ji Hyun suggested someone who had been pursuing him for quite some time. Kwan said that, up to that point, he had done nothing to Ji Hyun and cared little about her. However, the numerator might think differently, so he suggested arranging a meeting. The meeting would take place at the abandoned building on Naman Street at 10 that night. The numerator refused immediately, saying that all of them were pathetic and unworthy of any consideration. He also declared that he did not care what happened to the girl being used as a hostage. They could do whatever they wanted with her. According to him, Ji Hyun would not die easily, and he certainly would not surrender because of her. Then, he ended the call. Kwan had assumed the relationship between the two was much closer. Apparently, he had been mistaken. He then released Ji Hyun, apologized for what he had done, and told her to calm down because she did not need to try to escape. He assured her that they had no intention of hurting her. After all, they were still police officers. However, their expressions did not inspire that kind of confidence. At least to Ji Hyun, those men did not look like police officers. Kwan also said that it was up to her to decide whether she wanted to go with them for a conversation. The problem was that, at that exact moment, she was trying to escape from the subway. If someone recognized her, things would become complicated. Besides, if she wanted to meet the numerator again, staying with them might be the safest option. Meanwhile, the numerator followed the signal from the tracker he had installed on Ji Hyun's phone. However, Kwan already knew about that tracker. He knew people like that very well. People obsessed with keeping every situation under their control. That only made Kwan even more curious to meet the numerator in person. Ji Hyun even tried to use her ability. However, she could not. Her eyes began to sting, and by the time she realized what was happening, Kwan was already watching her reddened eyes closely. He asked whether her eyes hurt and remarked that this information might explain many things. Then he asked the sergeant to drive around for a while because he wanted to speak with the girl privately. Kwan also warned her that from that moment on, she should stop lying. At that moment, the numerator was preparing his equipment and asked the supplier whether she had obtained what he requested. She replied that he had called at the perfect time. In fact, she had already sent him the number of the storage unit where the motorcycle he requested was being kept. Since he was a regular customer, she would charge him later. She only asked that, this time, he try not to destroy the motorcycle. He quickly headed in the direction indicated by the tracker, replying that he could not promise anything. If there was one thing Kwon had learned during his years working as a detective, it was that a great deal of information could be gained simply by observing someone. Appearance, sweat, breathing, and small gestures allowed him to see far beyond what a person said. Even so, there was a limit to what could be discovered from the outside. It was impossible to fully know someone's true nature merely by observing them. The person before Kwon could simply be an ordinary individual who had lost their way at some point in life. Perhaps they had made only one thoughtless mistake, or perhaps they were someone who had already gone beyond any possibility of redemption. They could also be someone who cried to appear like a victim while hiding an extremely cruel and dishonest nature behind that facade. To Kwon, there was only one way to reach the truth, by using his ability to see lies in people's eyes. That was how he reacted when he first watched the video of Ji Hyun, Hyun Chol's daughter. A police officer explained that she had grabbed a knife during an outburst of anger to save a boy. At least that was what everyone claimed. The footage was far too poor in quality to confirm it. She could have taken the knife to protect the boy or to attack someone else for some unknown reason. Afterward, Kwon examined photographs, apartment security cameras, and even traces left at the scene of the incident that occurred on December 6th. From that, he realized that she was nothing more than a high school student, and yet she was walking beside the most dangerous serial killer in the country. On December 4th, he hired someone to watch both the girl and her grandmother. In exchange, he promised the criminal that, if he managed to obtain what Kwon wanted, all charges against him would be dropped. Naturally, the man accepted the job. To Kwon, that investigation worked almost like a mafia game, except that real lives were at risk. Arresting a few minor criminals meant little to Kwon. He wanted to understand people's psychology and true nature in order to find the real mafia and reach the source of the problem. Detective Kwon carried an enormous responsibility. If the police failed to capture those criminals, then, every night, some citizen could be at risk. For that reason, he could never allow the true culprit to escape. On the day he learned about the incident involving the stalker in the building, Kwon rushed to the scene immediately. However, when he arrived, he found yet another person who had ended up becoming a victim of that situation. Now, Kwon was sitting before Ji Hyun to finally have a direct conversation. First, he asked again whether her eyes were tired. He also wanted to know whether they were injured. He said he only wanted to talk calmly and asked her to be honest, making it clear that this was not yet a formal interrogation. Since Ji Hyun did not answer, Kwon presented several possibilities. First, dust might have gotten into her eyes. Second, the irritation could have come from the fire extinguisher used on the bus. The third possibility was simple. Perhaps she had overused her eyes. Kwon believed the third possibility was the correct one. To him, Ji Hyun had probably strained her vision too much. Then he asked about the incidents on the bus and in the subway, wanting to know what her true intention had been when she caused those disturbances. The first possibility was that she wanted to attack people at random. The second was that she had been trying to stop the bus by creating an emergency. As he spoke, Ji Hyun remained desperate and distracted, trying to figure out what she should say or do. After all, she was not even certain that those people were actually police officers. He had no idea what their true objective involving the numerator was, but he had a very bad feeling about it. Since she did not answer, Kwon said he would assume the first option. In his view, it was probably terrorism. The attempted murder at home might not have been enough to motivate her, but that was fine. Cases like that were not uncommon. That did not necessarily mean she was evil. Some people felt rejected by society and searched for a way to vent their frustrations. In the end, they took everything out on innocent people chosen at random. That was why she had been following the numerator until then. Ji Hyun finally lost her patience and said that he knew absolutely nothing about her. She also demanded that he stop treating her as though she were a murderer. Kwon remained calm and said she had misunderstood. From her reaction, he realized the crime had not been random. Only then did Ji Hyun notice that she had been manipulated into answering. From there, Kwon began forming theories about something specific, a routine or information that only Ji Hyun could know. Then he asked which of those pieces of information she actually knew. The time or location of the accident, someone's number of predetermined deaths, or perhaps the number related to life expectancy. Using her future prediction, Ji Hyun decided to take a gamble. She said she would reveal which number she could see, as long as he told her his own first. Naturally, Kwon became very interested in the proposal. The sergeant, on the other hand, showed concern. It was at that exact moment that everything changed. Numerator appeared through the rear window of the car, shattered the glass, and grabbed Kwon by the neck. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen such a high number and asked whether Kwon had any final words. Kwon reacted immediately and tried to tear off the numerator's helmet. The resulting wound stung a little. While bandaging his wrist, Kwon asked how he had identified the car. He also noticed that the numerator seemed extremely skilled at riding the motorcycle. The numerator appeared on the other side of the vehicle and made several gestures toward Ji Hyun, signaling that she should use her future prediction. Ji Hyun then responded to the signal. She held up both hands, but he could not understand what she meant. Soon afterward, he had to take cover behind a truck when the sergeant began firing in his direction. Kwon commented that he rode like a madman, although that did not seem directly related to his ability. The sergeant became concerned when she heard Kwon mention an ability. However, Kwon explained that the girl had already figured everything out, so there was no longer any reason to hide it. He knew the burning sensation in her eyes was no mere coincidence. Ji Hyeon also possessed some kind of ability. Kwon also remarked that the girl was impressive for being able to face the entire situation head-on. Perhaps her power would be far more useful working for the police. Ji Hyeon then asked whether he was truly a police officer and what his real intention was. He replied that, for a police officer, there should be no objective other than capturing dangerous people. But he soon questioned what truly defines someone as evil. Committing crimes, killing, or stealing did not explain everything. Genetics and environment also had an influence, and inheriting tendencies from one's parents did not automatically make someone wicked. To him, there was a moral code that went far beyond what was written in the law. There were also people so corrupt that, in his view, they no longer deserved to be saved and might even warrant a final judgment. Kwon explained that he could not determine who was evil simply by piecing together a few isolated facts. That applied to both Ji Hyeon and the numerator. That was why he wanted to talk to him, understand his personality, his criteria for deciding who lived or died, and discover what truly lay behind his actions. At that moment, the numerator charged toward the car again. He narrowly managed to avoid the gunfire. Kwon used that as an example. The numerator was trying to eliminate him, not because he wanted to, but because he believed it was necessary. According to Kwon, the proof was that up to that point he had not shot out the car's tires to cause it to overturn. The first possibility was that he avoided causing an accident so he would not attract too much attention. The second was that he did not want to involve Ji Hyeon. But there was still a third possibility. Perhaps he was only pretending to want to eliminate them because he was listening to the entire conversation through the device hidden in her clothes. Kwon then directly asked the numerator whether his conclusion was correct this time. As he removed the device from Ji Hyeon's clothes, he also threw his yo-yo into the middle of the road. Immediately afterward, Kwon jumped out of the car and fell from the bridge directly onto a garbage truck passing beneath him. He warned the numerator that the tracker was still with him. Therefore, finding him again would be very easy. Now the numerator had to choose between continuing after the car to save Ji Hyeon or pursuing Kwon and punishing him. It was time to reveal his priority. Above the investigator's head was the number 52. Ji Hyeon remained in the car while the sergeant followed the detective's instructions. They would meet at the agreed location in 45 minutes to carry out Plan A. As expected, the numerator appeared, and Kwon was already waiting for him. When he arrived, Kwon looped the yo-yo around his neck. The numerator used his arms to keep the string from trapping him, but the detective responded with another swift move. The numerator remembered Ji Hyeon insisting that Kwon also possessed an ability related to numbers. The investigator himself had confirmed it through the communicator in his ear. That also surprised the numerator. He had doubted the rumors about a murderer who left numbers behind, but now he was beginning to consider that Kwon truly possessed a similar ability. He also wanted to discover why Kwon's number was so high and what exactly it meant. Meanwhile, the investigator discreetly prepared his next attack. Kwon pulled the yo-yo strings and caused several metal beams to collapse onto the numerator. He managed to evade the impact, but soon found himself caught in close combat. Detective Kwon always told exactly 5 lies per day. If he told fewer on a given day, he made up the difference the next. The opposite also happened. If he exceeded that amount on one day, he reduced it the next, always maintaining the same daily average of lies. The number of lies he could still tell was precisely how Kwon measured his own life expectancy. The moment he tried to imitate the numerator's way of fighting, he was easily disarmed during the confrontation, and he told the numerator that there was absolutely no need to do that. After all, the two of them still had time and possessed relatively similar abilities. Kwon believed they could talk calmly and perhaps even reach an understanding. He still did not know the exact criteria the numerator used, although he knew it involved their numbers, since some cases did not follow the usual pattern. The numerator simply replied that he would eliminate Kwon to prevent the 52 deaths he would cause in the future. To him, that was enough. He considered that reason more than sufficient, and even asked whether Kwon had any final request or anything he wanted to say. Kwon wanted to confirm that he had understood correctly. The numerator could truly see how many people someone would kill in the future. He then asked whether the numerator chose his targets only when that number appeared excessively high. At that moment, Dawn realized that his ability was finally returning. When he closed his eyes, he managed to see his own count, which at that moment showed 3,703. His body had also fully recovered. Dawn charged at Kwon, who responded by pulling more chains and beams with the strings of his yo-yo. Even so, Dawn managed to avoid almost every attack until he was caught off guard by a precise knee strike to the face. It was almost as though Kwon already knew exactly what his next move would be, while saying that this was absurd. Of all the possibilities he had considered, he had never imagined that the numerator's method and criteria would be so simple. Dawn found the sensation strange, because he was certain that he had just used his future prediction. Holding the chain, Kwon finally understood why the numerator allowed some criminals to escape. It was because their count showed only 1. Even so, to Quan, that made no sense whatsoever. The man the numerator had spared 5 days earlier would certainly still cause other deaths, even if not directly. After all, he had connections and remained involved in the criminal underworld. That meant other people could die because of him. To Quan, the criteria used by the numerator were clearly flawed. Quan continued pressing the numerator with the chain while saying that he was deeply disappointed in him. He said that he had asked Santa Claus for a true killer, not someone as mediocre as him, both in strength and conviction. If the numerator could not even overcome a weak detective like him, then there was nothing left to discuss. Quan no longer wanted him as a partner. He did not even intend to keep him as a simple piece in his plans. Even so, he decided to make an offer. Quan demanded that Monty be released so she could work as a detective beside him. In exchange, he promised never to pursue the numerator again. According to him, she had far more potential. She adapted quickly, was intelligent, and possessed a much more useful ability. In addition, the numerator would have to abandon his activities. To Quan, he had already done more than enough. A person with such a narrow view, according to him, had no right whatsoever to decide who was or was not a villain. The numerator replied that Quan had misunderstood something. He did not pursue villains, only people destined to commit murder. That was precisely the only thing he could distinguish. He then asked whether Quan truly believed he had the right and the ability to judge who was a villain in that city. In a place where good, evil, prejudice, and personal interests constantly intertwined, separating black from white seemed impossible. Even so, Quan replied that he could do it. According to him, he was the only one capable of it. Dawn then remembered Soa, who had also believed she had the right to decide how villains should be treated. Quan grabbed him by the neck and said that he was the second hero he had encountered in his entire life. Because of that, he would receive exactly what he deserved. Then he activated a flash grenade directly in front of them. Meanwhile, the sergeant was worried because Quan had insisted on facing the numerator completely alone. It was precisely when the grenade exploded that the investigator realized Dawn's face looked familiar. The explosion made the sergeant even more uneasy. Even though she knew she should not interfere, she decided to enter the area. The flash temporarily impaired Quan's vision, but the numerator was affected as well. Even so, he recited the date and time, stating that stopping Quan there would save another 52 people. Taking advantage of the detective being weakened by the flash, Dawn managed to knock him down without much difficulty. Now that his ability to predict the future had returned, everything became much easier. He could block every route Quan might take and create new possibilities for himself. At that moment, he remembered Ji Hyan's attempt to change the future. That idea sparked a measure of hope, and he decided to put it into practice. He also remembered her words, saying that perhaps taking a life was not the only way to stop a future killer. Even so, his hands trembled as he held the knife, believing that perhaps there was no other way. Ji Hyan also managed to throw herself out of the car despite still being handcuffed. She refused to accept that death was the only possible fate for anyone. After all, there were now 3 ability users who might be able to change that future together. Sergeant Sol arrived before Ji Hyan and immediately struck the numerator's leg. Right afterwards, she pinned his arms down, displaying impressive physical strength. Her blows were extremely powerful, and she managed to slam him hard onto the ground. However, in the middle of that movement, Dawn managed to escape the hold using his own coat and caught her off guard the next instant. Despite being very strong and experienced, she was at a disadvantage because Dawn could anticipate her movements. What he did not expect was Quan's intervention, as he managed to wrap a chain around his neck. The sergeant tried to take advantage of the opening to fire, but Dawn managed to dodge again. Now there were 2 opponents against him. Above the sergeant's head appeared the number 37. Observing the coordination between Quan and the sergeant, the numerator realized from their synchronization that they had worked together for quite some time. From that, he concluded that the 2 of them had probably already caused many deaths while operating side by side. The sergeant asked Quan whether his ability was still working. He replied that he could see the number above the young man in front of him, but this was an especially strange case. From the moment they first met, Dawn had not told a single lie. The total number of lies he would tell throughout his lifetime was only 25. The numerator stated that everyone needed to face reality. To him, good and evil were illusory concepts because any judgment made by a person remained subjective. If a decision did not come from an objective rule, everything ultimately became the same. People made mistakes, while rules were not supposed to fail. Quan replied that, by that logic, the numerator should look in the mirror. Everything would be resolved if they started by eliminating him. The numerator declared that if there were another reliable way to identify predestined murderers besides his ability, he would accept death without resistance. His number did not decrease, proving that he was serious. Quan was so intrigued that he proposed a temporary truce. The numerator agreed to talk, but warned that he would react immediately if it was a trap. The detective knew he was looking for the albino girl and said he might be able to help him find her. In return, he could also be useful to the investigation. Then Quan asked whether the numerator knew anything about Hyan Chol. As soon as he spoke that name, Ji Hyan appeared immediately and asked what he had just said. Quan explained that he had personally investigated the orphanage where Hyan Chol had last been seen. Inside the abandoned building, he found old-school desks and several strange clues. During the investigation, he also found records about Dawn indicating symptoms very similar to his. In addition, there was information about Soa, the albino girl. For that reason, Quan directly asked the numerator whether she was the one he was looking for. It was at that exact moment that Ji Hyan arrived arrived and heard her own father's name mentioned in the conversation. Confused, she immediately asked what Kwon meant by that. Ji Hyun wanted to know whether her father had any connection to the albino girl, how much Kwon knew, and why Hyun Chol was involved in all of it. Kwon asked the numerator whether he had never told Ji Hyun any of this. Hyun Chol had been one of the teachers at that orphanage. Naturally, he had never revealed that to his own family. At home, no one knew practically anything about that mysterious part of his life. Ji Hyun then asked Dawn whether he had already known about that information. Dawn told her not to fall so easily for the investigators' provocations and tricks. She said it did not matter whether it was true or false. Her father's name had come up alongside the orphanage and that albino girl, and that could not be ignored. Dawn said he was hearing it for the first time as well. However, because of Kwon's ability, it became clear that the numerator was not lying. Kwon had started by investigating ManhwaCapped and eventually reached the orphanage. Since they had probably begun from the same place without any concrete clues, that coincidence did not seem so strange. The numerator then asked how much Kwon truly knew and who exactly he was. Kwon replied by simply explaining how his own ability worked. At that point, Ji Hyun realized that he was right. Compared with powers capable of saving or taking lives, Kwon's gift seemed rather subtle. Yet precisely because it was subtle, it worked perfectly for investigations. Kwon wanted to cooperate with the two of them, combining information, resources, and manpower so they could keep moving forward. The goal would be to confront true evil, people whose true nature remained hidden and who carried out dirty work without needing to act directly. Those people used every kind of influence and social connection to remain protected. They also used money and, when necessary, professionals from the underworld, relying on any resource available to preserve their privileges. However, with three ability users working together, everything could change. Until then, the two had treated the police as adversaries, but an alliance would create new possibilities. According to Kwon, the three of them could form an extremely efficient combination. In return, he would offer answers about the albino girl. He also promised to reveal what he knew about Hyun Chol, provided they agreed to a truce between them. Then he asked what they thought of the proposal. Dawn remembered his friend in Soa as well, carefully considering that possibility. He did not know exactly what information Kwon possessed. Even so, if the detective had managed to reach the orphanage on his own, he was clearly competent. Ji Hyun, however, asked why Kwon had never revealed to the public what he knew about ManhwaCapped. She and her mother had remained completely unaware of that information. Neither of them had any idea what Hyun Chol had really been doing. To Ji Hyun, Kwon treated everything as though he were negotiating a business deal. She argued that for the sake of her family and the other victims, he could simply have revealed everything to the world. At that moment, the sergeant pulled Ji Hyun away from Kwon and asked her not to speak that way. According to her, the victims would never accept such a simple revelation. Ji Hyun was not the only person suffering because of that situation. Kwon then told Jusol to stop. Before the argument could continue, the numerator ordered everyone to be quiet. Then he pulled the investigator closer and pressed the gun against his head. He told Ji Hyun that there was no reason to let either of them leave. Kwon had the number 52, while the sergeant had 37. To the numerator, the rules had to be followed without exception. If the number was high, the decision had already been made. According to his logic, people with high numbers should be eliminated immediately. There was no room for personal judgment or emotion. His entire justification rested on strict rules. After making so many decisions according to that principle, he could not simply ignore it now. Allowing an exception would mean distorting every rule he had followed up to that moment. Kwon then provoked him into shooting. Those were the numerator's own rules, and standing before him was someone he had pursued for years out of revenge. The famous killer known as the numerator stood right before Kwon. The detective wanted to discover his true nature, so he challenged him to go through with it. At that moment, the numerator remembered Soa, who also believed she had the right to judge anyone she considered a villain. Even so, a shot rang out. On that 5th of December, the police also identified for the first time since the previous incident an individual suspected of being Mojirian. From that day onward, the serial crimes attributed to the numerator, known for leaving numbers recorded on his victims, mysteriously stopped occurring. Everything simply stopped, as though the numerator had completely disappeared from activity. At that moment, the numerator truly fired. However, Kwon had already expected exactly that reaction. After all, the investigator already knew in advance that he would make that decision. Kwon then explained that according to modern neuroscience, human behavior might not be determined by free will, but by unconscious chemical reactions occurring in the brain. The moment he pressed the gun barrel against Kwon's head, the number above his head decreased. Kwon already knew the shot would not be fired and trusted that the numerator would make the right choice. He knew the numerator was intelligent. Accepting a compromise to stop a greater evil was precisely the kind of justification only human beings could create. That was not necessarily wrong, it was simply part of human nature. After all, the numerator was not an absolute rule. He was merely a person, another imperfect human being among countless others in that world. Meanwhile, the police were already approaching. Kwon warned that the arrival of reinforcements could make the situation far more complicated. Then, he returned the phone to the numerator. Immediately afterward, he kicked the device away and declared that, from that moment on, the numerator's rule was over. The sergeant lifted Ji Hyun over her shoulder and carried her away. Kwon added that, from that moment onward, he would be the one coordinating everything. Then, he warned the numerator to keep an eye on his phone. At that moment, it began to rain, and everyone was distracted for a few seconds, since rain in December seemed quite unusual. Ji Hyun managed to break free and asked whether Conan had not said that the police existed precisely to arrest bad people. To her, however, none of it made sense. Hiding important information and pressuring people until they destroyed one another did not seem right. That was not fair, much less something that could be called a compromise. Kwon shot back by asking how long she had been with the numerator. If she hated the idea of taking lives so much, then she should not remain by his side. He also asked whether Baek Min was her friend, the one who had always believed in her and remained beside her mother at the hospital, waiting for Ji Hyun to return. If the numerator was treating Ji Hyun differently and still keeping her alive, then she could simply have returned to her old routine. Ji Hyun replied that, obviously, she wanted to return to her normal life. How could she not want that? The problem was that she no longer knew what to do. After everything she had discovered, nothing could simply go back to the way it was. A girl her age should have been going to school in the morning and talking about ordinary things with her friends. At night, she should have been studying and worrying only about her semester exams. But for Ji Hyun, living an ordinary life no longer seemed possible. That was precisely the hardest part. She wanted to live without being defined as Mo On-shu's daughter or as someone destined to become a murderer. Kwon approached her, removed her handcuffs, and presented the same offer once again. They could work together from that point on, and he would help Ji Hyun clear her record. Kwon said his conscience would also be at ease if she did what she believed was right. However, when the time came to choose, Ji Hyun returned to help the numerator and held out her hand, saying they needed to leave. On the way back, inside the car, Kwon remarked that he sincerely wished she had accepted the offer. The sergeant replied that it did not matter. Personally, she did not want that girl working alongside them either. Then someone asked whether he still remembered the day he rushed to the crime scene. That was when he found Sergeant Jill at her home after someone in her family had become a victim of Morong Chow. He then said that nothing would change. They would simply move on to the next target and stop them before more people were harmed. Riding back on the motorcycle beside the numerator, Ji Hyun explained that she had made her decision the moment she saw that woman die in the subway. If someone was destined to become a murderer because of fate, environment, genetics, or the circumstances they lived under, then those very conditions were what stripped away their choices and pushed that person toward what fate had determined, whatever the cause might be. If someone was condemned to end up tied to the tracks, Ji Hyun would destroy that fate completely, no matter how hard she had to fight against it. She would prove that the numbers could decrease, and beyond that, she would stop the numerator from continuing down that path. The three ability users cared about how they were perceived. Even so, they were all human beings capable of facing adversity, regardless of whether the world believed in them or not. Meanwhile, Soa was pursuing yet another one of her victims. Elsewhere, Hyun Chol was receiving an unexpected visitor. From that point onward, everything would begin to change. New forces were directly interfering with the course of fate. Naturally, the entire situation involving Ji Hyun ended up being documented in the reports. The first report mentioned a disturbance on bus 4450 at around 4 in the afternoon. 5. Another case emerged, an attempted arson attack on Line 1 heading toward Dizonga. The report also included the death of the primary suspect in the attempted arson. Then, at 7:30 that evening, another incident occurred in an abandoned building on Nam Street. On nearby roads, witnesses reported gunshots and bullet marks were found in several locations. The police strongly suspected that the numerator and Ji Hyun were at the center of that string of incidents. At first, the police were not certain that the numerator was accompanying Ji Hyun. Even with information gathered by the task force, possibly filtered by Kwon, no trace of her or Ryan had been found. However, new clues emerged alongside the footprints found in the underground warehouse southwest of Daejeon, where many members of a criminal organization had been found dead. In addition, reports containing similar physical descriptions, recorded at the locations of each incident, began accumulating in significant numbers. Because of that, everyone at the central police station worked nonstop, trying to understand what was really happening. With every passing hour, the workload increased, and the situation became even more chaotic. Some said it made no sense for someone like that to simply disappear within Korea without being seen by anyone. Investigator Tae-sik was already close to losing his mind. At every meeting about the case, he joked that his life expectancy must be dropping a little more. It seemed that even the people in the police force had already given up on protecting their own image and reputation. If an officer were caught on a bad day, they could lose their job immediately. Tae-sik could not understand how so much evidence had slipped through, because they had practically nothing concrete, and the testimonies contradicted one another. Even the accident and all the commotion inside the bus had completely vanished from the security camera recordings. On the subway, however, witnesses also said that she had put herself in danger to stop an arsonist. The entire situation was leaving people extremely frustrated. Kwon listened to everything and pretended he had nothing to do with it. It seemed that Ji Hyun and the numerator judged people for crimes they would commit in the future, something that made no sense to him. The topic was already being discussed everywhere, especially online, where it had become the hottest subject. Passengers from the bus and subway gave different accounts of the girl. Of course, walking beside a serial killer was far from normal. Even so, rumors began to spread that the numerator truly acted, like the Raven, that famous comic book character. Various conspiracy theories began to emerge, including the idea that the numerator might be some kind of savior. One internet user shared the story of a close relative. The eldest son of that family had lived like a parasite well into his 30s, worrying everyone around him. Recently, however, he became one of the numerator's victims. When the family cleaned his room, they found diary entries revealing that he intended to eliminate his relatives in order to collect the insurance money. Another account involved a woman saved from her abusive ex-boyfriend, who had planned to set her house on fire. He also ended up becoming a target of the numerator. Kwon followed all of it because the commander himself had sent him a link about a future criminal eliminated by the numerator. They were theories, but some people knew that several of his victims had terrible histories. Even so, they could not simply turn a murderer into a hero. Some people were beginning to believe that view, while others completely rejected the idea. On television, some people expressed immense gratitude toward the numerator. Even survivors of incidents connected to his victims publicly thanked the serial killer. After the video of Ji Hyun spread even further, many internet users began to imagine that the numerator was pursuing the girl to eliminate her. To them, that even seemed plausible, since Ji Hyun might become a murderer in the future. Ji Hyun herself read those comments and realized that she no longer cared as much about other people's stares or opinions. Now, what she truly wanted was to understand herself. They also began to notice how strangely quiet everything had become. During that period, the number of murders decreased significantly. On the rooftop of a building, the numerator asked whether she had observed everything carefully. Ji Hyun replied that she had. There were 4 people on the 14th floor, 3 on the 15th, and 2 others who had just gone up to the 20th. He then said it was time to begin. This happened 23 days after their encounter with investigator Kwon. At the next chosen location, someone was being brutally interrogated while a pipe wrench was used to hurt him. The man who appeared to lead the group complained about the victim's stubbornness. This was already the 3rd person they had needed to pressure that way to obtain information. Even so, the man insisted that he had already explained to the boss that he was not the one who had leaked the account book. Despite his answer, he was struck again with the tool. The young heir to the company claimed that if not for him and that other woman, nothing would have been uncovered. His father had even needed to work hard to suppress the story. Before leaving, he ordered a subordinate to clean up the entire mess carefully and leave no evidence behind. However, before they could even completely leave the room, one of the subordinates was suddenly dragged back into the shadows. It was the numerator taking action in the way he knew best. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun had already infiltrated the security room and was monitoring everyone's life expectancy in the building through the cameras. She reported that Dawn had only 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Before that operation, he had indeed spoken personally with the detective. Dawn admitted his mistake and acknowledged that his rule was far from perfect. He also confessed that he wanted to face that man again and had allowed personal feelings to influence his decision. Even so, he did not consider the rule of stopping someone destined to become a murderer to be wrong, even if doing so required an extreme decision. In the end, the problem was that he himself was also imperfect. Kwon then asked why, despite that, he was helping now. Dawn replied that this way he could decide for himself which of the 2 paths was truly correct. At that moment, he was carrying out a mission for Kwon. In exchange for the information he needed, he would do whatever the investigator asked. Whether the numerator survived or died, the final decision would be left in Kwon's hands. That way, he could also determine whether his own rule was truly correct. Meanwhile, the numerator moved through the area and easily neutralized the subordinates using his curved knife. Even the young heir's enormous bodyguard was struggling to fight the numerator. At the same time, Ji Hyun was busy rescuing the hostages, rendering them unconscious in a controlled manner, with a suitable substance so she could remove them from the building without resistance. When the director's son finally reached the office, he realized he was surrounded. The sergeant remained directly behind him. Kwon was already sitting across from the desk and remarked that they had certainly spent plenty of time occupied with all kinds of suspicious activities. He also mocked them, saying that so much corruption must have rotted their brains, then ordered the young master to sit down. The sergeant pushed the chair toward the desk, while the detective had already reviewed all the most basic evidence. Now, Kwon wanted to ask a few questions and warned that it would be better to answer without lying in order to avoid complications. After neutralizing nearly all the men scattered throughout the corridor, the numerator grabbed the large bodyguard by the neck and observed the number 12 above his head. He asked Ji Hyun whether she still had not managed to achieve anything. She replied that she wanted to keep testing for a little longer. Ji Hyun monitored the life expectancy of the woman who had been held hostage. However, she could not alter either number. That attempt had failed as well. The numerator then told her to take the hostages outside while he dealt with those destined to commit murders. Over the listening device, Kwon asked exactly who he was referring to and emphasized that he could not eliminate the others. Irritated, the numerator replied by asking how many times he needed to repeat that he had no intention of breaking the agreement. Kwon said that was fine, but since the young master apparently knew nothing, perhaps he could be used as bait in the end. He asked Ji Hyun to stand up and told her that she did not need to feel so disappointed. Neither the issue of the rules nor the albino girl would be resolved in just 1 or 2 attempts. They needed to think in the long term. Ji Hyun promised that, in the end, she would manage to stop him. She agreed. She did not want to act hastily, especially since they were managing to gather quite useful information. Especially because, ever since meeting the numerator, she had been carefully recording the numbers observed in different situations. That day was December 28, 2026. Ji Hyun was organizing and reviewing everything she had discovered up to that point. First, she began by analyzing how a murder was defined, whether someone was stabbed with a knife or killed by poisoning. Since those acts clearly involved intent, both were included in the murder count that the numerator could see. Even unintentional accidents that resulted in manslaughter were also included in that count. However, she began thinking about other situations. What about suicide or a death caused indirectly if the person who planned it and the person who carried it out were different, whose number would increase? The answer went back to December 7th, exactly 21 days earlier. At the time, the numerator asked her not to overcomplicate things. According to him, only physically causing someone's death was counted as murder. Hiring someone or causing a death indirectly was not included in that count and therefore did not appear in the numbers. Even so, Ji Hyun continued organizing the criteria. To her, fate seemed to disregard intent, emotions, and human will. Fate simply followed its course relentlessly, without caring about resentment, intent, or any other feeling. The reason someone died did not matter. The system merely recorded the physical outcome that occurred. It was like a long strip of film in which every action already had its path determined, while fate merely recorded and displayed the results mechanically. When she discussed this with Kwon on the 14th, he said he found that logic frustrating. He accepted that the ability worked that way, but questioned whether fate also had to be interpreted mechanically. To Kwon, the numerator should treat that power as a useful source of information for catching criminals. After all, even the law clearly distinguished intent from negligence. Ji Hyun realized that Kwon viewed the matter more broadly than the numerator did. Even so, she still did not fully trust him, since he resorted to threats, praise, and lies whenever necessary. He would do practically anything to achieve his goals, and that continued to make her quite uncomfortable. Because of that, Ji Hyun asked why he had specifically called her to that conversation. Kwon found it amusing to hear her ask that while looking so excited as she chose her order, she had requested an extra sweet frappuccino loaded with chocolate, along with a slice of cake. Then Detective Kwon placed new evidence in front of her. It was a collection of police records related to the murders attributed to Mo Cho. Kwon explained that it was a small reward for the work they had been doing together. Although their partnership had lasted only a week, they had already achieved considerable results. However, if they truly wanted to obtain information about the orphanage, they would still need to work much harder. Kwon also remarked that he had found it curious how, on that other occasion, both of them had managed to deduce each other's ability. He then asked how much time he had left to live. Since he had helped Ji Hyun escape the police operation, he thought she could simply tell him. Ji Hyun then asked whether he was truly comfortable knowing exactly how much time he had left to live. He is going to die. Even so, he replied that he would keep switching between ability users, so it did not make much difference to him. And Ji Hyun knows he is right. After all, unlike ordinary people, ability users can resist and even alter their own fate. And on December 17, 11 days earlier, at the numerator's hideout, Ji Hyun showed how she had organized the numbers observed by each person. The number at the top represents the observer, while the one on the left indicates who was observed. Since she still did not know the numbers seen by Detective Kwon, that space remained empty. After examining the data, the numerator commented that Ji Hyun was terrible at drawing. She shot back that he was actually far too good at drawing for no reason. Then the numerator commented that his death count was slightly different from what he had expected. It currently showed 3,684, not 3,071. That was nothing to worry about, since the value fluctuated between 10 and 20 with each self-analysis, leaving a certain margin of error. Ji Hyun replied that her number never changed, remaining at 30 years and 9 months. He explained that his count depended on several factors. Her life expectancy, on the other hand, would probably remain the same unless she suffered a serious injury. Then she asked whether his life expectancy was 9 years and 11 months. It was much longer than he had imagined. Ji Hyun then picked up a loaded gun and pointed it at his head. She stated that she truly intended to fire. Even so, his life expectancy did not decrease. Even if she tried to shoot him at that very moment, fate would interfere, causing the shot to miss or the gun to malfunction. Then she asked him to activate self-analysis and asked what his death count was at that moment. At that instant, the number dropped to 0. and his life expectancy decreased as well. Ji-hyun knew that ability users during self-analysis could affect one another's numbers and track those changes in real time. But a question arose. Why did the numbers of ordinary people not change in real time? Even if the numerator tries to stop a predestined killer, his count does not immediately fall to 0. This shows that his future actions are not reflected instantly. Ji-hyun also continued performing self-analysis after saving the subway passengers. While her own life expectancy fluctuated greatly depending on the situation, the passengers' life expectancies remained unchanged. Only after they reached 0 minutes and 0 seconds without any casualties did each of them finally receive a new life expectancy. The numerator then asked what she was trying to say with that entire explanation. Ji-hyun had thought about it so much that smoke practically seemed to be coming out of her head. In truth, she still did not have an answer. She was merely gathering the facts and knew there was an important difference between ability users and ordinary people. Ability users possess a flexible fate, while ordinary people follow a rigid fate and cannot escape their numbers. Understanding that difference might reveal a way to overcome fate itself. Then, while Ji-hyun slept after reviewing all that information, the numerator settled down beside her. At that moment, his phone received a call from the detective. The two eventually met on the rooftop of the building. There, Kwon revealed an extremely important piece of information to the numerator. It concerned that pale girl, Albina. She was active again. When Kwon informed him that the girl had fallen into the trap, the numerator asked whether he was certain she was really inside at that very moment. Kwon asked why he was reacting that way. Perhaps he was frustrated that they had found the girl faster than expected, but the detective believed the plan would work. Even so, the numerator was clearly uneasy. The detective remarked that something was strange. If that really was Albina, she seemed somewhat different from the description he had been given earlier. After all, someone so obsessed with playing the hero would hardly help criminals keep their businesses running. About 3 months earlier, a woman in her 20s had been found dead in a hotel bathtub. A high concentration of ketamine was found in her blood. In addition, Kwon received a witness statement about a male companion who did not appear on the cameras, along with several other suspicious details. Shortly before the incident, the victim had visited a highly exclusive private club. That club, called Babel, was already suspected of illegally distributing drugs. Yet, for some unknown reason, no meaningful punishment was imposed on the establishment, and the case was ultimately closed as a simple accidental overdose. At Babel, however, the janitor did not clean up only what was normally found in the bathrooms. He also collected traces of drugs clearly. He did all of it simply to get paid, without complaining or reporting what was happening. But just as he went to dump the trash into the dumpster, Detective Kwon revealed that he knew who he was, Hyun Hui, 20 years old. Not wanting to waste time, he ordered him to pay close attention. If he did not want to go to the police station and explain everything inside that bag, he had better tell him exactly what was going on. Hyun Hui then asked what kind of favor the detective wanted in return. At that moment, the second son of a construction company CEO was caught with several women inside that nightclub. Shortly afterward, a large police force began entering the building. The numerator asked what Kwon was doing and accused the detective of breaking his promise. Kwon replied that he obviously was not doing that. On the contrary, he was trying to help capture her in the best way possible. The numerator said that it would fail. There was no way to capture her while maintaining such a small perimeter. Kwon had already heard several times that she was capable of calculating every kind of number instantly. Her mastery over her ability was absurd, but that made no difference. After all, he was not arguing about who was stronger or smarter. Even she had to admit that the trap had been very well planned. Kwon would also be part of the team responsible for entering. Then, the numerator ordered them to stop there. Soa went on her way, while the detective asked her to wait patiently until everything was over, assuring her that it would work out. As he descended the stairs, Kwon thought that the numerator was not the only one with unfinished business. He also needed to settle matters involving that person. He needed to uncover the whole truth, understand who Soa really was, and exactly what lay behind that orphanage. After all, what the hell had happened to the detestable Hyun Chol? Before anything else, Kwon needed to confirm everything with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would not be able to face his senior. Then, he informed the police officers that he was almost there. The traffickers' men grew alarmed and asked what was happening and why the police had shown up there. Soa asked where the other members of the group were and whether they could gather everyone there at that moment. Something had seemed wrong from the very beginning. The same situation had already happened twice before, involving other clients. On each of those occasions, no VIP had been eliminated directly. Only 1 or 2 important security guards serving on the front line had been targeted. They probably wanted to lure out the higher-ups or force her to come out. If they took everyone out, the trail would quickly disappear and they could vanish without leaving a trace. That was why they caused only enough trouble to keep her tied to the distribution route. The partner wanted to understand how they had managed to mobilize the police. After all, the vice president should have suppressed any case that arose. They had probably obtained a warrant based on well-founded suspicions, such as the use of illegal weapons and equipment. Perhaps someone like the numerator was behind it. The special forces team entered the premises accompanied by Sergeant Ji Sol. Helicopters and police vehicles blocked every possible escape route. The police advanced cautiously, while the suspects realized they had nowhere to run. One of the suspects was located in the stairwell. Soa knew he was a trafficker, although the police officers were still unaware of that fact. In reality, they were trying to escape from the police, who had arrived at the scene using a supposed case involving the numerator as justification. However, Tai-Han was beginning to suspect that it was merely a front for something else. Later, Soa began counting how many members were present, all of them subordinates of that trafficking network. That was when she noticed something strange. There were only 12 people, meaning someone was still missing. Finally, one of them came running and said that if the police truly believed it was a numerator case, they only needed to go downstairs and pretend they were victims. She explained that this was precisely their objective. They wanted to take them into police custody as witnesses, no matter what it took. Once they were detained and the investigation progressed, escaping the charges related to drug trafficking would be practically impossible. However, if they fled or confronted the police, they would be treated as real criminals. It was a double-edged trap. Quan climbed the stairs with his weapon ready, taking care not to let his fellow police officers get hurt during the confrontation. He could also turn Albina into the numerator. The intention was to frame her and make her appear responsible for the serial crimes. That way, he would direct the investigation towards Soa while pursuing the true mastermind behind the numerator. But now Albina would make her move as well. She understood perfectly that the entire situation was nothing more than a major test. At that moment, the last subordinate finally appeared. Now everyone was gathered. Then Soa began taking them down one after another. What she intended to do from that point onward was already quite clear. To her, a hero had to stop the villains. So, she fired at all the men. They were all eliminated by her actions. The police officers rushed upstairs in complete desperation. However, she was capable of calculating every detail of the situation. She calculated the trajectory of the shots, the speed of the projectiles, and even each person's reaction time. Soa fired and took down every opponent. Immediately afterward, she dropped the weapon on the floor and surrendered to the police without resisting. Detective Tai-Sik detained her and asked in bewilderment who the hell she really was. She simply introduced herself as the numerator they had been searching for all this time. Quan was surprised by her actions. This definitely had not been part of the plan. Even so, he remained calm. If she was voluntarily taking on the role of the numerator, there had to be a reason. Clearly, she wanted to draw all the police's attention to herself, but that would benefit neither her nor her superiors. Therefore, she certainly had some hidden plan. When the task force entered, they found the scene she had left behind. Several people had been shot on the building's 14th floor. Soa asked whether the team in the left stairwell had already gone up. If she wanted to escape, she needed to act quickly. Meanwhile, the task force continued reporting the situation. There were many victims at the scene, at least 10. Tai-Sik asked whether she was responsible for all of it. Soa confirmed it and said they pretended to work for a security company but were hired thugs working for the company's second son. If she had not stopped them from silencing the informant, the suspicions involving drug distribution and money laundering at Club Babel would probably have been suppressed. Quan could not understand how she knew all that information or why she was revealing it at that moment. The detective stated that she was also a fake numerator. Her behavior and personality did not match the real numerator, so they would not be fooled so easily. Soa explained that it was natural for her to seem different, because the numerator they were looking for was not a single person, but a group. Tai-Sik was incredulous, while Quan called it a lie. Soa decided not to reveal anything more. Then, she calculated the trajectory of the shots, dodged them, and quickly ran upstairs. Soa realized that even the rooftop was surrounded by a helicopter, but she continued calculating the best way to escape. She knew that running between floors might work, but the more reinforcements arrived, the more complicated her situation would become. Soa did not expect a cord to be thrown toward her neck. At the last instant, she managed to catch it around her arm. It was Quan's yo-yo cord. Then, she reacted to Quan's gunfire. She was disarmed, and Soa noticed that Quan's eyes were pointing upward. Even though she knew his movements and his fate in advance, something still did not add up. Quan had not told his fellow detectives about it. After all, he was also an ability user. Quan believed he had hidden it very well, but she was far too perceptive not to notice. She said everything made sense now. The numerator's collaborator inside the police was none other than him. Quan replied that he had always had a slight squint, and that people often said his eyes did not focus properly. But she had no intention of wasting their time. There were surely countless false reports about the numerator, and mobilizing so many officers because of them would be impossible. Unless, of course, he had used genuine information about the numerator. Quan remarked that, at the very least, he should thank her for that. This would make everything easier. Exactly as he had expected, she assumed the identity of the numerator. Now they could continue that conversation at the police station. She replied that she was trying to understand him. He must have been very curious about what was going through her mind, even though he was a lie detector. He immediately realized that this girl was strange, almost fanatical. She seemed obsessed with the number of people she could save. But Soa was hiding something beyond that, especially given her involvement with addicts and drug dealers. Moreover, her true behavior did not match what he had heard about the numerator. Every gesture, tone of voice, and inflection seemed carefully calculated. Suddenly, mist filled the room. The seemingly misplaced shot had struck the pipes and created steam. When Quan activated the ventilation to restore visibility, Soa had already vanished, leaving only a taunt about the next day. At that exact moment, someone appeared on a motorcycle and sped past Soa. The motorcycle tore through the line of police cars and smashed through the building's glass. It was the numerator, clearing a path to reach the rooftop. He managed to get past every police officer, including those inside the lobby. That was when he noticed that every officer had the number 0 above their head. It was 10 against 1, and the elevators were out of service. Faced with that, he decided to take the motorcycle up the stairwell with him. Afterward, he left the motorcycle in the lobby near the elevators. Then he opened one of the doors leading to the electrical room. He caused a short circuit using the emergency battery. After releasing the braking system, he began climbing through the freight elevator shaft. That elevator was used for maintenance, and it led directly to the rooftop where he intended to find Soa. Above, the police helicopter confirmed the target, who was moving through the area near an emergency exit. She then realized that this did not look exactly like a special forces operation. In fact, Soa was trying to draw all the attention to herself. However, all the mist Quan had drawn out through the ventilation system suddenly emerged at once and completely blocked the helicopter's view. Quan had to admit that she was truly clever. From the very beginning, Soa had manipulated him into activating the ventilation. Soa drew her gun and aimed at the helicopter, knowing it would not be an easy target. Even so, she needed to remain calm. At that moment, Dawn interrupted her. The two were finally reunited, and her first reaction was to hug him, leaving him completely stunned. Soa remarked on how much he had grown, remembering how small he used to be. She, meanwhile, seemed to have stopped growing as a child and was still practically the same size. The police then noticed the presence of a second person, although the smoke made it difficult for them to see clearly. She admitted that she had indeed suspected the numerator shown on the news might be him. After all, those injury patterns were far from ordinary, and when numbers were involved, he was the only person in the area who made sense. Even so, she never imagined that Dawn, once so incapable of taking action, would now be pursuing criminals on his own, much less that he would be secretly cooperating with the police. She had even wondered whether she would actually manage to find him that day, which was why she was so happy about their reunion. After hearing that, Dawn simply asked why she was there. He said that he would be rejected, despised, and pushed into some forgotten corner far from any hope, and that he needed to learn how to survive in that kind of world, finding a way to make use of what he did best. Everything came from what he had learned. That was why she eliminated so many people, yet in the end, she became exactly the kind of villain she condemned. She passionately defended the path of a true hero, yet now she was the one committing all those acts. Then she fired at a camera that was still recording his presence. She then said that she already knew. She felt that certainty whenever she followed the news about him. However, he still did not understand what it truly meant to be a hero. That was fine. This was the perfect moment for her to explain. When she saw the trap he and Detective Quan had prepared, she saw an opportunity. She could become a numerator, and from that moment onward, the two of them would work together. According to her, the hero known as the numerator saved people by preventing future murderers from claiming new victims. He even thanked her for not changing, because that meant he would not have to regret the decision he had made against her. 6 months earlier, Soa had met with the man behind the entire operation to discuss what she would do from then on. By then, she already had a general understanding of the size and reach of his business. That man financed the ketamine distribution network that had been causing a major stir. He was Kwak Chu-ho, vice chairman of the UJ Group. She then asked him to explain why she should help with his drug distribution business. On December 8th, the numerator investigated the deal involving Soa more thoroughly. One of the subordinates even remarked that the woman was completely insane. Soa helped employees she considered good people. Before acting, she demanded to know how much the person involved truly deserved her intervention. She also assessed the importance of whoever she was supposed to protect. Anyone who failed her interview was simply discarded and denied a contract. Being rejected by her could even be considered lucky. Everything depended on what the person happened to say without thinking. Many people ended up classified as villains and faced immediate consequences because of that judgment. And on the day of that interview, Kwak remarked that meeting her in person was something completely different. That made everything even more curious. She could not understand why anyone would agree to go through such a process. But Soa began by asking why she should get involved in a scheme that distributed drugs to innocent citizens. He explained that it was not a scheme to get rich. After all, he had not entered that business for profits that were barely worth the trouble. The clientele consisted exclusively of influential figures from different sectors. Among them were celebrities, rising idols, renowned legal experts, and heirs to major business empires. A long time ago, even the daughter of a lawmaker had been involved. Naturally, no one knew that Kwak was running everything behind the scenes. After all, the drugs arrived through different channels, including clubs, private bars, and exclusive clinics. However, every deal, movement of illegal money, and compromising activity eventually became a weakness that could be used against those people, and all that information ended up in Kwak's hands. After growing up in extreme poverty, he had always wondered why people with so much power and authority refused to use them for something greater. So he decided to take control of the powerful. By keeping the elite under control, he could force them to act for justice and the common good rather than greed. By his own standards, he was making progress. Then he asked whether she considered him a good person. She applauded and said he was incredible. She did not know how many people would be affected, but she could clearly see how many lives he would still save. To Quan, everyone with a truly righteous heart was a genuine hero. That was what she believed. And above his head, she could see the number 19,462. Yes, she truly believed him. And that was how he passed the interview. Later, in the office, Quack admitted that none of it made sense. But that was Soa, bound by a fragile and absurd logic. Perhaps she had realized that he was lying and simply decided not to care. As long as something seemed righteous enough, that was all that mattered to her. And so we arrive at the present day, December 29th. Dawn tried to strike Soa Kwan with his curved knife, but she easily dodged every attack. When she lunged at his face, even Soa had to acknowledge how serious the situation had become. There was no doubt. At that moment, she could have finished him. He remembered the conversation between Kwan and Ji Hyun. At the time, she had asked whether Soa truly wanted revenge on her. He replied that it was not about revenge, but obligation. Soa was after her because the number she carried was far too high. At that moment, it stood at 47. At least he believed it was not revenge. She realized the fog would soon disappear, leaving her without protection from the helicopter. Suddenly, that trap had become far more complicated. Maybe she should simply eliminate Dawn right there. At that moment, Detective Kwan appeared behind the numerator and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. He asked whether the boy had lost his mind by charging straight into the middle of the police cordon. Unable to fight back, Dawn was taken back inside the building. Kwan told Soa to focus on avoiding capture and called Dawn an idiot. They needed to hold out until everyone withdrew. Soa merely smiled at the entire situation. But the numerator still wanted to reach her. He ended up stumbling awkwardly down the stairs. The police finally reached the rooftop, but when the fog disappeared, she was already gone. The helicopter crew reported that the thermal imaging system had stopped working. Because of that, they had to search for the suspects visually. From all indications, the suspects had descended to one of the lower floors within the perimeter. Then Kuntz remembered what the numerator had said. They would fail because she calculated everything. And the real problem was precisely that limited perimeter mentioned by the killer. Meanwhile, inside the police helicopter itself, Soa remarked on how amusing the whole situation was. The detective already had enough problems because of Dawn, so eliminating him would be a waste. The officer bribed by Vice President Kwak handed the phone to Soa. Quack asked whether he had arrived too late for the party. Fortunately, he had managed to position a few people there in advance. She replied that his connections always ended up being useful. Soa disabled the helicopter camera transmitting footage to headquarters and made the team focus their search on the building's ground floor. Quack said getting away from there would be easy, but he wanted to understand why she had created such chaos. Soa had impersonated the numerator, attracted public and police attention, and even connected the Babble Boy to the hotel case. On top of that, wiping out all his men had gone too far. At that point, she seemed less like a hero and more like a psychopath. Even so, she said he could trust her because she had never disappointed him, and she asked him not to misunderstand. She had not impersonated the numerator of her own accord. That entire mess was part of a trap designed to frame her. Quack asked whether the real target was her rather than the drugs, but who exactly was behind it all? As soon as Soa stood face to face with Dawn, she thought that she had already known he would eventually appear. She had always had the feeling that he was the one appearing in the news. Even so, Dawn still did not understand the true meaning of being a hero. So she asked Quack if he could leave the matter to her. She assured him it would not interfere with business again. Soa just needed some time. He replied that it was fine. After all, she always ended up doing things her own way as long as everything was resolved without leaving any problems behind. He did not care. Soa already had a plan in mind and asked whether any of his employees were skilled at video editing. She departed in the helicopter thinking that Dawn only needed to wait a little longer. She would prepare everything for him from beginning to end. She would save people and stop the killer. And thus, a hero known as the numerator would emerge. The case was recorded as having 14 deaths caused by gunfire, along with one more victim who succumbed to blood loss from their injuries. The person transported before the police operation, who remained unconscious, was also included in the count. Altogether, there were 16 victims. Even so, the police lost both suspects that day, the woman presenting herself as the numerator and the unauthorized intruder found at the scene. The police, the whole operation ended in a rather humiliating failure. Naturally, the police director was deeply dissatisfied with Taihan and Kwan. Kwan, however, simply continued analyzing the officer who had been in the helicopter. He had begun to respect him greatly. Meanwhile, the girl remained in the numerator's hideout, not knowing exactly what was happening to the others. When she woke at dawn, she caught a glimpse of him leaving, but he departed without explaining anything. At the same time, Dawn was hiding in an alley after everything that had happened, without even enough strength to stand. Several moments from the massive Operation Dawn were captured by cameras in taxis and ambulances. And shortly before those recordings spread across social media, along with the news of the failure to capture the dangerous criminal, it was at that exact moment that the first broadcast began. The police commissioner was notified immediately. The sergeant quickly brought the information to him. Yamoji saw the broadcast for the first time on his phone. It was an online broadcast from the numerator. A distorted voice stated that they had not been the first to create that name. The police had never called them that in any official press conference. Even so, they were precisely the ones who came to mind whenever someone heard the name numerator. The group of serial criminals who left numbers beside their victims was known as the numerators. As he watched, Kwan realized that the voice had been artificially altered. It was a simple live broadcast, showing only a logo on the screen. He concluded that everything was part of Soa's plan. the voice continued, saying that no one would believe their words alone. Until then, several imitators had copied the group. So, during that first public appearance, she decided to explain the true meaning of the numbers they left behind. Soa then partially appeared before the camera, wearing a hood that concealed most of her face. In the background, a person was restrained inside a bathtub, visibly in poor condition. Soa explained that the numbers indicated how many deaths a person would cause in the future. In other words, they could identify those destined to become killers. Upon seeing that, the commissioner remarked that the victim from the previous day's incident had been under surveillance at the hospital, yet they had still managed to take him. Many people began to believe it because it did not look like makeup or artificial intelligence. Soa continued, saying that no one needed to understand exactly how the ability to predict the future worked. She also said that she did not care if everything was dismissed as absurd, because she would prove the truth through her own actions, just as she always had. In reality, many people had already roughly deduced the meaning of the numbers, as well as the rule the group used to choose its targets. Ji Hyun rushed out, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the broadcast explained that Soa had not initially intended to reveal herself that way. She believed that even without aggressively imposing her beliefs, her message would naturally be understood someday. However, after seeing the incident at the Haigwen construction company distorted and reduced to a mere joint counterterrorism exercise, Soa realized something important. If they intended to confront villains whose influence reached the very heart of national power, they would need to capture the attention of the citizens. Inside the police department, everyone panicked as they tried to shut down the broadcast. Soa revealed that the man being held in the bathtub was the head of the management and planning division at the Haigwen construction company, as well as the company president's second son. According to her, he was also involved in the case that occurred around September, concerning the death of a university student in her early 20s at a hotel. Still very young, the girl suddenly lost her life in a hotel bathtub after suffering ketamine poisoning. She had allegedly been forcibly placed in an altered state. Moreover, witnesses clearly stated that a man had practically forced her to go with him to the hotel against her will. Even so, the prosecutors quickly closed the case, recording everything as an accidental death. According to Soa, that man had even tried to silence internal whistleblowers seeking to expose the truth by using criminal organizations. That was supposedly the truth behind the chaos at the construction company. Soa said she did not blame the police for trying to arrest the numerator, but claimed that by acting before the destined criminals, they had managed to protect honest and courageous people. At that moment, the police finally traced the IP address and managed to locate the place from which the broadcast was being transmitted. A large number of police vehicles were immediately dispatched to the address. Soa then declared that everyone should be treated equally, without any distinction. She then posed a question to the public. Should the rights of criminals be worth more than the lives of families who might lose someone precious? She stated that even when they know exactly what will happen in the future, the police can do nothing until someone actually becomes a victim. Meanwhile, the numerator himself was also watching the broadcast. Soa said that her childhood had been destroyed by cruel criminals who exploited children without civil registration and without anyone they could trust. In the end, she claimed that she had lost every friend she had lived with. Upon hearing that, the numerator let out a bitter laugh. That woman was twisting everything. After all, according to him, she herself had been the one who finished them all off. Soa said that those lives had been lost forever. No matter how severe the punishment imposed on the person responsible, the scars left by what happened would never completely disappear. The numerator could not understand why she, of all people, was saying those words. To him, it completely disrespected the story of those children and everything they had endured. Kwon realized that Soa was using the incidents caused by the numerator to reinforce before the public the idea that every destined killer was a villain. She conveniently concealed everything the public would find difficult to accept. It was not the complete reality, but merely the version constructed by Soa. Shortly afterward, the police raided the traced address. When they arrived, the victim was already unconscious inside the bathtub and in critical condition. Soa, however, had already disappeared. Only the equipment used to conduct the broadcast remained at the scene. She had escaped from there using a disguise, and she even passed right by Ji Hyun, who failed to recognize her true identity. Soa desperately hoped that Dawn was watching. She had been deeply disappointed by what he had done, because she believed he had the perfect resource in his hands. Destined killers existed, and even so, Soa believed she knew the correct way to use that power. Now he was finally seeing it. To Soa, this was how that power should be used to save the world. Later, Detective Kwon began interrogating Detective Moon. It was the man who had betrayed the police and joined forces with Kwok and Soa. Kwon then warned him that he had better not try to lie. And when Ji Hyun found the numerator, he was already about to claim another victim. To him, the time had come to eliminate a hero. Cornered, Detective Moon asked how he knew, and Kwon replied that the pale girl had vanished in an impossible manner. That would not remain hidden for long. even though he had remained on the rooftop the entire time. Moon tried to claim that he was being threatened and forced to cooperate, but Kwon said that was a lie. He could see the truth and knew that Moon was a repeat offender. For a long time, he had been accepting bribes from all kinds of people. Soa had no idea how much money Moon had pocketed from it. Naturally, if the people funding him discovered that Moon had been exposed, he would probably end up as yet another person forced to take his own life. That was how they intended to silence him. Kwon did not want to see a former colleague end up that way and asked who the real financier was, Detective Moon. Shortly after the numerator's first livestream ended, the platform suspended the channel. At first, most viewers could barely comprehend the sudden appearance of that group of killers. Many believed they were merely another group imitating the numerator. However, they soon began discussing the various recent cases in which suspected criminals had ended up dead. All of this happened thanks to the informants who had been saved by the numerator. The identities, personalities, and vile actions of the victims became public, revealing a truth that surfaced far too late. Interviews with family members connected to the incidents and deaths also began to be released. Little by little, public opinion of the numerator began shifting in a more favorable direction. Soa insisted that it was not over yet. According to her, the true villain responsible for spreading all that evil was someone else. That was the person who truly needed to be judged. Kwon was certain that this mastermind was the same financier controlling the albino girl. He wondered why they would allow that kind of execution spectacle, especially when it interfered with their own business. It was a question that had troubled him for some time. After giving it more thought, however, Kwon told the numerator and Dawn that the answer was simple. Both the boy from Haiguan and the other distributors served the same purpose. They were being discarded because they had leaked information. In other words, they were clearing obstacles out of the way. The pale girl spoke as though she intended to eliminate all of them, but Kwon knew that was unlikely to be true. While diverting attention away from the true mastermind, she would eliminate the distributors. After that, the financier could establish an entirely new route. All of this was happening on December 30th, 2 days after the first broadcast. Kwon pointed out that the numerator had still gone ahead and attacked the street criminals despite promising not to break their agreement. Dawn, however, replied that Kwon had certainly said that. He also warned that he would not be able to go along with Soa's plan. Kwon acknowledged that it was true. If not for the help of that informant, things might have turned out differently. Kwon then said that he had failed. He asked Detective Kwon whether this truly matched his image of a righteous hero capturing villains, exactly as he had always wanted. Kwon asked whether Dawn truly thought he looked like a psychopath like her. Now he understood why Dawn hated people obsessed with heroic justice. The standards might seem vague to her, and innocent people could end up suffering. He admitted that such a risk existed, but believed he had to prevent it. To Kwon, people focused too much on the consequences of failure and too little on whether the act itself was right or wrong. Thanks to his ability, Kwon could see such things more clearly. He was not like Dawn, who treated anyone with too many lies as a villain, nor like the pale girl, who chose whom to attack based on emotion. Kwon acted according to standards and common sense, however imperfect, and considered that far better. To him, it was better than abandoning all thought or hesitation simply to trust numbers blindly. Kwon asked him to think it over carefully. Eliminating a few predestined criminals, perhaps a dozen, would not be enough to change things. The world would not change simply through death. Dawn then asked whether removing villains actually made their numbers decrease. Even if some were judged or eliminated, would others not simply keep appearing? At that moment, Ji Hyan heard the New Year's bells. She approached her companions, remarked that she was now 19 years old, and asked exactly what he meant by standards of common sense. She was referring to the people who ended up being classified as villains according to those supposedly universal standards. Some of them might have died at the hands of people just as bad as they were, or even worse. Kwon told the numerator that he would overlook the fact that he had dealt with those bullies in his own way. However, he reminded him that he was still the one leading the entire operation. Dawn replied that he did not care. If Kwon believed he was right, he would have to prove it. The detective explained that, for his part, he would use the new route to find the mastermind behind everything. In addition, he had already secured a very important informant. Albina would probably begin tracking down and eliminating the remaining distributors. She would use them as part of her little heroic spectacle as the numerator. Since Babel had already been discarded among the 3 locations identified so far, only a few options remained. Now only 2 places remained. Kwon believed that Albina would appear at one of them very soon. For that reason, Kwon would direct the police investigation toward one of those locations, while Ji Hyan and Dawn dealt with the thugs hired by Kim. Neither of them said anything. As he left the place, Kwon once again remembered something Dawn had said. Perhaps eliminating villains really did not reduce their numbers. He also remembered his senior. It was New Year's Day, and he had now turned 19. But that memory only made Kwon even angrier. He was determined to catch the mafia responsible for it. As the New Year's fireworks illuminated the sky, he wondered why everything had to happen that way all over again. 15 years earlier, the numbers had begun begun appearing before Kwan's eyes. He could not even remember exactly when he understood what they meant. Back then, he lived only with his mother, separated from his father without knowing why. Yet his ability always showed him when she lied, and he almost always discovered that he was right. Over time, Kwan began to believe that all adults were shameless liars. During one such incident involving lying adults, he ended up at a police station. A shop owner accused him of theft and claimed that 15 years earlier he had been the one who hid the cigarettes. According to her, Kwan grabbed several packs from the store and ran away. The woman even claimed to have seen everything on the security cameras. Kwan replied that it was not him in the footage. His clothes probably just happened to resemble those worn by the real culprit. The shopkeeper insisted that he was incredibly shameless. The officer handling the case added that Kwan had not provided his parents' contact information and kept denying what appeared in the footage. The officer said he could still tell the truth. Making mistakes at his age was natural, but continuing to deny it would only make things worse. If he was honest, he promised to help him. That was when Kwan noticed the officer's lie count decrease. Even so, that man still had many more lies ahead of him, over 31. Kwan already knew what adults were like. To him, they all seemed the same and almost never told the truth, and no one believed him. So he concluded that he should not trust anyone either. At that moment, another officer appeared and told them to stop. The boy had already said it was not him. He then asked whether they had actually checked every camera along the escape route. He also told the shopkeeper that he understood her frustration, but assured her that they would investigate everything carefully and find the real culprit. Kwan wondered who that man was and why he was going so far out of his way to help him. Besides defending him at the station, that officer even gave Kwan a ride. Unlike other adults, he hardly seemed to lie at all. In fact, his number barely changed. The man said there was nothing serious about a young person lying once in a while. If it caused no trouble, then it was much better to simply believe him. Kwan realized that the man was so sincere that he could speak naturally without even triggering Kwan's lie perception. By the time they finally arrived home, it was already late at night. The officer's daughter was practically falling asleep on her feet, and he apologized for taking so long. Ji-Sol asked why he had taken so long. He had promised to come back soon, and she had not even eaten dinner yet. She complained about the situation and told them both to come inside. Since Kwan was already there, he might as well have dinner with them before leaving, especially since he lived nearby. Those words alone were enough to move Kwan deeply. He had never heard anything that sounded so sincere. The officer grew concerned when he saw him crying, but Ji-Sol told him to stop. According to her, her father really did not understand that kind of emotion very well. In the space left behind by all that stubbornness, a new sense of motivation began to grow within him. After that, Kwan began visiting their home frequently. Over time, he also became very close friends with Ji-Sol. He even helped Ji-Sol with some subjects, since he was in his final year while she was still one grade below him. 3 years had already passed. After entering high school, Kwan quickly caught up with his studies once he decided to apply himself. He had never lacked intelligence, he simply had never seen any reason to study before. Later, while walking with Ji-Sol, he bought her some candy as a reward for helping with his homework. However, he happened to choose strawberry flavor, which she hated. Even so, Ji-Sol accepted the candy and said it was fine. Sometimes, a little change could be good too. Ji-Sol then asked whether he intended to tell her father about his lie detection ability, since he had revealed that secret to her because they were so close. In any case, Kwan deliberately avoided using that ability whenever there was no need. While spending time at his senior's house, whether studying or taking care of small matters, someone would occasionally appear at Inspector Yunyo's door. The visitors almost always brought gifts or smiles, many out of gratitude. They were people who had been cleared of wrongful accusations during investigations. There were also people whom he had personally helped reintegrate into society after they were released from prison. Just as he had saved Kwan, Yunyo had helped many others. In his eyes, the inspector shone like a true star. Kwan wanted to become a detective just like him, without needing to pry into people's true nature using his ability as though it were a cheat code. He wanted to be the kind of investigator who believed in the good in people. He wanted to become someone as inspiring as his senior. Then that fateful day arrived. Kwan gave directions to a motorcyclist looking for an old abandoned building. He found it strange when the man removed his helmet and explained that he merely wanted to inspect the area. Kwan ended up guiding the man there without suspecting anything. Even now, he still wondered whether everything would have been different if he had used his ability that day. He could have paid closer attention to the helmet, the man's features, and every other detail. But at that moment, he simply let him leave. When he became old enough to drink, Yunyo was the one who taught him how. The inspector also congratulated him on entering the police academy. That had happened 11 years earlier. Yunyo remarked that they were even sharing a drink now, so he could hardly scold him for smoking anymore. Kwan replied that he had quit smoking a long time ago. Yunyo said that Kwan really had become a police officer by following in his footsteps, but decided to speak frankly with him. He asked whether Kwan remembered trying to squeeze a pimple on Sol's forehead and getting scolded for it. She had nearly broken his wrist by accident. That girl was incredibly strong. He said she could follow that path, but explained that their work also had limits. Simply arresting criminals criminals and putting them behind bars did not always solve everything. They needed to confront the root of the problem. Yunyo took pride in his work and his colleagues, but he had witnessed similar situations many times throughout his life. He had met people who could have lived normal lives if someone had guided them at the right moment. Instead, many ended up crossing a line they could no longer return from. Perhaps all they needed was someone to believe in them, accept them, and give them a small push until they could move forward on their own. Yet society often tried to force them back onto the right path until they broke down. Yunyo was not saying that Kwon needed to imitate him in everything. He only hoped that Kwon would never stop thinking about what kind of detective he wanted to become. Then he laughed at himself and remarked that he was becoming far too sentimental. Even so, Kwon understood perfectly what he was trying to convey. After all, Yunyo was the person who had saved him. Then his senior said he could now entrust that responsibility to Kwon. Suddenly, the image of Yunyo appeared covered in blood, asking Kwon to take care of his daughter as well. Kwon woke from that nightmare. All of it had happened 10 years ago. Upon waking, he found several missed calls and immediately rushed to Ji-Sol's house. When he arrived and saw the scene of his senior's death, Kwon could only think about how naive and foolish he had been. Yunyo's death was part of a series of crimes committed by the serial killer who had been terrorizing the entire country. While the criminal remained at large, something unprecedented occurred. A detective who was still on active duty had been killed. After identification, it was confirmed that the victim was an inspector at a police station. However, he was not part of the task force specifically investigating that series of crimes. On the day of the incident, the culprit entered the inspector's home while he was off duty and attacked him there. No known grudge or connection between the victim and the criminal was found. Everything appeared to have been done as a provocation against the investigation itself. Investigators began to believe that the culprit chose his victims without targeting any specific type of person. Kwon then began investigating Moan Cho, the main suspect connected to the murder and arson case. Not even the family he had supposedly abandoned 2 years earlier knew where he was or what his true motives were. Only basic personal information and a few physical characteristics were known about him. He was an enormous man, around 2 meters tall, with a prominent scar on his cheek. Right. At the crime scene, they found parts of a badly damaged motorcycle. Kwon remembered that man. He had already suspected him back then, but ultimately took no action. If he had used his ability at that moment, perhaps he could have prevented what happened afterward. At the time, he took leave from school and began investigating on his own, following every lead he could find. Thanks to his ability, he could identify any lie. Despite being only a police academy student, he investigated places and information that the authorities had been unable to reach. Eventually, he reached the orphanage where Mo Hanchul had supposedly been seen. Driven by guilt and a feeling he could not let go of, Kwon had gone far too deep into that investigation. Later, he found Hwang Tai-sik and caught him by surprise at night in an alley. He was none other than that acquaintance of investigator Ju Yoon. Tai-sik himself recognized Kwon as the boy who used to live at his friend's house. He then asked why Kwon was there looking for him and why he had not gone to school. Kwon asked whether Tai-sik knew the code to Yunyo's door and challenged his testimony, carefully noting exactly which words caused the number above his head to decrease. Tai-sik knew the captain's days off, his schedule at home, the locations of the security cameras, and the entire layout of the surrounding area. He also knew when the house was most vulnerable. Perhaps things had been different 2 years earlier, but Hyun Chol, now publicly recognized, would need someone supplying such detailed information. Tai-sik asked what Kwon was talking about and what exactly he imagined he had discovered. Kwon, however, was already certain it had been him, so he directly asked why he had done it and what his true reason was. He knew Captain Ju Yoon had helped Tai-sik greatly during his imprisonment, but instead of repaying him, he had betrayed the person who supported him. Tai-sik claimed he had no idea what he was talking about. He denied any involvement in the detective's death and said Kwon was making an absurd accusation against an adult. Kwon, however, could clearly tell that he was lying. So he asked Ji-Sol to deal with him. Back then, Kwon was still far too naive and began to understand that his senior's methods had some justification. Kwon realized there were deeply corrupt people against whom ordinary methods simply did not work. That was why he decided to change his own way of doing things. He asked Tai-sik again why he had done it and made it clear that lying during the interrogation would only make things worse. After pressuring him for quite some time, Kwon acknowledged that Tai-sik was resilient. Even so, lying would not help, because his ability revealed the intentions hidden behind his words. Eventually, Tai-sik confessed that a man from a private detective agency had approached him and offered him a considerable amount of money. Because of that, he sold everything he knew. To him, there was no reason to repay favors when young and immature people helped someone merely out of compassion. According to him, people with criminal records could hardly lead normal lives. That was why he considered Yunyo far too naive. Yunyo did not understand how dangerous some people could be and still brought them directly into his home. To Tai-sik, that was incredibly reckless. Kwon ordered him to shut his mouth immediately. Even so, Tai-sik kept talking without showing any intention of stopping. That was when the sergeant lost her patience and silenced him with a swing of her baseball bat. After that incident, they stopped to eat something sweet. Still deeply shaken, they ended up crying over everything that had happened. Shortly after the case involving Ju Yoon, Ji-Hye and Hongkol was arrested, making it seem as though all their efforts had been pointless. Hyun Chol practically turned himself in, like someone who had already accomplished what he intended to do and no longer cared about being caught. Kwon was tormented by the feeling that he had crossed a line and apologized to Ji-sol for dragging her into that situation. She replied, however, that she had made her own choice. The two of them were already too deeply involved to pretend nothing had happened. There was no turning back, so they would continue down that road reserved for those who had already crossed certain boundaries. Kwon continued the investigation. Even after Hyun Chol's arrest, no one knew what had truly motivated him. Considering that he selected his victims a year in advance and carefully gathered extensive information, it was clear that none of it had been done on impulse. It was not a series of random attacks. Because of that, Kwon decided to investigate the traces Hyun Chol had left behind. From the outside, that place looked like nothing more than an old, dilapidated orphanage hidden in the mountains. In reality, however, it operated as a training center secretly run by a pseudo-religious organization that prepared people for dangerous missions. Hyun Chol worked there as an employee and kept that activity hidden even from his own family. 2 years earlier, a massive fire had swept through the dormitory wing. According to the records, many students and teachers died, but an incident of that magnitude was strangely covered up, almost as if someone wanted to erase certain traces along with the fire. Ji-sol asked whether Hyun Chol had caused the deaths and set the place on fire to destroy evidence. Kwon replied that he did not know who had started the fire, but he was certain the students had not been killed by him. During the interrogation, Hyun Chol spoke about when, where, and whom he had attacked, along with the total number of victims. According to Kwon, every one of those statements was true. That meant he had caused no other deaths besides the victims connected to the serial murder case. Even so, officially, everyone connected to the orphanage except Hyun Chol had died. At least, that was what the public believed. Kwon, however, knew that not everyone was dead. With his ability, he could not see numbers and photographs of people who had already died. However, when he found Dawn and Soa's records, he could see their numbers normally. Over the course of his life, Dawn would tell around 45 lies, while Soa would surpass an astonishing 71,000. While examining those files, Kwon did not fully understand what a high probability of manifestation meant. In the documents, both children were classified as special students. After that incident, whatever had happened, Hyun Chol disappeared. He even completely stopped visiting the house where Soa supposedly used to go on his daughter's birthday. A year later, while searching for new victims, he began planning the sequence of crimes. The following year, he eventually turned himself in. Kwon, however, still wanted to discover what his true objective had been. He wanted to understand what had really happened at that orphanage 2 years earlier. Dawn, on the other hand, knew the answer perfectly well. Hyun Chol had been the only surviving employee among those who tried to stop the chain of events caused by Soa. In the end, he managed to defeat her. That day, Soa was too exhausted to stand and admitted that, just as she had expected, defeating him was nearly impossible. She admitted that it was frustrating, but she also knew she had done everything within her power. Moran Chao observed that her words did not match her expression. Soa clearly showed no fear of what might happen. She seemed satisfied that she had fought with everything she had, even knowing from the beginning that she had almost no chance of winning. To Soa, it was like following the path of a heroine all the way to the end. Even so, he acknowledged that she would not die that day. Moran Chao already knew everything. She had planned to attack on the one day of the year when he went out, while also putting all those children at risk. That was because he could also see the numbers above her head and those of the children. According to those numbers, she would still be responsible for 20 more deaths. A terrible villain destined to cause another 117 deaths in the future. That was the role reserved for her, not that of a heroine. Soa then realized that he possessed exactly the same ability. However, the moment he asked one more question, Soa awoke from that nightmare and, startled by the alarm, hurled her phone away. Soon afterward, she went out to carry out her dawn patrol. Back in the present, on January 4th, she continued fulfilling the role she believed was hers, attacking several more people during her morning patrol. Soa was convinced that her role, above all else, was that of a heroine. In her view, no one took justice as seriously as she did. And once again, using the title of numerator that she had given herself, she posted another video. This time, the targets were 2 motorcyclists speeding through downtown at 2 in the morning. Albina stated that 4 days later, they would cause a collision involving several vehicles and innocent citizens. The videos were released exactly as they had been recorded, without retouching, cuts, or any kind of editing. While watching, Kwon remarked that he had expected her to go after the next distributors immediately. Instead, Albina was appearing in several different places, even outside the drug trade. It was clear that she was trying to draw public attention to her cause. Ji Hyun, who was also in the car, asked where they were heading at that moment. Kwon replied that, among the 2 places remaining after Babel disappeared, this was the establishment Albina seemed to be responsible for. It was a members-only cocktail bar called Underscore. Until then, they only knew that the place catered to important figures in politics and business. However, thanks to Albina's actions, they now had some time to prepare. Kwon explained that once they understood the relationships between the people involved, it would be much easier to anticipate their next moves. Ji Hyun would go undercover as a low-ranking employee, trying to fill in as many of the remaining gaps in the investigation as possible. As long as she used her ability cautiously and without overdoing it, the risk would be low. Besides, she would have someone nearby to help her. Kwon admitted that he was using Ji Hyun as a way to obtain information about Hyun Chol. He knew it might seem wrong, but at that point, The person who knew the most truth about him was Albina. Kwon said Ji Hyun could refuse, but she replied that she had already given up on going back and had chosen to remain by the numerator's side. The decision had already been made. Kwon thought to himself that the people around that man truly were very strong. It was unlikely that anyone would recognize her face, but Kwon recommended a wig as a precaution. She could also use another name. Later, in the alley behind that club, they met with Han Hui. He was the cleaner Kwon had contacted some time earlier. Kwon asked whether anyone had followed him. The cleaner replied that he appeared to be alone, then asked whether that was the girl. Kwon confirmed it and said he could trust her. Ji Hyun would enter the place alongside him. Hyun Hui would be responsible for helping Ji Hyun blend in with the club's support staff. To make the disguise easier, Hyun Hui gave her a false name. It belonged to someone who had recently left the staff. Apparently, no one had even noticed her departure. Hyun Hui remarked that the two of them could act naturally since they seemed to be about the same age. Kwon then whispered to Ji Hyun that Hyun Hui had passed the lie detector several times. Because of that, she could trust him most of the time. In any case, Kwon made it clear that he was counting on his cooperation. The interior of Underscore had an extremely sophisticated atmosphere. The place combined a restaurant, a bar, and several reserved areas. There were also several private rooms and many security guards scattered throughout the establishment. Hyun Hui explained that there were practically no ordinary employees there. From managers and supervisors to waiters and cooks, almost everyone belonged to the same organization. Hyun Hui worked as a kind of temporary employee. He originally had another position at the office, but sometimes they needed extra staff for support work. Since they could not hire just any stranger because of the nature of the business, they transferred people between different locations connected to the organization. That was exactly how he had ended up getting involved with Detective Kwon by chance. Since he had promised to help, Hyun Hui was there. He remarked that Ji Hyun seemed to be in a situation similar to his, and she replied that it was more or less the case. At that moment, one of the security guards called out to them and ordered them to clean room 3, which had just been vacated. According to him, the manager was especially nervous because of the numerator. The two headed to the room, and Hyun Hui explained that the employees could not memorize the face of every person who passed through the place. Because of that, Ji Hyun could move around and fill in the gaps in the investigation without much difficulty. While he handled the cleaning, she would be free to blend into the surroundings. Ji Hyun sincerely thanked him for the help he was providing. Hyun Hui replied that they were in the same boat, with complicated circumstances and all that. Ji Hyun then took on the role of a waitress and committed fully to the disguise. At first glance, the numbers related to life expectancy appeared completely normal. Since everyone seemed to be part of the organization, it would be difficult to discreetly draw or photograph each person's face. However, because their remaining lifespans showed slight differences, she could record them alongside their facial features and distinguish each individual that way. Later, that information could be compared with the photo database maintained by Detective Kwon. Everything was going normally until someone unexpectedly called her Ji Hyun, using her real name instead of her false identity. She turned around on reflex and only realized her mistake after she was already looking at the person who had called her. The person seated at the table then remarked that, just as she had thought, it really was her. She then asked Ji Hyun to sit at the table and keep her company. Ji Hyun immediately realized that the girl was Albina, even though she was wearing a wig. Albina also knew perfectly well that Ji Hyun was undercover. Despite being startled, she remained calm and decided to use the conversation to obtain as much information as possible. She then asked how Albina had recognized her. Soa admitted that she was not completely certain, but she could not imagine any other reason for Dawn to keep her alive and take her with him. Then she asked whether Ji Hyun already knew about her ability. Ji Hyun replied that she did. She knew about the count of lives saved. Soa explained that she still did not understand every detail of that ability, but the criteria for considering something a rescue were quite broad. It could involve anything from rescuing someone from an accident to saving a critically ill patient through surgery. It also included indirect actions, such as preserving public order or building infrastructure, as long as they brought widespread benefits to society. It was practically the opposite of Dawn's ability. Because of that, she wanted Ji Hyun to tell him that she intended to continue working with him as the numerator. She always acted in ways that increased her own rescue count. That was the rule she followed. Soa asked her to think carefully. If someone could see both the death count and the rescue count at the same time, the two of them could form a perfect team and work together. Ji Hyun asked whether she was really certain of that after insulting so many of the detective's friends and the detective himself, especially after everything she had done to the people from the orphanage. Soa replied that she had merely added a little spice to show them how the story of a true hero was supposed to unfold. According to her, no one liked Dawn's current method of mechanically judging people according to rules. A hero needed to protect the weak and have principles strong enough to make the public support his actions. A hero also needed to provide satisfaction by defeating villains and scoundrels in a convincing way. Only then could someone truly be called a hero. Ji Hyun explained that she was not pursuing the numerator to stop him because of how many people had been harmed or because he was an incomplete hero. Her reasons went much deeper. What she wanted to destroy was that enormous chain forcing people trapped by fate to choose between two equally terrible paths. She wanted to break free from fate itself. After all, no matter how much power someone possessed, in the end everyone was still only human. Ji Hyun said that Albina judged people however she pleased, treated them as villains, and decided that they would one day become twisted, as though fate were absolute. absolute. To her, no one had the right to do that. Albina then asked why Ji Hyun had wanted to get rid of that man. She said Ji Hyun wanted to find the people who had tormented her and make them pay for what they had done. She then added that there was no need to worry because that kind of thought was common to every human being. Albina said Ji Hyun should simply follow what her heart truly desired and come over to her side. Ji Hyun replied that she was a fraud. Her mouth claimed to represent the weak and desire a just world, but her true intentions were entirely different. In reality, Soa believed that Albina sought nothing more than the thrill brought by violence and the sensation of wielding her own power. She added that Albina's true ability was not simply seeing the rescue count. The moment she heard that, Albina immediately drew her weapon. At the last possible moment, Hyunhui pulled Almodi away from the line of danger. Surprised, he asked whether that weapon was actually real. Albina panicked at that moment. It was impossible, she thought. There was no way Ji Hyun could have discovered the truth. It had to be a bluff, similar to what had happened once before. To Albina, there was no possibility that anyone had discovered her true ability. Meanwhile, Ji Hyun ran through the alleys and called her senior, saying that she had discovered Albina's weakness. The moment Albina fired and the disguised group managed to escape, the situation changed completely. Albina was deeply shaken when she realized that Ji Hyun might truly have discovered her secret. Even so, she still refused to believe it. It made no sense that someone could have uncovered everything so easily. Perhaps Soa was only bluffing. Even so, Albina needed to silence her immediately and could not allow her to leave that place. The managers called the security guards, who surrounded Albina and began asking which company or gang she belonged to. After all, that place was filled with other criminals, and some of them intended to inflict a different kind of punishment on her. Albina, however, fought back and fired at the men in the hall. Irritated, she remarked that all of this always ended up becoming far too troublesome. Soa believed that Albina saw herself as a heroine, yet she was still willing to crush any obstacle in her path. Meanwhile, the janitor asked whether Albina was still chasing them. Ji Hyun realized that she was not. Shortly afterward, Hyunhui received a call made from the manager's phone. Albina was on the other end. She asked whether Ji Hyun was close enough to hear, though she did not use her real name. Either way, Albina knew that Ji Hyun was beside him, or at least that Hyunhui could pass along the message. Albina said she would be waiting. They would choose a place to meet, just her and Soa. Hyunhui asked who the hell she was. Albina replied that she knew perfectly well which office that boy belonged to. It was a place that gathered young runaways who had become involved with drugs at an early age and sent them from one place to another. Albina said she even knew the registered address. Normally, those young people worked as delivery workers or janitors. To her, they would make perfect targets next, especially because they would hardly be able to file a police report without complications. Hyunhui immediately replied, demanding that she stay away from the children there. Albina asked whether Ji Hyun was listening. She said that if Ji Hyun truly hated seeing someone treated like a villain and ending up that way, then she should act. Then she would have to meet her alone, face to face, so they could finally finish the conversation they had left incomplete. Ji Hyun took the phone and replied that she was heading to the agreed location at that very moment. Then she asked Hyunhui where that office was located. Worried, the janitor wanted to know what she intended to do. He also asked who that woman was and how she knew all of that. If Ji Hyun went alone, he believed she would be putting herself in serious danger. Ji Hyun asked him not to worry. She had no intention whatsoever of going there alone. Throughout that entire conversation, the numerator had remained connected to the call. That allowed Ji Hyun to tell the numerator directly what Albina's weakness was. She then remembered the first conversation in which Dawn had revealed part of his past and explained a little about his own power. He could see numbers connected to the people he would save, an ability conveniently opposite to Dawn's. Even so, there was a contradiction within that power that none of them could fully explain. When Dawn grabbed her by the neck back at the orphanage, he told her that she was completely wrong. The number above the head of every person she had eliminated was 0. Therefore, killing them did not mean she had saved anyone. She tried to justify herself by saying that fate had already determined those deaths, which was why their numbers had fallen to 0. That was exactly the point the two of them argued over. Even if someone tries to eliminate a person destined to become a murderer, the number above that person's head does not disappear immediately. That is because actions that will only be committed in the future do not appear in the numbers instantly. Ji Hyun eventually discovered that Soa had never possessed any ability at all. In truth, she was simply an ordinary person. After reviewing the entire case, she realized that clues pointing toward that conclusion had been scattered everywhere from the beginning. When Dawn told Ji Hyun that there was a contradiction he simply could not explain, that observation remained lodged in her mind. It was an incredibly small detail, almost impossible to notice. On its own, that fragment would have been nearly impossible to detect. Even so, Ji Hyun continued carefully reviewing every piece of information available. She even analyzed Dawn's old diary entry from December 24 because she wanted to investigate those notes more closely. The numerator did not object. On the contrary, he handed over his own diary so she could examine it. To him, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary notebook. Besides, Dawn was quite talented at drawing. That was when Ji Hyun recognized Soa's face in one of his drawings. She read the part where Dawn recorded that the numbers above the children in the advanced class had dropped to 0. That was when he realized the true meaning behind those numbers. After everything happened, Dawn confronted Soa and told her that she understood absolutely nothing about it. That was when she replied that she had already decided their deaths, and that was why their numbers had reached 0. At that moment, Ji Hyun identified exactly the problem she had been suspecting. No matter how many times she examined that explanation, it simply did not make sense. She then recalled the stalker case. The crimes he was destined to commit in the future were already represented by his number. The value was 3 because he was destined to take 3 lives in the future, 7 hours and 4 minutes later, exactly as fate had determined. However, the stalker's death at the hands of the numerator was not reflected in that count. If it had been, his number would have been 0 instead of 3. After all, the numerator was already destined to stop that man. Because of that, the stalker never actually committed the 3 predicted crimes. That was when Ji Hyun finally saw the flaw in the albino woman's logic. In the diary, Dawn had clearly recorded that the boy's number was 0. Based on the explanation given, Soa might have appeared correct. Even so, Ji Hyun wondered why the numbers connected to her would work differently from those of every other ability user. On December 28, when Kwon prepared that trap to capture her, she was, technically speaking, trapped for a brief period. And on the 29th, when the full truth about the numerator was revealed, Ji Hyun went to Dawn and asked whether he had encountered the albino woman again. He confirmed that he had and said she was still every bit as repulsive and unpleasant as before. The count remained at 47. Dawn said that next time, he would not make the same mistake and would see it through to the end. Ji Hyun knew that if all those clues pointed toward the same conclusion, she needed to ask the numerator whether the number above Soa's head had ever changed even once. Ability users can alter fate by acting according to their own predictions. Whenever that happens, their numbers also undergo slight changes. In addition, they can affect other people's numbers as well. Even so, Soa's number had remained exactly the same. That meant she might not even be an ability user at all. At the time, Dawn replied that he had already explained that point before. Just because Soa had said that did not necessarily mean she was an ordinary person. There was no rule stating that the actions of ordinary people appeared in the numbers while the actions of ability users did not. The number 1 above Ji Hyun's own head was proof of that. It happened when someone altered their own fate. But taking lives also changed fate, and even so, those actions were not necessarily reflected in the numbers. The numerator said the principle was exactly the same. Soa had not killed those boys by altering some fate that had already been established. That would have been true regardless of whether she possessed an ability. In reality, Soa had been destined from the very beginning to take those boys' lives. Ji Hyun then asked again, had the albino woman ever truly altered fate even once? Never. Nothing they had discovered so far contradicted the possibility that she was an ordinary person. Ji Hyun then asked why Dawn kept pretending not to notice something he had known for a long time. Dawn asked whether she wanted him to admit that his friends had not died for some great cause, noble belief, or better world. Perhaps they had died simply because Soa pretended to act in the name of justice while hiding her true nature. Ji Hyun asked him to leave it to her. She would prove that Soa was, in fact, an ordinary person. That was why she acted the way she did and confronted Soa at the underscore restaurant. Ji Hyun decided to test the method she had devised earlier. If Soa was incapable of making her own prediction come true, that meant she would never be able to alter a predetermined fate, no matter how hard she tried to force it. Some unexpected circumstance would always arise to prevent that change from happening. And if Soa truly was an ordinary person, then fate itself would ultimately protect her. At that moment, when the janitor pulled Ji Hyun away, Soa tried to fire. However, the gun simply failed to work. That served as proof for the numerator. No matter what Soa did, she would never be able to take Ji Hyun's life as long as she remained incapable of altering her fate. She could not interfere with Ji Hyun's lifespan. However, being freed from fate also meant losing the protection it provided. At specific moments like that, even an ordinary person could defeat an ability user. And that was precisely the strategy Soa had been using from the very beginning. She forced her opponent to resort to self-prediction. Then, at that very moment when the gun was aimed directly at her head, Ji Hyun did not activate self-prediction. This time, she decided not to use her ability. Instead, she trusted fate to make the gun fail. Thanks to that, Hyun Hui managed to pull her away. Ji Hyun knew that Albina would never be able to take her life. That was precisely her weakness. It was exactly because she realized this that she became even more furious and attacked everyone in that club. Ji Hyun had previously checked the life expectancy of the other members of the organization. Most likely, the only person Soa could originally harm was the leader, who ended up dying because of the poison. Soa finally realized that she was completely constrained by those numbers related to fate. Once she analyzed someone's life expectancy, that number apparently could no longer be changed. Then she remembered Hein Chol asking her to be honest with with him. She could not see any number above him, and he had been the first to notice it. And at that moment, even in front of the underscore manager, someone she could not eliminate, Soa threatened him, saying that if he wanted to stay alive, from that moment onward, he would have to repeat exactly everything she told him over the phone. While speaking with Dawn on the phone, Ji-hyun reported that, according to the informant who had remained at the scene the entire time, the hostage apparently belonged to a subordinate delivery team. In total, 10 people had been rescued. Soa claimed that she would appear alone, but she had probably already expected the numerator to go there as well. It was at that very moment that a new numerator livestream went live. The underscore manager appeared blindfolded, begging for his life to be spared. During the broadcast, he revealed several crimes committed by underscore and stated that the place was part of an organization connected to the criminal syndicate. According to him, the entire operation was disguised as an exclusive members-only bar. Behind that facade, they distributed drugs to various influential figures in politics and the business world. The revelation immediately set the police in motion. The manager also claimed that the group took advantage of South Korea's lenient punishments and excessive faith in the possibility of rehabilitation. While the country debated human rights and criminal rehabilitation, the organization operated with almost no obstacles and amassed wealth through illegal means. Naturally, that statement would cause even more people to support the numerator. After that, with the help of Detective Moon, who was infiltrating the police itself, she managed to escape from underscore. The numerator told Ji-hyun to return to the car immediately. He said everything felt strange because he no longer felt anger or hatred and his mind was completely clear. With no emotions interfering, he now knew exactly what he needed to do. He thanked Ji-hyun for the concrete evidence and ended the call immediately afterward. Online comments said that the numerator had captured more dangerous criminals. Little by little, public opinion was beginning to favor her side. After calming down, she asked the driver to contact the vice president. Quack was informed that public opinion had shifted and that this was their opportunity. While she wrapped everything up, he ordered the last distribution route to be eliminated. The detective replied that, from what he had heard, preparations for that were already underway. A mercenary who had recently returned from the Philippines had been hired. He was especially efficient at that kind of work and was probably already carrying out the mission. But Kwon was already intercepting that information as well. That was because Detective Moon had passed everything on to the police. Kwon warned the sergeant that they were going to act again. He had not expected them to move so quickly, but considered it an excellent opportunity. While the numerator and Albina weakened each other, the police could dismantle the operation controlled by the true mastermind behind everything. Meanwhile, the mercenary responsible for the cleanup was at the last distribution warehouse with his subordinates, neutralizing everyone they found there. Afterward, he remained there calmly using his phone. He also ordered his subordinates to make sure they left no one behind. When the job was finished, he informed the deputy director that everything was complete. Kwak replied that he had been fast and praised the work he had done. Now that public opinion believed the numerators were a group of violent criminals, they could take advantage of the situation. Even so, the mercenary showed some concern. Abandoning a distribution network that had already been compromised was one thing. However, thanks to that woman, the entire press was talking about their business, and that could attract a great deal of unwanted attention. Quack, however, did not seem concerned about public opinion or exposure. To him, none of it truly mattered. On the news, experts debated whether young people should receive such light punishments simply because it was their first offense or because of their age. Others argued that the possibility of rehabilitation could not simply be used as an excuse to spare criminals from real consequences. There were several cases involving children of major businessmen committing crimes of that kind and still escaping with virtually no punishment. People wanted justice, and that was exactly what the numerators promised to deliver. Another woman who was interviewed said that many people were misunderstanding her position. She supported fighting drugs and cutting off supply routes. Her point was different. If everyone focused only on judgment and punishment, as the numerator did, they would never solve the true cause of the problem. As long as demand exists, new suppliers will continue to appear. Therefore, according to her, systems had to be created to treat addicts and help them return to society. Even so, the woman's words received harsh criticism on television and online. Many people wanted an immediate answer and argued that criminals should simply be removed once and for all. For that reason, Quack stated that there was no cause for concern. Public opinion and interest no longer posed a problem for him. Now, politicians were debating the issue and even advocating extreme measures against criminals as a way to win votes. And surprisingly, a large portion of the population seemed to support that rhetoric. That was exactly what Quack wanted, to fuel the people's anger. That way, they would gain enough room to act with practically no restrictions. The more society dehumanizes those who stray from what is considered the right path, the farther those people drift from the light until they begin to believe there is no way back. Over time, many of those outcasts would end up working for Quack or joining the drug distribution operation. For them, it was a perfect cycle. The driver admitted that the idea was clever, though he found Quack's superiority complex rather ridiculous. The man driving the car was Detective Kwan. He admitted that Quack was extremely good at reading people, so catching only a few small fry would solve nothing. They needed to strike at the root of the problem. Quack then asked who he really was, but Kwan obviously did not answer. Quack explained that Kwan had misunderstood understood. He was not asking out of curiosity, but because he wanted to know his identity before the end. Of course, he had already realized that his real driver had been replaced. By then, several vehicles were already pursuing the car Quan was driving. Meanwhile, the Filipino mercenary prepared to deal with the situation as though he were playing a video game. He hurled a blade that pierced through the vehicle and struck directly into the driver's seat area. Moments later, the car lost control and crashed into the tunnel walls. When he checked the vehicle, the mercenary realized that Quan was no longer in the driver's seat. Somehow, he had managed to escape. But that only made the mercenary more excited. He enjoyed it when things became more difficult than they were supposed to be. To Quan, the entire situation seemed absurd. They had had the chance to capture the whole organization. They could have eradicated that evil once and for all. Even so, once again, everything had gone wrong. Quan remembered the words of his senior, who said there was a limit to simply arresting criminals. They needed to confront the source of the problem. Quan concluded that it was long past time to wipe those arrogant smiles off the faces of everyone involved. Meanwhile, the numerator was about to meet face to face with her. The moment had finally arrived. Now the real confrontation would begin. And that is all for today, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and check out the Members Club and Discord. The series will return once we reach 8,000 likes. See you next time.